As election night in America continues, races in two presidential battlegrounds, they keep tightening. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Former Vice President Joe Biden has been making significant gains in both Pennsylvania and Georgia as more ballots are counted tonight. He's shrinking the president's lead in contests that are absolutely must-wins for President Trump. We're going to hear from the president at the White House later this hour. You see the briefing room getting ready for the President of the United States. 6 states in all are still too early to call in this nail-biter of an election. We're watching Arizona and Nevada very closely, as well as states that also have the power to decide the election. We expect an update from Arizona tonight as we await new vote totals in these key races. It's all about the numbers right now as Biden looks to increase his electoral vote count from the current 253 to the 270 necessary to win. The president trails with only 213 electoral votes right now. The math clearly working against him. All that coming up. Let's get a key race alert first, though, right now. Pennsylvania right now, the president's lead is shrinking and shrinking. It's now 78,314, 50% compared to Joe Biden's 48.8%. 93% of the estimated vote is in, but 8% of the estimated vote is out. More than enough, potentially for Biden to take over. Let's go to Jim Acosta over at the White House. So we just heard moments ago that the president will go into the briefing room, make a statement, maybe answer reporters' questions.
That's right, Wolf. And as you know, what's been on the president and what has been on his mind, and that has been he is very upset with the way things are going right now. He has been launching tweets, putting out statements, calling into question the legitimacy of the election, accusing Democrats of stealing this election from him. Obviously, there's no evidence of that, but the president has been seeing his surrogates and his allies and aides going out there and making all sorts of statements while he's been sitting silently inside the White House. He wants to get in on the act. And so as we watch these vote totals shrink, I can tell you, talking to Trump advisors, they're getting very concerned that we are watching an incredibly shrinking lead from the president over Joe Biden right now in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. And I talked to an advisor just a short time ago, and the picture is bleak. The picture that's being painted is bleak. According to an advisor I spoke with earlier this evening, quote, math is not on our side. We need an act of God to alter the course. This advisor said we need an act of God to alter the course. That is the concern right now because they're watching this lead shrink in Pennsylvania. And if Joe Biden overtakes Donald Trump in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it is the belief inside the Trump campaign. They won't say it outwardly, but they will say it privately, that Joe Biden will become the next president of the United States. Now, obviously, we're going to hear a different message from the president. When the president comes out, he's going to call into question what's going on in Pennsylvania and what's happening in these other remaining states. You know, he is also, Wolf, we should point out, and so are some of his family members, white hot about what they see as a sort of lack of praise coming from other Republican leaders and lawmakers. The president's family has been complaining about this on social media all afternoon, wondering where are some of the 2024 so-called candidates and why aren't they praising the president for what he did in this 2020 campaign. Some of those 2024 hopefuls or suspected hopefuls have responded with their own tweets praising the president. I suspect some of that is on his mind. And keep in mind, Wolf, and we've reported this before, we'll report it again, they are apoplectic about what has occurred over at Fox in terms of some of the calls that they've made. The president has been nursing that grudge privately behind the scenes, telling aides and allies that he is very upset with what has been a friendly network to the president. And I suspect you may hear some of that as well. We'll see if the president takes questions, but he obviously has a lot on his mind. He's been watching Joe Biden make these statements over the last couple of days, calling for patience, calling for calm. This is a president who is doing the exact opposite. He wants to slam the brakes on what's taking place right now to save his presidency, because right now it is the incredible shrinking presidency of Donald Trump that we're watching, we're witnessing in real time right now.
Yeah, those tweets that the president has leveled over the past couple of days, totally inappropriate. Let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania right now. It's the lead that Trump has over Biden is shrinking 78,000 right now, but it's clearly doable for Biden to take over and win this state.
It's absolutely doable. A lead that was above 500,000 votes, if you go back 24, 30 hours ago, is now 78,000 votes. Just a half an hour ago, Wolf, when you were last over here, it was at 91,000 votes. And so we said then, if Joe Biden gets 70% of the remaining vote, he will win Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes. If you look at this, you say, well, Joe Biden's not going to get 70% of the remaining vote. But remember, They're counting now, vote by mail. They've already counted the people who voted on Election Day. That is the big Trump surge. The president did a great job, but they're counting vote by mail right now. And let me give you an example. What got us from 91,000 to where we are now, that smaller Trump lead, was a vote count here in Cumberland County. President Trump is winning this county by 11 points. This is Trump country in Pennsylvania. But some votes came in just a short time ago. Joe Biden got 20,000 of the votes that came in Cumberland County. Donald Trump got 9,000 of the votes that came in Cumberland County. We told you if Joe Biden wins 70% of the remaining votes, he will carry Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes. He won 69% of the new votes that came in 8 Trump county. And we know there are a lot of votes still out in blue counties. So you get 20,000 votes for Joe Biden, 9,000 votes for the President of the United States in a county that the President otherwise is carrying quite convincingly. Again, why is that? Because the mail-in ballots are disproportionately Democratic, because that's how Democrats decided to vote. So Joe Biden making gains in a Trump county. If he's making gains in a very solid Trump county, you can guess what's going to happen when they start counting the votes in Philadelphia and in the counties around it, all the way up to places like Lehigh County, where they still have votes to count, and over here in Northampton County, where they still have a few votes to count. And you see Biden on top there. That was a county Trump actually won 4 years ago. But in a county like this, Cumberland County, where the president is winning, when they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is coming out on top in the ballots that are remaining, which is why that lead went from 91 to 78,000 votes counted in a Trump county did that. And so Joe Biden is winning in the mail-in votes everywhere across Pennsylvania, disproportionately so. On track right now as we count them to not only overcome that, but to pull ahead. That's why the President of the United States is angry. But what he's angry at, let's be clear about this, despite what he says, he's angry at counting legally cast votes.
Show us Erie County right now in Pennsylvania. Pamela Brown's getting new information. Take a look at how close it is right there, with 90% of the estimated reporting in, 49.5% for Trump, 49.1% for Biden. Pamela, what are you learning?
Well, actually, I've just got off the phone with the chairman of the Board of Elections there in Erie, Wolf, and I'm told by Carl Anderson that actually Biden is now ahead of Trump. He just pulled ahead of Trump there in Erie by 48 votes, okay? So he just pulled ahead there, 48 votes. I'm just going to pull up the numbers here as I give the context around this. This is a big blow for President Trump. This was a county that he flipped in 2016. He thought he had this county in the bag. He was going to win it again, but then he went back to campaign there in late October, and he admitted to the crowd he didn't think he would have to. He thought he had it, but then COVID hit, and now he's having to work for their votes. And now we're seeing Biden just pull ahead there. There are 3,000 votes left to count there in Erie County, and I'm told by Carl Anderson there in the county that it's been 4-1. And as I'm talking to sources close to the campaign, they are telling me that basically they see where the story is headed there in Pennsylvania, that, you know, that the lead is shrinking. It's not over till it's over, but the lead is shrinking. And as we look at these numbers more closely in Erie, this is what we have. We have Biden at 64,576 and Trump 64,528. So, again, narrow lead there by Biden, flipping Erie blue as of now. But, again, 3,000 more, those mail-in ballot votes that they have left to count, 4-1 for Biden. Again, big blow for Donald Trump.
Yes, it certainly is. It's awkward for him in Erie County, John.
Right, and so this is the value of good reporting. Pam's getting these numbers before they're updated. So we'll drop out of this map. We'll come back. They'll be updated pretty quickly, I'm sure, from the local elections officials. Biden has now pulled ahead in this county, Erie County, a critical swing county, blue-collar county in northwestern Pennsylvania. But 48 votes, we'll see what happens. But again, it's the same dynamic we just talked about in Cumberland County, a county that was shaded red. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is winning them disproportionately because Democrats chose to vote by mail. And we've talked about this before the election, and now we're talking about it 2 days after the election. 3 ways to vote: vote by mail, get in line, vote early, or show up on Election Day and vote early. And when you look at Pennsylvania, again, tip your hat to the president. He turned out his people with his rallies on the Election Day vote. But now what is left to count are those mail-in ballots, and Joe Biden is winning them disproportionately, somewhere in the ballpark of 76% of the ballots that have been counted in Pennsylvania today have gone to Joe Biden. 76% have gone to Joe Biden so far today. And if he gets 70%, he will pull out to a 40,000 vote lead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So the trend line is clear. The snowball is coming down the hill. We just showed you 2 counties where President Trump was leading. We expect that to turn blue soon. This one down here, he will continue to lead. You see he has an 11-point lead there still, but the mail ballots are coming in, even in Republican areas. The mail ballots are coming in disproportionately Democratic, which is the engine right now powering Joe Biden as he shrinks that Trump lead down to 78,000. And again, if you go back to late Tuesday night into the early morning hours Wednesday, it was above 500,000 votes. Now it is down to 78,000 votes.
And if Biden were to win Pennsylvania and it's 20 electoral votes, the 253 would be 273. Right. He would be president of the United States, even if he didn't win any other states. We're standing by to hear from the president of the United States as he watches his lead slipping in both Georgia and Pennsylvania. Looking at live pictures coming in from the briefing room. Over in the West Wing of the White House, we'll have live coverage. That's coming up soon.
And we are anticipating hearing from President Trump very shortly. And David Axelrod, what do you expect, President?
You know, I don't imagine that Donald Trump at this stage of the game is going to be a different Donald Trump. He's a contentious, combative person, and he's not clearly coming out to give up, and nor should he. The votes are not counted, and I expect that we're going to see him say some of the things that we have read in his tweets. Raising questions about the propriety of the process, saying that there are legal avenues they're going to pursue, and expressing confidence that if they're all counted appropriately, that he will win. I think this is a placeholder to keep this thing going for a while here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to raise questions about the process. I think he's going to make accusations about the process.
Yes.
And he will battle. He will fight. And I think his people expect him to. They want him to. If you follow what's going around on social media is not a good representation at all, in my opinion. But from what I'm hearing from people, they're concerned. They want to fight. They want to make sure this is fair. And the idea that they want every vote counted. We want every vote counted, but we want every valid vote.
No, he
counted.
doesn't want
Not
every vote counted. He wants to stop the counting.
Every valid vote counted. That's
but the definition of valid.
I'm just telling you. That's what we're feeling. If it's a legal vote, fine. But we don't want votes that are illegitimate votes.
But he wants. Look, the president has said, stop the counting. I mean, Van.
You didn't catch my horse whisper last time. My Trump whisper.
Well, you're going to have to do the Trump translation
hopefully,
tonight.
Yeah,
but
I don't think he's going to say stop the counting right now.
So far, there have been 2 cases of voter fraud, and they're both Republicans in the entire country. So they're both Republicans.
The Attorney General of Texas prosecuted over 100 voter fraud cases. So the answer is not today, but I'm saying
out of how many?
Out of a couple hundred million. Let me
just in the last few years.
I think the reason.
In the last few years. I mean, out of how many votes that were cast?
No,
millions of votes.
I understand, but don't say it doesn't exist. It exists.
It's just
statistically insignificant.
It may be.
Let me say something about this. I do think that what I'm hearing over and over again, our folks are feeling like there's a lot of voter suppression. We feel like you guys don't want us to vote. And you feel like there's a bunch of voter fraud, and you think there's a bunch of cheating going on.
Well, if we're into voter suppression, we did a lousy job.
Well, I mean,
because it was a record turnout.
Well, I think.
So some people had to wait 9 hours.
Like when people have to wait in line for 9 hours, that is voter suppression. But I want to say something else. You're speaking for your folks. Let me speak for mine. Part of the reason it's so insulting to have him come out here and talk about fraud is because of the work that is being ignored and being defamed. A lot of that work was done by African Americans. The Black Lives Matter has gone, nobody's talked about this, has gone from being a moment to a movement to being a machine. You now have organizations where you're talking about Color of Change, whether you're talking about Movement for Black Lives, Black Future Labs. These are organizations that now have their own polling. They have their own voter turnout. They do their own ads. The Black Lives Matter movement has become an electoral force. And the reason why you're going to win in Pennsylvania, because of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Michigan, because of Detroit. Georgia, because of Atlanta. Wisconsin, because of Milwaukee. African Americans have gone out here and fought and brought home a victory, and now we're going to be accused of cheating and fraud by the same president that's accused us of everything else. And so this rubs a lot of people raw.
But first off, Trump is not accusing voters of cheating. He's looking at people within. He's talking about people who are counting the votes. That's not all of these organizations you mentioned. He's talking about the people who are in there doing, not applying the law the way they should. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's what he's talking about. It's not polishing.
Listen, I got a much bigger concern.
Insult to the people who have done the work.
No, No, it's not.
We fought. It is.
That's not what it's about.
I'm going
But
to
he's
tell you.
going to incite people.
Well,
that is the issue.
Come out and incite people.
That is the issue.
And say.
I'm not saying
this
you
is
should
a
do it.
fraud.
I'm
And
just telling you what he's gonna do.
His son has tweeted, you got to go to war. We're having an election here. We're not having a war. We're having democracy. And, as I said earlier, you want to make legal challenges? Absolutely, go ahead. Make your legal challenges. But the votes are being counted. And there was a great piece in the New York Times by Peter Baker just now.
Mm-hmm.
The White House said, Jared Kushner said, what we need is our James Baker, who led the fight for the Republicans on the recount in 2000. So Peter Baker, who's just written a book about James Baker, went to him and said, what would you do? And he said, I would count the votes. This is different from 2000.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you need to count the votes.
Yeah,
and by the way, James Baker did not vote for Joe Biden.
Listen, for the whole 4 years, what concerned me as someone who's worked in the White House, and I think I share this concern with people who worked in Republican White Houses, is that the president's words matter, and especially this president, because he has such a zealous, devoted following. When the president says we're being cheated, when he says we're being defrauded, that the presidency is being stolen from us, that is incitement. It's
Very
not
much.
warranted by the facts. He is inciting people. Now, maybe he'll say something different tonight than he has said right along. But there's a real-life consequence to what he's saying that is deeply irresponsible.
I want to add to that, because the other thing that you're seeing is armed protesters going to disrupt, going to challenge people who are counting the vote. Now, I cannot imagine what would happen. I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk, and you get to talk.
You're saying armed protesters
as finish my comment, and you get a chance to finish yours.
But as if people are actually storming those places. They're not.
They are armed.
They're standing outside peacefully protesting.
Listen, Senator, I don't interrupt you, and you're not going to interrupt me. I'm going to finish, and
you're characterizing.
I'm going to finish, and then you're going to talk.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
Now, listen. You have armed protesters. They're going to disrupt, going to challenge. You just heard elected officials in America saying they are concerned for their safety. That was just on our air, saying that they're having to bring security there, not for Biden, not for Black Lives Matter, but for Trump supporters. And that is that. So if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, I'm telling you, that lands badly in our community. What say you?
You're characterizing people who are standing there chanting peace, as you would call it, because you've been calling it for the last 6 months, peacefully protesting, who actually are peacefully protesting. They're not throwing rocks. They're not shooting anybody. They're not breaking windows. They're standing there saying, count the votes. That's what they're saying.
And some of them have guns.
To suggest...
Why are they armed?
And some of them have guns. And it's scary.
Because people have a right to carry firearms.
No, they have a right to, but why? What's
because
the
people
threat?
have a right to be there and carry firearms to protect
Let me
themselves.
tell you something. If the shoe were on the other foot, if Black Lives
But they're not using those guns.
Black Lives
That's
Matter
the
showed
point,
up with
right?
guns, if Black Lives Matter showed up with guns to where white people were counting votes, I think you would understand the level of concern and anxiety.
Don't you remember when
like in America right now, because of the way Donald Trump is handling the situation? Number one.
It's fun.
Do you remember when like 4 Black Panthers showed up like a couple years ago at a polling place? And Fox News lost their friggin' minds
for years.
And those weren't armed people.
Like
they were just
people are losing their mind here when conservatives are showing
these
up.
Are people.
The point is, I agree, it shouldn't
counting
happen.
Votes. They're doing their job. They're your neighbors.
I agree.
They're poll workers.
And now they have security.
And now they have security, and they're afraid to go do their job, which is to count the votes. They are being observed. They understand the stakes here just like all Americans do. And if they are afraid to go to work to count votes of all Americans, what does that say? If then the president, we don't know what he's going to say later, and I know we make you the translator here for Donald Trump, which is a hard job, but if the president then comes out and says this election is being stolen from me, and they are cheating, what do you think will happen? Will it get better?
So I agree with you that, number one, what happened with Bush v. Gore didn't happen while the votes were being counted. The activity of fighting for the election happens after the votes are counted, and you have proof of people doing things that they shouldn't. You ask for recounts, or you file suits. You go through the process of looking and getting and collecting information, doing the forensics to find out if there were votes that were fraudulently cast or there was illegal activity, and that's when you fight. You don't fight as people do the process of counting the ballots.
But they are now.
I understand, unless you feel that those ballots are being counted wrongly. And I know in the case of the city of Philadelphia, who, again, you probably wouldn't have people screaming and shouting if they followed the law and let people actually observe, and they didn't put boards up so people couldn't see.
All that's been cured and corrected.
But it happened in the first place. That's the problem.
I have already agreed with you. Any shenanigans or anything that looks bad, I don't like it because it takes away from the victory of the people, and the people have won a hard victory. But I think we're a little bit in the weeds. Yeah. We're in a moment right now of real polarization. And when you and I are yelling at each other on national TV, that's real polarization. And I think it's incredibly irresponsible for the President of the United States not to take note. When he says this thing is being stolen, you saw what happened when he said liberate Michigan. You had people who said they're going to go and kidnap the governor just because of a tweet that says liberate Michigan. When he's saying that our democracy is being stolen, we don't know who's listening and what they're going to do. So when those people show up, they have the right to bring those arms, but is it right to bring those arms? It puts a whole pall over the country, and I'm afraid in 5 minutes he's going to make it worse.
As I said,
that's my fear. He's going to make it worse.
As I said at 3 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday morning, when Donald Trump came out and said and used the word fraud, I condemned that. It was the wrong thing to do. And as far as I know, every Republican, from folks like Ben Shapiro, who condemned it, to to Mitch McConnell,
Chris Christie.
So, but it wasn't just me and Chris Christie. I mean, it was everybody condemned it. And if he goes out tonight and says this election's being stolen, I think you're going to see a chorus of condemnation. If he says, I think there are problems here, we're going to investigate it, we're going to do everything we can to track it down and make sure that only valid votes are counted, I'll raise my hand.
But do you think he'll do that?
Exactly what you should do.
That wouldn't be the Donald Trump we know.
I think that the idea of the President of the United States with the seal of the presidency on the podium in front of him, telling the country that there is something fundamentally unfair and corrupt about the voting process would be a historically horrible
I agree with that
thing, and we'll see. I hope he doesn't do that.
I hope he doesn't either.
This is a freighted moment for our history, and he will be remembered for what he does in these hours.
Jim Acosta standing by in the briefing room. Jim, talk about what's going on.
Yeah, Anderson, I mean, there's a scramble in here right now because this press conference was called so suddenly, and now we're just trying to get in place. Our viewers need to be reminded that in addition to everything else going on with the election, there are still COVID restrictions in the White House briefing room. That's why when you look at the picture in here, you're seeing a lot fewer journalists in place for this upcoming statement from the president. Hopefully some questions from the president about what's happening right now. I'll tell you, I talked to a Trump advisor just a short time ago, and in addition to some of the gloom and doom that they're feeling inside the campaign, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Pennsylvania. They're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Georgia. There is also the prospect of a legal challenge, of this campaign mounting legal challenges in multiple states across the country to try to stop this Biden victory. And in the words of this Trump advisor, not the way I want to win. So there are some inside the campaign who would like to win this the old-fashioned way by tallying up the votes and see who wins, see who has the most votes. Obviously, there are some people inside the campaign, and the president may be leading the charge on this, who feels that he is being robbed, and so therefore he has to do what he has to do in court. Now, obviously, you know, that is not in line with the facts. We heard the Pennsylvania Secretary of State speak just a short while ago saying she has not seen any instances of voter fraud. As we know historically, there is no widespread voter fraud in the U.S., but the president is going to try to bend reality, bend the facts, bend the truth in his direction in the hopes of trying to make something happen on the legal front. The other thing that is confounding this campaign, and it's going to be a problem for them when they get into court, is that they are arguing for the stoppage of counting in some states and arguing for the continuing of counting in other states. That's obviously something that is going to be a giant red flag, pointed out by any judge when the Trump lawyers go into court. And so I suspect, Anderson, when the president comes in here, he's going to want to make a statement. He is going to want to look like he's in charge. He's been watching Joe Biden go out there and make these sort of statesman-like statements over the last couple of days. And the president wants, I think, to reclaim the mantle, reclaim the Oval Office to some extent here. And we'll wait and see if the president wants to take any questions. There's obviously a lot on our minds in terms of what we want to ask the president, such as, for example, why not continue to count the votes? That's what we do in this country. And so we'll have to see what the president has to say about that. Anderson?
Is it clear to you exactly what the president's current position is? Because, I mean, he has tweeted out in all caps, "Stop the count," which is just stop the count of votes. In some states, that would not be good for him. Is it clear to you what he, I mean, is he going to repeat that?
I think so, yes, Andrew. They do not have a consistent position. They want to continue counting in states where perhaps he might be able to eke out a win, and they want to stop counting in states where he's in trouble. And that, you know, I think most Americans will look at that and just see that as being something that just doesn't stand up. But the president is watching the lights go out on his presidency right now. That is what we're witnessing in real time. As these votes are being tabulated and Joe Biden is catching up in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, the presidency of Donald J. Trump is vanishing before our eyes. And there are limited options left for this campaign, limited options left for this president. We haven't seen a one-term president in some 28 years. George H.W. Bush, when he lost the presidency to Bill Clinton, went out gracefully, became friends with Bill Clinton. They almost had sort of a father-son relationship. Donald Trump is not wired that way. He is not going to go down without a fight. And you know, that is what we're hearing from Trump campaign advisors, that he is going to fight this out to the end. The end game is to win the presidency, and he's going to do it by hook or by crook. And if that means flooding lawyers into states all over the country and dragging this out, you know, like Florida on steroids, that's what they're going to do. Now, I suspect, Anderson, if we watch these votes get tabulated over the next several days and it looks like a Biden blowout, that may limit the president's options politically. And, you know, he may have Republicans like Mitch McConnell and so on tapping him on the shoulder and saying, that's it, the jig is up, time to go. But at this point, the president still has options. The networks have not declared things for Joe Biden yet. They want to stop that freight train from coming into the station. I suspect, you know, that is going to be the mindset of the president when he walks into this room shortly.
Are they still talking about, initially when the news was, when Wisconsin was in the headlines, they were saying they were demanding a recount. It takes 10 days, I think, to officially demand a recount after votes are in. Are they still talking about Wisconsin?
They are still talking about Wisconsin. I've talked to a couple of Trump advisors who acknowledge that, you know, Wisconsin is not going to work out. That margin in Wisconsin is larger than what is realistic in terms of a recount. But as you know, as we've been talking about, Anderson, if the standard sort of varies state by state, the strategy varies state by state. There were talks. There was some talk of stopping the votes in Michigan. Joe Biden is way ahead in Michigan now. That doesn't work anymore. And so they are, I think, reacting minute by minute as we are reacting minute by minute to what is a Biden presidency that is starting to come into shape, that has started to come into the picture. And the president, I suspect, is very frustrated about this. We've been seeing the tweets, some in all caps all day long, some being labeled by Twitter as being false and misleading. And the president, you know, he hates that. He wants to get around that. Coming out to the podium and having us take this on live television gives him a way of getting around those types of restrictions. And so I suppose, in addition to the presidential seal being slapped on that lectern behind me, there probably ought to be a Surgeon General warning. What you're about to hear from the President of the United States may not be in line with the facts, may be hazardous to your democracy, may be hazardous to the counting of the votes. I suspect that, you know, when the president comes out here, we're going to see a fair amount of bending of the truth. And I just think we just all have to be prepared for that. You know, we can tiptoe, you know, through the tulips and dance around the truth here, Anderson, or we can just say what we've seen over the last 4 years. This president will lie and lie and lie when it suits his purposes. And I suspect we're going to be seeing more of that when he comes out here.
Jim Acosta of the White House, thanks. Let's go back to Jake. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. And yeah, as we prepare for President Trump to come out, It is interesting how much of the material that is coming from Trump land is being labeled as deceitful or untrue or at least premature by social media companies.
I was just noticing that.
Whether it's YouTube taking down videos that are promoting violence, or Twitter and Facebook weighing in on all these false claims of election fraud. And yet the man leading the charge, President Trump, is still the president of the United States, and he gets to speak to the world.
He does. One of the things I'm going to be interested to see is whether or not the president repeats what his all-caps press release said today, which is stop the count. We were talking during one of the breaks about what would happen if, let's just say in fantasy world, all of the votes, they stopped counting them right now. You know who would be president?
Joe Biden.
Not Donald Trump, Joe Biden. So imagine if he got what he wanted. And the reason I bring that up isn't because that would ever happen. It's just to point out the absurdity of it, because it's not really what he means. What he means is stop counting in the places where my lead is shrinking and continue counting in the places where I think I could potentially make up the difference.
Yeah, and I think we should point out the absurdity of the whole idea that I suspect we will hear from the president, because we've been hearing it from his children and from his allies, that there is some sort of widespread fraud. There would have to be widespread fraud all across the country in all the states where he wanted to win, in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona, in Nevada. And it's improbable that that would happen. And we know that it's not true. But even if it were, even if it were true, would Democrats have then lost the Senate if they could orchestrate a massive fraud on that scale and lost seats in the House?
Not flip one legislature?
It does not make any sense. But we're in a position now where that's where their back is up against the wall. And if we do hear that from President Trump tonight, I think people understand that that's not the case, but that he would be making that argument because he is worried that this is not going to go his way.
And despite what we hear...
Say about your point about stopping the votes from being counted. In Arizona right now, they continue to count the votes. There are tens of thousands left. And Donald Trump is picking up net votes. He is narrowing the margin. Joe Biden has a small lead right now. And Donald Trump, the counting is going on in this Republican state with a Republican governor. And Donald Trump is narrowing. And it's possible, again, I don't know what's going to happen with any of these states. It's possible that Donald Trump will end up winning Arizona. The counting is helping him.
That's right.
In Arizona. So not only is it anti-democratic, and not only is it against how we do elections in this country, it's also stupid because he might be able to win Arizona because they're counting.
That's exactly right. But that was the point about the statement not making any sense and being inconsistent and not real. The other question that I have as we wait for the president to come out any moment is what his posture is going to be just broadly about whether or not he really thinks he can win. The only time we've heard from him since Election Day began, he said I won, which was of course not true. The sense that I'm getting from sources in and around the Trump campaign is that they do not think that that is going to happen. They're seeing the numbers and the data kind of slip away from them. And what I don't know is whether or not that's been communicated to the president in a very real way.
I have questions about that too, because in some ways it seems like the legal strategy is designed to show the president that people are fighting for him, not necessarily being leveling with him about the uphill road that they face. So, I do question whether people who are close to the president, like his senior advisor, Jared Kushner, who's deeply involved in the campaign, and others are leveling with him about what he would need to do to turn around the sort of trend that we seem to be heading toward, especially in two states that he has to win, Pennsylvania and Georgia.
And what's also odd, and you and I were talking about this earlier, and you were just alluding to it, is that one of the president's offspring was out there on Twitter saying, you know, where are all the 2024 Republicans, all the people who are going to run for president next time? They're not defending me. And they're starting to attack each other, going after Senator Lindsey Graham for not saying anything, going after, others. And you know, I get that they want to fight, but there has to be something that they have to fight for.
Right. I mean, there has to be something real there. And so far, it doesn't seem like there is. There's a lot of noise about the potential for fraud, but no actual proof of any of those things.
No, the most they can come up with is that in Philadelphia, there were some questions about one particular convention center area, whether or not they can have observers there. I just went online and there's a live stream of it.
Not even whether they can have observers there, but how close the observers can be to the actual vote counting. Look, you just spoke to a Republican senator from Pennsylvania, and that's kind of all he could come up with in terms of pushing back on what Republicans are trying to say.
Wolf?
All right, Jake, thanks very much. John, we're waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He's going to be going into the White House briefing room, making a statement. We'll see if he answers reporters' questions. Before we hear that, let's do a reality check where things stand right now. He's not doing very well. Biden seems to be doing a whole lot better, getting closer and closer to the 270 electoral votes he needs to be elected President of the United States.
Right. States are counting legally cast ballots. It's trending against the president, and the president is mad. He's tweeting fraud. We'll see if he repeats that when he comes into the briefing room. Perhaps we'll see a different tone. But if you read his tweets, he says the election is being stolen from him. No, they're counting legally cast ballots, and the election is trending away from him. He could still win the presidency. The trend line is going the other way right now, but he is complaining because of this. His lead in Pennsylvania is down to 75,427 votes. It was once above 500,000 votes. So how is that happening? Because they're counting the votes in different process. First, they counted ballots cast on Election Day. President pulled out to a big lead because Republicans voted overwhelmingly on Election Day. Now they're counting ballots cast by mail. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail. We showed you a short time ago. I want to remind you, Cumberland County. The president is carrying this county. It went right after the Secretary of State spoke. They counted nearly 30,000 votes here. Joe Biden won 20,000 of them. Donald Trump won 9,000. So a net for Joe Biden of 11,000 votes in a Republican county. All of the mail-in ballots, even in Republican communities, are disproportionately Democratic. So Joe Biden got a net gain there. Then we'll come down to Philadelphia. We just got some more votes out of Philadelphia. I'll put these up on the board for you. There were, of the ballots cast, there were a little more than 4,000 ballots cast, 3,629 ballots for Joe Biden, 742 for Donald Trump. That is above 80%. Above 80%. It's about 82, 83% in Philadelphia. So you see as these ballots are coming in, this is what's happening. You count a few thousand ballots. Joe Biden gets 3,629. Donald Trump gets 742. And then you come out to the state. That lead keeps shrinking. So that is what is happening as they count legally cast ballots in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. The president leads in both states now, Wolf.
Let's talk about Georgia right now. I suspect he's going to mention Georgia because look at that lead. The president had, at one point, he had hundreds of thousands of vote lead. Now it's down to 9,426.
Right, and they're still counting the ballots here, and we know there are more than enough ballots for Donald Trump to come. For Joe Biden to come back. In fact, there are more than enough ballots right here in this one county, Chatham, Savannah, and they expect, we checked in on this just a short time ago, they expect to have this up tonight. So just this one county alone, if Joe Biden keeps winning the mail-in ballots at the rate he has been, this is enough to either overtake or at least put him right back into contention. It's only 9,426 votes now, and we know there are still some ballots left here in Fulton County, and we know there are still some ballots out here in Gwinnett County. This is Atlanta and the suburbs around it. And again, we have seen counties come in Georgia as well. You see counties come in, and these are counties that the president is winning. But when they count the mail-in ballots, even Democrats in these communities are voting overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. So Donald Trump still carries the red communities, but the late ballots are going for Joe Biden. Well, if this is what the president is mad about, because either he just won't respect or he's not paying attention to the process here. Let's go to Georgia and just look at an example. This is as we went, Tuesday night, election night, into Wednesday morning. The president's ahead by 372,000 votes. That looks like a big lead. Those are ballots cast on Election Day. The state told us we're going to count mail-in ballots later. Goes down Wednesday morning to 109. By Wednesday afternoon, it's down to 79 and change. By Thursday morning, it's down to 31,000. Then you come up Thursday morning a little bit later, it's down to 18,000. Then you get to 12,000. Now you come out in real time, it's down to 9,000. I can show you the same thing in Pennsylvania. I can show you the same thing in most other states. That is what's happening. Now, that looks stunning, right? When you see that lead drop so much. In a normal election, that would be, wow. In this election, we knew this would happen. They counted Election Day ballots first. Then they went back and counted the mail-in ballots. That is what's taking more time. That's why we're here on a Thursday, still talking about an election that was on Tuesday, because they're overwhelmed in the coronavirus pandemic, but they're doing their jobs, counting legally cast ballots.
This is democracy in action, legally counting the ballots. That's what the people want. They want the vote to go to the winner of the ballots, who gets the most vote. If the president comes out and starts saying they're cheating or this is fraud, that is totally unfounded, and it's very, very disturbing in our democracy. It's ridiculous.
Well, he'll be standing in the White House when he says it as well. Look, if he wants to send his Rudy Giuliani or his family members around the country to say things, that's his right. It's not responsible. It's not respectful of the process. He's going to do this standing in the White House, saying that essentially the beacon of America's democracy, the White House, he's going to say he's being cheated in America's democracy. Again, this state has a Republican governor, a Trump-like Republican governor, a Republican governor who listened to him when he said, reopen, please, during the coronavirus, who did just what the president wanted. They're counting votes legally. Now, again, if the president's attorneys see, the other thing about this transparently, there are Democrats and Republicans in every room where these ballots are being counted, in this state and other states. There are eyes on this from everybody. If they see something really wrong, they can raise their hand. We've heard nothing.
We're told he's about to walk out. You and I were both White House correspondents, spent a lot of time in that briefing room. I can't remember a time when I'm bracing for what I'm about to hear from a sitting president of the United States speaking from the West Wing of the White House.
If you read his tweets, and we've known this for 4 years, the president has a very casual relationship with the truth, and he likes to think he can bully and tweet people into doing his way. The leader of the United States cannot say stop the vote. I said this the other night, I'll say it again. We are not in Belarus. We count the votes, and the states are responsible for the administration of the vote. And the states, run by Democrats, run by Republicans, a lot of volunteers in these counties are counting the votes. They're doing their job. And so far, we've heard minimal complaints of what is happening. And again, the transparency of this is full and open. And the president has every right to send people to watch. And if he had a case to really make, he would make it in court, not at press conferences complaining about something that, at least so far, they have absolutely no evidence to prove.
These poll workers all over the country, they're working so hard. They don't work for the president. They work for the American people because they want our democracy. Here he comes. Here comes the president of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. It was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats, and in a really much more competitive states. We did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races, very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. To highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. The Washington Post had Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system. And it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, and that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes, and they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over, and they don't want us to have any observers, although we won a court case. The judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers, and they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why they'd appeal, that all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia. And by the way, got whittled down, and now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours, and a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000 in Michigan. We're way up in Michigan, won the state. And in Wisconsin, we did likewise fantastically well. And that got whittled down. In every case, they got whittled down. Today, we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins, and that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded. So we'll see what happens with that, but we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter. And we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing a lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational, by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen for this. People know what's happening, and they see what's happening, and it's before their eyes. And there are many instances which will be reported very shortly. There's tremendous litigation going on, and this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election, and we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers, and very strongly. Now, we won the case, but they're going forward. They don't want anybody in there. They don't want anybody watching them as they count the ballots. And I can't imagine why. There's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit fraud. There's no question about that. In Philadelphia, observers have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see, and there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia, the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election, honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities, or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about. And for a long time, you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know A lot about it hasn't changed. It's a long time ago and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election. And we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place, and I wouldn't say has the best reputation for election integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots, but when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning. And even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, so they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later, and they suddenly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all. I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, and we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win. And we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you. And I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
What a sad night for the United States of America to hear their president say that, to falsely accuse people of trying to steal the election, to try to attack democracy that way with this feast of falsehoods. Lie after lie after lie about the election being stolen. No evidence for what he's saying, just smears about the integrity of vote counting in state after state. When he wins a state, it's legitimate. When he loses, it's because the vote is being stolen from him. It's not true. It's ugly. It's frankly pathetic The president, for example, he assailed vote by mail. Why, he asked, why are the vote by mail ballots so overwhelmingly in favor of Joe Biden? We all know the answer. It's because the president told his supporters not to vote by mail. So Democrats did it overwhelmingly, and his supporters turned out in droves on Election Day. Look, President Trump has always been transparent about the smears and lies and strategies of falsehoods. We knew he was going to do this. We knew he was going to claim votes by mail were not real. But he's wrong. It's a lie. He's lying about the election. He's smearing the American people. He's smearing people who are working at polls, and it's a disgrace. We knew that the president was not going to lose graciously if he lost. But frankly, watching him flail like this is just pathetic.
As he was talking, I was trying to reach out to some senior Republicans to ask when the intervention is going to happen. Because this isn't just partisan. This isn't just dangerous. It's nonsensical. It's illogical. And there's so many things to say. One of the things that I was thinking about listening to him now is how much we listened to him for the past, 4, 5 months, telling his voters, do not vote early. It's fraudulent. And now we sort of suspected it then. Now we know the reason for that, so that he could have this moment in the White House briefing room. So he could say that the votes that are coming in by mail are fraudulent. And the reason is because he knew that Democrats, because we are in a pandemic, were more apt to vote early by mail and to not want to risk their health and sometimes their lives by going to vote in person. It's a setup. He set the country up. He set his supporters up for a moment like this, which is completely false. And you said sad. It is sad. I mean, I'm not an emotional person, and I'm having trouble kind of keeping it together after listening to the President of the United States saying what he just said.
This president clearly knows that this is not going to end well for him, or he believes that. And he's trying to take the rest of the country down with him. Yeah. He's trying to take the voting system down with him, the democratic process down with him. And beyond being completely selfish, it also is just wrong. And as you said, where's the intervention? I don't know where it is. And it probably should have happened months ago because, as you said, Dana, he already told us he was going to do this. He's already said months ago, the only way I could lose this election is if there were widespread, massive fraud, which we knew was not going to happen. And now he is apparently, he believes he is losing the election. The numbers are not heading in his direction. And he's claiming that there is fraud everywhere in the country except for one place, the place where the vote count is narrowing in his favor in Arizona. This is a complete farce and a travesty, and it's incredible that he's doing it from the White House, but notable also, Vice President Mike Pence, nowhere to be found.
Well, the other thing is the point that you made earlier, Abby, which is the president would like us to believe, would like the nation to believe that there is this grand conspiracy in every state in the nation to take this election from him. And yet, somebody else gave him a list of Republican accomplishments in this election to read from, right? Not one Republican lost a seat in the House. That Republicans held on to the Senate. A tremendous night of success for the Republican Party. So President Trump would have you believe that the elections went great for every Republican in the country almost, except for him. So the diabolical Democrats and big money, big media, and big tech conspired. And we all got together and we decided what we're going to do is we're going to help every Republican win elections across the country except for Donald Trump. Yep. Does that make sense to anybody except for the most fevered brain?
Yeah, unfortunately, the answer is no. Is it logical? Of course not. Did what you just say make sense? Absolutely. Trying to dissect it. But I will say it again. One of the reasons why what we just heard and saw is dangerous is not just because he's the president of the United States. It is because there are so many people who absolutely love him and believe everything he says. So he and mostly his children on Twitter are sowing the seeds of doubt in democracy in a way that is it is going to make it very hard for his party, frankly, to come back from?
You know, the president and his children, especially, are actively and openly inciting violence in this country. The president's son tweeted that Trump will go to war over this election. The president said tonight that his supporters were so angry that they couldn't get into a place where they were tabulating votes, that they would get violent almost. So it's intentional and it's dangerous, and it really needs to stop. The votes need to be counted, and the president needs to abide by whatever that result is. He signaled tonight that he is not going to be willing to do that, and that is dangerous for this country.
It's time for some Republican lawmakers to find their spine and talk to the president about what he needs to do for the good of the country. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. We have never seen really, other than, well, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this from a president of the United States. And I think, as Jake said, it's sad and it is truly pathetic. And of course it is dangerous, and of course it will go to courts. But you'll notice the president did not have any evidence presented at all. Nothing. No real, actual evidence of any kind of fraud. He talked about people putting up papers in windows. He talked about things that he'd seen on the internet. That is the president of the United States. That is the most powerful person in the world. And we see him like an obese turtle on his back, flailing in the hot sun, realizing his time is over. But he just hasn't accepted it, and he wants to take everybody down with him, including this country. Gloria?
You know, I think that the world is watching, and they're watching an American president undermine democracy in the United States. It's painful to those of us who love America. It is painful and dangerous what he's doing. It is not surprising, of course, because he told us early on that if he didn't win, he was going to say the election was rigged, and maybe we didn't believe he would come out and do it in this way. But it is still startling to us to just hear the president from a podium in the White House undermine democracy. And as Jake was saying before, I have to keep saying, if this was such a big plot by Democrats, why didn't they do better? Why didn't they do better in the House? Why didn't they do better in the Senate? So the president makes himself the ultimate victim here. Over and over again, it's about him. And it's not about the fact that the other Republicans did okay. It's about him, and his family is complaining. Why isn't everybody coming out and defending him? Why isn't Lindsey Graham coming out and defending him? Because a lot of Republicans, it is time for them to say enough is enough.
Rick Santorum?
No Republican elected official is going to stand behind that statement. I mean, none of them will. They will stand behind elements of that statement. They will stand behind his comment about the polling and how you could make the argument that it was suppression and dishonest. I mean, you can stand behind the lack of transparency when it came to allowing the votes to be counted. There's evidence of that, and he provided some evidence for that. There are certain things they will stand behind in that statement because they reflect the reality. But much of that statement was not factual and was at times incendiary and not something that President of the United States should say or any elected official should say.
You said
unless you have evidence to prove it. And at this point in time, we don't, and we won't until there is an investigation as to what happened. And I got to tell you, I sat there and I listened to him talking about the votes being taken away from him. And then he shifted to Arizona and said, hey, I win this thing if they count the votes. Well, how can you say, well, we have to wait and count the votes in Arizona and I can win this thing if we're making it. But if you count the votes in Philadelphia, you're stealing them. The reality is in Pennsylvania, Democrats voted by mail and Republicans voted by in person. And it's because you asked them to do so. And so I think most people, hopefully, I just encourage people to listen, because I know there's a lot of people who think this election is stolen. A lot of people think there is fraud. And you know what? there may be fraud. There may be all the. We don't know that right now. And for the president to go out there and claim that without any evidence of that is dangerous. And I just would say to the president, you know, there may be some validity in some of the things that you believe, but to go out there and suggest that this is rigged or that counting votes in my home state by clerks all over 67 counties, and as you kept losing votes, was somehow rigged? No, Democrats voted by mail. That's why your lead went away. Had they voted in person, you would be in the same position we are right now. So it's just it's very disappointing.
Well, I think
shocking at times to hear the president say the things that he said, and I'm hopeful that that Republicans will stand up at this moment and say what needs to be said about the integrity of our election. Be tough, fight. I want him to fight. I want him to make sure that this election was held fairly, but I don't want him to draw these conclusions when he doesn't have the evidence to back it up.
Well, I just want to thank you for what you just said. First of all, it's not an easy thing to say, given the polarity in the country. But I just want to just say, as a dad, as a you saying that. And I hope that other Republicans will also stand with you. You're right. You've been all night. There are some things that you guys don't like, and you want to fight on those narrow issues. But to have the President of the United States take that position that he took, I think is very dangerous. But it's comforting to me that our system is holding. People are still counting these votes. We're still moving forward, and I just want to say I appreciate you saying that.
The governor of Georgia is going to count these votes. The governor of Arizona is going to count these votes. I mean, they're Republican governors.
Yeah. As is the Secretary of State in Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, and the Secretary of State. So, look,
so what do other Republicans do? And what does a Mitch McConnell come out and say? What does...
Mitch McConnell's going to say what Mitch McConnell said today. We're going to count the votes. And that's what every Republican is going to say. The votes in Pennsylvania need to be counted. People voted. You have to count their votes. And if there are instances in which we find some sort of fraud or some sort of
shenanigans
that are being played, you investigate them, you get to the bottom of them, and if they're substantial, I mean, there's this claim running out there that there's 130,000 votes, and the president referred to it, that came out of nowhere in Michigan. Okay, if that's true, prove it. Right. Go out there and find find it and do it. And if it's true, then you got a serious problem, and then we attack it. But counting absentee ballots and counting mail-in ballots is not fraud.
Well, let's be clear. The president believes that an election is fraudulent when he does not win. That is what he believes. Before the election in 2016, when he thought he wasn't going to win, he predicted that the election would be rigged, that the election was fraudulent. When he didn't win the popular vote, he contended that the 3 million votes that he lost by were fraudulent votes, and he impaneled a commission, a government commission, to find those votes, and they never could. So really this is incredibly disturbing, but it's not surprising. This is who he is. I have big differences with Donald Trump over policy, and the same differences that I probably have with you over some of these policies. But what we've learned is how much our democracy relies on people of goodwill in high places respecting its tenets, understanding that its institutions are absolutely essential and to its functioning, and there is nothing more sacred than this institution, and he is willing to subjugate the institutions of our democracy to his own personal interests, and that has been true from the beginning. This is just the latest and the saddest chapter, and it's increasingly looking like the last one.
I want to add something, Gloria, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Part of what he said that's so terrible is that he's attacking actual Americans who right now, he said in Detroit they're not letting Republicans in. That's literally not true. It's just not true. Republicans and Democrats are standing shoulder to shoulder in Detroit right now counting those votes. So it's unbelievable the level of lying that he's doing. Putin could not come up with a better attack on our democracy.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more.
The President of the United States.
Let me say something that let's just be really blunt about this. Why is he talking about Detroit? Why is he talking about Philadelphia?
Yeah.
It's not subtle. It's race. It's race. It's Donald Trump's go-to play, and it's disgusting. So I just want to say that.
I appreciate you teeing it up. It's unbelievable that he can say these cities are known for corruption, et cetera, et cetera. There's corruption all across this country, in every institution. Why are you singling out these two black cities? Why are you denying the victory that these people have fought for? I'm upset about it because African Americans have fought so hard for the right to vote. I just want to finish. African Americans and our allies have fought so hard for the right to. This right to vote for us is precious. John Lewis died this year. This is something we went and we got young African Americans across this country to believe, to buy in, to stand in line, to do this thing, and have the President of the United States crap all over their efforts. It hurts. And you can say he didn't mean it to be racial, but it feels racial to us.
It's disgraceful. I've covered politics a really long time, and I've never witnessed anything like this. And again, as you were saying, you're not surprised, but it's still stunning and striking at so many levels. You talk about the issue of race, I totally agree with you. But it's watching a president who is unable to accept loss or potential loss, defeat. Losing is for suckers. Remember that? If he can't accept it, so he has to find a way to undermine the process that has him losing. And the process that has him losing is President of the United States. Again, not surprising, but just shocking and very sad.
I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's at the White House. Jim?
Yeah. I mean, Anderson, I think what we listened to just a few moments ago from the president, it sounded an awful like an attack on American democracy. And President Trump fired the first shot in this attack on our democracy. And let me tell you, just based on what I've observed covering him over the last 5 years, what the president counts on often is that he can exhaust his adversaries. He can exhaust you to the point where you just give up, where you let him have his way. And what we're seeing take place in these counting centers and these various states that are still up for grabs is the tireless work of our fellow Americans counting the ballots. They're not getting exhausted. They're probably exhausted, but they're not going to let that stop them from doing what they're doing. And so I would say, and this has been sort of my guiding principle covering this president for the last 4 or 5 years, is that you just can't get so exhausted to the point that you give up. We can't stop fact-checking him. We can't stop calling him out on the carpet. What we heard from the president just a short while ago, it sounded like somebody who is just a sore loser. He sees the writing on the wall, and the writing on the wall says he's a one-term president. And as Gloria was just saying, he doesn't want to be one of the suckers and the losers. He wants to be a winner. And for the president, winning is everything. But at this point, the math isn't there. As a Trump advisor told me earlier today, the math isn't there. We need an act of God to change the course of this race. It's not happening. And so, my sense of it is at this point is that, yes, the president and his team, they're going to try to lock things up. They're going to try to lock up the gears of this democracy in court, but they're fighting a losing battle when you have the president saying, stop the counting in places like Philadelphia and Detroit and keep the counting going in Arizona. As somebody who's been involved in a court case with the president, that is the kind of legal argument that is just not going to cut the mustard. And my guess is that we're going to see more frustrated, sore loser like pronouncements, declarations from the president over the coming days, but he's not in control of this. The voters are in control of this. Our fellow Americans are in control of this. The people who count the ballots and election authorities across the country who are in control of this, not the president. The Constitution guides us through this process. Established election law in this country guides us through this process. Ballots will be counted, ballots will be certified, election results will be certified, and the president, he can try to stay in the White House come January 20th, and Joe Biden could be sworn in over at the Four Seasons in Georgetown and be president down there. The president thinks he has won the game, but at this point, he is as much a witness to all of this as we are. He's as much a bystander to all of this as we are. We have to count the ballots, guys.
Yeah, this is a country of laws, and though the president has said he is a law and order president, we will see about that. There are laws. This will go to courts. Evidence has to be produced, as Rick Santorum said. If there is evidence, judges will decide on that. Much of what the president said tonight is there is not real evidence, and if he has real evidence for it, that will be presented in court. The American people can see that. Caitlin Collins standing by as well. Caitlin?
Well, Anderson, I think not only were the president's comments undermining democracy, he also just seemed to express a complete misunderstanding of how elections work, and particularly this election, and how people have been saying for the last 6 months they expected Tuesday to go and the days that followed. And we've seen it play out exactly as people predicted. But the president seemed genuinely surprised that he was leading in some states on Tuesday, and he is now trailing in those states as millions more votes have been counted, particularly from Democrats, given that the president encouraged his own supporters not to vote by mail for 6 months. When you wage a campaign against mail-in voting for the better part of the year before the election, your voters are not going to vote by mail, and then you are going to get your votes on Election Day and not in the days that follow. But he seemed genuinely surprised that he was leading by a substantial margin in places like Pennsylvania and like Georgia, and now those margins have been narrowed significantly as we have seen more Democratic votes come in and be counted and be perfectly legal. He also doesn't seem to know who is counting the votes, because he said in Georgia the process is being run by Democrats. It's a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. I think the only thing the president said that was true there is that there is going to be litigation in the next several days. That is something we are certainly expecting from the Trump campaign. But he also made clear, Anderson, he is not planning on conceding this, even as we are seeing what's happening in Georgia and Pennsylvania, still waiting to find out what's going to happen in Arizona. And I just want to note, the Vice President, Mike Pence, has also been silent over the last 48 hours. He was not there with the president. It was just the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. But he just tweeted that he stands with the president and he agrees that all legal votes should be counted. Anderson, that is not what the president said, not even by a long shot, as he just came out to that briefing room.
Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. We are getting new numbers in from Georgia and Pennsylvania, where the president's lead is almost gone. We'll go to both battleground states as the votes continue to be counted.
Meanwhile, the vote counting continues, and it does not look good for the president of the United States. He only has 213 electoral votes. Joe Biden has 253, need 270. Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this election. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, take a look at these two states, in Georgia and Pennsylvania. It's getting so close. In Georgia right now, with 99% of the estimated vote in, but plenty of votes outstanding, Trump's lead, which was once so significant, is now only 3,486. He's 3,486 votes ahead of Biden, 49.4% to 49.3%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump's lead has shrunk so dramatically. Look at how close it is right now. In Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has also dramatically shrunk. 94% of the estimated vote is now in, so there's still plenty of votes outstanding. His lead now is only shrunk to 64,266. At one point, it was 600,000. Biden is just behind, 49.8% to 48.9%. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. He becomes the next president of the United States. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, these are dramatic moments right now, because it looks increasingly like Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this contest.
Dramatic is an understatement. Movement toward Joe Biden in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden does not need to win either one of these states. He can be president just by winning Nevada and Arizona, where he now leads. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Must win. He cannot get to 270 electoral votes without these two states. Let's start here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What we have seen just playing out recently is just more than dramatic. You see the lead now down to 64,266 votes as votes come in just in the last hour or so. Erie County, up here, northwest corner of Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. Lehigh County, right here, Allentown, Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. More votes coming in. The president's lead is shrinking. Additionally, some votes here in Philadelphia coming in as well. Let me come right here. The city of Philadelphia. This is where most of the outstanding ballots are still coming from, the largest population center in the state. And again, as they come in, just watch what happens here. About 12,000 ballots came in, a little more than that. Joe Biden, of those, got 10,839, right? Donald Trump got 467. 87% of the ballots in Philadelphia. That is what's happening. Time and time again, when you see these ballots coming in, you see right here, and you come up here, 49.8 to 48.9 right now, 64,000. We know there are enough ballots. There are enough ballots for Joe Biden to overtake this lead. Well, if you want to see some of the drama of this is what the president is mad about. What we just heard from the president of the United States is just plain wrong. I'm sorry, but it's just plain wrong. Yes, in the Election Day count, he pulled well ahead. We all knew they were going to count the mail-in ballots last. Legally cast ballots. There are Republican observers in every one of the rooms. The president keeps saying that's not true. He was talking about Philadelphia. They won a lawsuit to move a few feet closer. They were in the room the entire time. It's not that they can't see this, but let's watch this play out. Midnight, Tuesday, as we went from Election Day into Wednesday, 548,000, so more than 500,000 votes. It grows to more than 618,000 votes. Then you start moving later. It starts to come down. Wednesday, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Thursday morning, midnight. Thursday at midnight as we change days. Then you see it come down to 164. You see it come down there. And you see it come down even more. And here we are in real time, 64,000 votes. And you saw Erie County flip. Allentown flipped as well. Still votes to count in Philadelphia. The president's lead is shrinking. Will Joe Biden overtake him? We have to keep counting the votes. But the trend line is dramatic. Let's move down to Georgia. Again, the president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes. Nor can he win without also adding Georgia to that. And look at that. Just look at that. 3,486 votes. While the president was on television, forgive me, lying about how the process works, votes came in here in Chatham County, and it swung the race dramatically closer. Joe Biden now making up a lot of ground here. And again, let's do the same thing, and let's just play out how this has happened in recent days. The president calls this a fraud. If you think about what it's really called, it's called democracy. Let's go back to the beginning here. Let me bring out the state of Georgia for you down here. Make sure we have Georgia loaded so we get the right numbers. And there we go. This is Wednesday, midnight, Tuesday, election night. We're shifting into the early morning hours Wednesday. The president, yes, he's well ahead. By Wednesday morning, though, as they start to count more votes, the lead shrinks. You see it shrink more now, 79,000 votes. Continues to shrink to 31,000 votes. Comes down to 18,000 votes and change. Gets to 12,000 votes. And then we come back to real time, we're at 3,000 votes. So the trend lines here have been unmistakable. As they count the mail-in ballots, ballots that are legally cast by registered Georgia voters, the president's lead is shrinking. And we know, again, that there are enough ballots left in Georgia. There are 18,936. That's from a few minutes ago. A little bit of that could have changed. Joe Biden can win as long as he needs to get around 53% of those ballots as it comes through the rest of the count. Will he get that? We don't know. We need to count the votes. But what is happening is called democracy and vote counting. There's a Republican governor here. There's a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania. The officials, the Democrats and Republicans in these centers, again, they're counting votes. The president's lead is slipping. That's what he's mad about. And Wolf, just for the big picture, he absolutely, the president must win, must win. Joe Biden does not have to.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania for a moment, specifically Philadelphia. Our decision desk is just updating us on the numbers in Philadelphia right now. The new numbers that just came in, 1,467. That's the updated number that we just got.
Right.
And that went to Biden. He got almost all of the votes that have just come in, 1,467 in Philadelphia County, which is the same as the city of Philadelphia right there. You can see how strong Biden is doing.
That was my mistake. I'm sorry. I just want to fix it to be fair to the president. That was my mistake in writing it down. I looked down at my notes and I missed it. I said 467. He got 1,467. But the math is still the same. 87% for Joe Biden. 87% for Joe Biden in the last tranche of votes that came in from Philadelphia. And again, we know there are more votes to come from the city of Philadelphia. 89%. This is the backbone, if you will, the building block of the Democratic vote in Pennsylvania. Now, there's no guarantee Joe Biden keeps on this path, but if you watch the path throughout the day, Joe Biden is getting 75, 76% or more of the mail-in ballots. And again, it's unusual to see a lead like that come down so much, but we are in an unprecedented election where the election day vote was counted first. That's all this read. The president, all those rallies in the final days, to his credit, turned out his vote. But The Democratic vote was disproportionately in those mail-in ballots. That's what they're casting now. The president's team has every right to challenge any of them, but what the president said at that briefing, in the briefing, is just not true. They're counting votes. They're counting legally cast votes, and his lead is coming down. Again, we'll see. We're at 94%, and we have a ways to go. I just want to come over here just to reinforce the point. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, game over. He's at 273. Once you get to 270, then you're just adding on. But the real math, the real way to look at this is to come back to where we are, is that Biden is leading out here. Biden can win with this and this. He doesn't need anything else. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to win Nevada and Arizona, but he's leading there right now, and the Biden team is quite confident about the vote count there. The issue, Wolf, is when you come back here, there is just no way. There is no way. The president, we think, is going to win North Carolina. The president is going to win Alaska. And the president at the moment, let's see if I can touch it right this time. Of course not. Let me bring it out here and do. Joe Biden is winning this one and this one. The president is leading. Maine does its electoral votes by, let me bring it back out here, does its electoral votes by congressional district. So that's where we think the president is going to get. The question is, can he get higher from there? He has to have this and this. There's no way. Even that's not enough. He has to, but he has to have that and that. And right now, his leads are shrinking.
And if Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Those 20 electoral votes go to Biden. He's up to 273. Sarah Murray's actually in Philadelphia watching all of this unfold. Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
I mean, that's right, Wolf. Look, there is a very slim lead right now, 64,000 votes, and there are still a lot of votes outstanding here. In Philadelphia County, we know that there are about 74,000 votes that still have not been counted. You know, we know there's been this issue in Allegheny County where they had to sort of pause, and they're going to resume some counting tomorrow. They've got at least 36,000 votes outstanding. And in Bucks County, another big county, Philadelphia suburb, they've got just under 25,000 votes still outstanding. So there are still some big kind of pots of ballots to be counted. We're waiting for these mail-in ballots to be counted. One of the things we should keep in mind as we kind of see some of this stuff slow to a little bit of a trickle is some of these counties are contending with ballots that had an issue going through the scanner. So they may be dealing now with thousands of ballots that they have to count by hand. And we're not talking about them counting ballots that they're not supposed to be counting. If it doesn't have a secrecy sleeve, it's not getting counted. If it doesn't have a signature on the outside of the envelope, it's not getting counted. We're just talking about ballots that had an issue going through these machines, and it's going to take a little bit longer to count them by hand. That is one of the things officials are contending with in these various counties. The other thing, of course, is just the sheer volume. We know in places like Bucks County, we know in places like here in Philadelphia, they are counting 24/7, but they are trying to do this in a way that is accurate, and it is just taking a while, Wolf.
You know, it's very, very interesting. Sarah, you know, John, if we take a look at Philadelphia right now, 80% for Biden, only 18.8% for Trump. And that's where, look, 12% of the population of the whole state is in Philadelphia.
And think about it. I want to walk through a couple of these counties. Just want you what Sarah just said, let's put it in context. Philadelphia, Joe Biden is getting 80% of the vote, right? 80% of the vote. In the last count, he got 87% of the mail-in ballots counted. But let's just say he's getting 80% of it. Sarah just told us there are 74,000 ballots here, right? 74,000 ballots. Remember that number, 74,000 ballots.
One more zero.
Right. Oh, 7,400. There you go. Thank you for that. So 74,000 ballots. Joe Biden's getting 80% or more in Philadelphia right now. That right there, you know, when we come out to the lead, but 74,000 there in Philadelphia. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State says there are 250,000, 250,666 mail ballots to be counted. 74,000 of them are there. You move over to Bucks County right here. You have another 25,000 of them are here. Now, this is more evenly split in the total count, but we know earlier in the day, in the mail-in ballots, you have to remember the distinction, Joe Biden is getting a much higher percentage than that. So you've got 74,000 there, 36,000 there in blue counties where Joe Biden is winning overwhelmingly. Then let's come back out, and as Sarah noted, then you come over here to Allegheny, where there are 36,000 ballots to be counted. Again, Joe Biden is getting roughly 60% of the vote out there, and in the mail-in ballots, he's getting a higher percentage of that. So these ballots that we're looking for, 250,000 and change, are overwhelmingly in blue Democratic areas, and again, 225,000 ballots to be cast. The president has to be counted, 64,266 vote lead. Joe Biden is on a pace right now, not only to catch the president, but to pass him. And we said a little bit earlier, if he was getting about 70% of that vote, he would pass the president and pull into a 40,000 vote lead. The math for Joe Biden since then is actually a little better than that. So the possibility that if Joe Biden continues at his current pace, he will not only catch and pass the president, he would open a lead somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000 votes.
And then what's ironic is if Biden wins Pennsylvania by 40,000 votes, Trump beat Hillary Clinton 4 years ago by about 40,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 44,292 specifically. We would have to take note of that as well. But Pennsylvania, that's the whole ballgame, 20 electoral votes. If Biden wins those 20 votes, it's all over no matter what happens in the other states. We're getting new numbers in Arizona right now. We're going to update you on that. All of the latest information coming in, much more of our special coverage continues. All right, let's get another key race alert. Take a look at these numbers right now. 4 contests, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania. Look at how close the contests are right now. In Georgia right now, President Trump's lead has shrunk so dramatically. It is only 3,486 votes right now, and there are thousands of votes outstanding, mostly mail-in ballots that were promoted by the Democrats. They wanted mail-in ballots during the middle of this coronavirus pandemic. The president opposed those mail-in ballots, and he's paying a serious price for all the thousands, hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots that are still being counted. In Nevada right now, Biden is ahead by 11,438 in Nevada. In Arizona, Biden is ahead by 58,953. Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania by 64,266, but that lead has shrunk dramatically as well. And almost all of the remaining ballots are the mail-in ballots coming in, and the Democrats, and Biden is winning those ballots dramatically right now. Let's go over to John King and continue this conversation. John, you're looking at Arizona right now. The Biden lead has shrunk there in Arizona. He still has a lead, but it has shrunk.
Right, and let's play it out again. This is one of the states in Georgia and Pennsylvania, we're talking about how the president's lead is shrinking. In Arizona, it's going in a different direction. This is back as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. Joe Biden ahead 207,000 votes there. Then you come through here, you watch it by 1 a.m. It was down to 185 and change, then down to 155, 800. Then by Wednesday 3 a.m., I'm sorry, down to 130. And then as we went through the day, 10 a.m. yesterday, 93,000 votes. It falls to 79,000 votes. Falls to 69,000 votes, and then you come out to real time right now, it is just shy of 59,000 votes. So it's the reverse of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and it's the same question. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, we're asking, can Biden make it up and pass? Here, we're asking, can President Trump make it up and pass? And again, we have to watch as we get the votes. Maricopa County, as always, 60% of the state population. This is where we've been getting small batches of votes coming in throughout the day. This is where the president's votes have narrowed the gap a little bit. So you pull it out right now, and if you're in the Biden campaign, they're very confident about this. They believe as the votes come in, they will hold it. But you have to acknowledge the trend right now is that the president is narrowing this gap. This was a state the president won, not by a lot. Let's go back in time. It was a 4.5 point race, 3.5 point race, I'm sorry, 3.5 point race 4 years ago. Again, you see Maricopa County here, largest population center, red for Trump 4 years ago. You come right here, blue for Biden at the moment right now. This is the battle for America's suburbs. It's playing out across the country, and Biden has been winning it. This is pretty narrow, though, 58,000 votes. And this is a state, if Biden holds this lead, and if Biden holds his lead in Nevada, he would be the president-elect of the United States without Georgia or without Pennsylvania, but we're still counting.
Let's check in with Kyung La. She's in Phoenix for us right now. What are you hearing over there? What are you seeing, Kyung?
Well, we're just getting a response from a GOP source who is looking at the very same numbers. And this GOP source is saying this is going very well. What they are looking at is the exact gap that you're talking about, how it is shrinking between the president and the former vice president. So as that number continues to shrink, certainly the mood among the GOP here in Arizona is rising. So what they are looking for, though, in about an hour and 15 minutes is what is going to come out of the department here at Maricopa County, the elections department. They are still counting the votes. They are, in just over an hour, going to be releasing the latest ballot results. And that ballot result will be very important on how the president is doing here in the state. We don't have an exact number of how many ballots will be coming out, but that is going to tell us which direction the president is going. So a lot of eyes here in Arizona on that. And meanwhile, we've been talking about those protests, very calm protests out here. It is fenced off, this area, just to separate and bring some distance between the elections department and the people who are here. But it has been exceptionally peaceful throughout the day. A lot of families, a a lot of flags, but this is what they wanted to see here if this was going to happen, that they were able to gather outside, have their say, and then hopefully and peacefully go home.
All right, Kyung La on the scene for us out in Arizona. You know, John, it's interesting. When the numbers shrink in the president's favor, as they are in Arizona right now, that's legal and that's totally acceptable. That's very, very good. But when the numbers shrink in Georgia or Pennsylvania, that's a fraud, according to the president of the United States. He makes no sense.
No, a polite way to put it would be it's an intellectual inconsistency. The right way to put it would be it's just all politics and it's a sham. And you're right, it makes no sense. The president says, keep counting votes as long as I'm doing well. Stop counting votes if it's taking away my lead. That's not the way it works. We count the votes everywhere. And if the president catches up, I just want to show you some numbers here. This is what happened. This is why the lead shrunk a little bit. We did get more votes in Maricopa County. And from Biden got 3,040. The president got 9,266. So essentially a 6,000 vote pickup for the president there. And guess what, Mr. President? We're going to count the votes. And if they favor you, we're going to show that. And if they don't, we're going to show that. That's how democracy works. We're just counting votes. We're doing math as the honest people in all these voting centers. Where Kyung is here, where Martin Savage was in Chatham, where all of our correspondents are. We just talked to Sarah Murray. They're just watching people. And that's the key point about this. If you're a Trump supporter, go online. Most of these places have cameras. All of them are posting their results. This is happening transparently. There are Democrats and the Republicans in every one of these rooms. If they see something wrong, they have every right to challenge it. But you have to prove it. You can't just say it. And what you heard from the president was reckless. And again, he said earlier, stop the count. If we stop the count right now, Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States because he's leading in Arizona and Nevada, and the president would stop what possibly would be a Trump comeback. We don't know yet. We're still counting votes. Biden thinks it will stay, but this state right now is trending in the president's direction. Would he like us to stop the count? Just give it to Joe Biden? I think not. It makes no sense, but I'll just leave it there. It makes no sense, and it is completely contrary of what he is saying here and here. And I just want to check, because this has been changing, it stays the same right now. Again, Joe Biden has been making up ground at a very steady pace. The president's still ahead in Georgia. Jump in, please, anytime.
Yeah.
And I just want to check on Pennsylvania again. It's the same. We're watching just to see, these counties are counting votes and they report them when they can. And we never, in these places, out here in the West, Arizona and Nevada, they tend to do it more on a schedule. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're just doing it when a county has enough. They pop them up and they head up to the website. You know, those 15 minutes, that 15-minute speech that the president delivered in the briefing room at the White House, wasn't at a hotel, it wasn't at a campaign rally, it was at the White House speaking as president of the United States. You and I are former White House correspondents. Do you ever remember a time, John, when a president would walk into a briefing room like that and make a statement that was so full of lies and so very, very dangerous that only America's adversaries, whether Russia or China or North Korea or Iran, they would say, look, there's great political dissent, there's chaos in the United States. That's what we've been trying to achieve all these years, to weaken the American democracy, and that's what we saw. Right. Look, we covered the Bill Clinton White House at the same time during the impeachment. There were times when Bill Clinton walked into official rooms at the White House and lied about his personal conduct and his personal behavior. We can't put that under the rug. That's true. That he was the president of the United States. He was a Democrat. He said some things in those days that were flat-out lies. They were about his personal behavior and the investigation of him. So Republicans out there will say he was trying to undermine an investigation of him. It's a fair point. But consistently attacking the institutions of American democracy, no. Even as Bill Clinton was criticizing the investigation, he did ultimately, after resisting for a while, testify. This president of the United States is attacking the most sacred institution of American democracy, which is voting. That's all we're doing here tonight, is counting legally cast votes. And America's adversaries can sit back and smile. We're expecting new votes to come in from key battleground states very, very soon. Stay with us. Election night in America continues. This hour, two important presidential battlegrounds are moving more and more in Joe Biden's direction. I'm Wolf Blitzer. The former vice president has nearly wiped out President Trump's lead in Georgia as more votes are counted, and he's pushing even closer to the president in Pennsylvania tonight. Those are must-win battlegrounds for Trump, and they appear to be slipping away.
Meantime, Arizona has moved in a different direction tonight as Biden's lead there has narrowed. Biden needs to win one or two of those states or Nevada to increase his electoral vote count from the current 253 to the winning number of 270. Trump is lagging at only 213. And tonight he's making false and dangerous attacks on the legitimate vote counting that continues right now. Here's a key race alert. Look at these three states. In Arizona right now, Biden maintains his lead 50.2% to 48.3%, but the lead has shrunk. He's leading right now by 56,547. 87% of the estimated vote is in. 13% remains outstanding. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Pennsylvania, meantime, Trump's lead has shrunk dramatically. In Pennsylvania, he's now ahead by only 63,725 votes. He's got 49.8% to 48.9% for Biden. 94% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in. 6% is outstanding. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden were to win all 20 of those electoral votes, he would be president of the United States. In Georgia right now, look at this. Trump's dramatic lead, it used to be in the hundreds of thousands, is now only 3,486. 49.4% for Trump, 49.3% for Biden. 99% of the estimated vote is in. 16 electoral votes in Georgia. We're watching those streets those races so closely. As we walk over to John King at the Magic Wall, I want to check in with Gary Tuchman. He's on the ground for us in Atlanta right now, watching what's going on. Gary, I understand you have some new information.
Yeah, I want to start off by telling you, Wolf, this building behind me is the state capitol in Georgia. Two people who work inside this building are the governor and the secretary of state. They are both Republicans. They are in charge of the state election apparatus. President Trump said it was Democrats who are in charge of Georgia's election apparatus. That is not true. And that Secretary of State, who says he's doing everything by the book, trying to keep everything secure, has come out with some new numbers just a short time ago. He says there are still 18,936 votes to be counted. The reason that number is so interesting is because right now Donald Trump is less than 3,500 votes in front of Joe Biden. Doing some very simple math, I can tell you that if Joe Biden gets 61% or more of those remaining votes, those remaining 18,936 votes, he would move in front of Donald Trump. But those aren't the only votes left, and this is a very important point. There are far more than 18,900 votes to count because there are still thousands of provisional ballots to count, including 3,500 here in Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Georgia. The provisional ballots are used for people who go in to vote, and here in Georgia you need to show identification. If you walk in, you don't have an ID, or if you're registered in two addresses, or your name's spelled differently, you fill out a provisional ballot, and then they make sure it's okay, that you're supposed to vote, and they count it. And usually they'll count most of those. So there's thousands more votes to count. In addition, there's up to 9,000 overseas ballots from expats and military members that are allowed to come as late as tomorrow, and those could also be included in the count. Now, I want to tell you what we're hearing. It's 7 counties here in the state that are part of that 18,936 number. Most of them are from Democratic counties. And one of them is Clayton County, which is where the Atlanta airport is located, south of the city of Atlanta, 5,726 votes. Gwinnett County, which is east of Atlanta, 4,800 votes. And one other county in the Atlanta metropolitan area, Cobb County, 700 votes. There are some votes, and a considerable amount, maybe as many as 20%, from Republican-leaning areas. One of them is Forsyth County, 4,713 votes. That's just north of Atlanta. There's also Lawrence County, which is 1,797, Taylor County, 456, and Floyd County, 444. So those are the 7 counties that have the 18,936 outstanding votes. But it's so important to emphasize that you still have these provisional ballots. I also want to tell you something important to know, that the counties have until a week from Friday to certify these ballots. So there's no expectation it's going to be done late tonight or tomorrow. It may take a lot longer, particularly with these provisional ballots. And then the state certifies the ballots by the 20th of November, which is still quite a distance away. So the race is very close in Georgia. Joe Biden has had a pace that's been greater than 61% picking up these votes when they've been checking out these absentee ballots. He just needs 61% based on this number. The one other thing I want to mention to you, Wolf and John, is this. I've spent the election day in Ohio. I've spent time here. I've been with hundreds of election workers in both those states. There are thousands of election workers across this country. They are Republicans, they are Democrats, they are independents, they are good Americans. We as journalists can take the disrespect from politicians. We're used to it. But it hurts me, it pains me to see the disrespect, the anger from politicians directed towards this process when we see these amazingly noble people working during a dangerous pandemic to try to ensure that our elections are fair and safe. It's hard to watch.
Yeah, very well said, Gary. Thank you so much for that. We totally agree with you. We know these people. They are wonderful, decent people. Let's make some sense of Georgia going on right now. Trump is ahead, John, by 3,486. We just heard from Gary, 18,936 ballots are waiting to be counted. Biden can easily get 60, 70, 80% of that. And if he does, he probably will win that state.
Right. And so some people watching at home are going to say, wait a minute, what do you mean Biden can easily get 60% when right now he's below 50%? But again, we're going to keep making this point because it's important. They're counting now mail-in ballots. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail. Joe Biden has been winning more than 60% of the ballots counted, the mail-in ballots counted in Georgia today. So he just has to keep on the track record he's on. So let's take a look at several. We won't go through them all, but let's look at several of these counties Gary just mentioned. He mentioned Clayton County, Atlanta Airport, south of the city. Again, Joe Biden needs 60%, right? 60% of the votes. Well, he's getting 85% of the votes in this county. This is the largest batch left, 5,726 ballots right here. If Joe Biden gets 60% of those, he's on track. Right now, he's getting 80% of those. And it's just, I'm sorry, it's just safe logic to say the mail-in vote has been predominantly Democratic. Joe Biden's going to hit that number there. So let's move around and see a little bit more. DeKalb County has counted. Gwinnett County is on the list, 4,800. So nearly 5,000 ballots, 4,800 ballots. Again, Joe Biden needs around 60% when you add them all up. Well, that's about what he's getting here. And in the mail-in ballots, he's running higher than that. So you see that and you think, okay, every reason to believe Joe Biden is going to hit the mark where he needs there. So let's move over. This is Fulton County. They're done counting their mail-in ballots. But then you move over here to Cobb County, 700. So a smaller number. But again, Joe Biden getting 56% there. Perfectly reasonable to assume if the benchmark for Biden to continue the comeback is 60%, more than reasonable to believe that he will get it there. The challenge comes when you move to some of these other counties. So let's pick one up right here. This is Lawrence County. This was on Gary's list. A smaller number of ballots here, 1,797. So here's the test for Biden. You're matching your metric in the blue counties. Can you match it in your red county, where overall you're only getting 35% of the vote? That is a test, but so far today, he has been meeting that. And again, people vote by mail, they stand in line and vote early, or they vote on Election Day. In the votes by mail, even in Republican communities, they're overwhelmingly Democratic. There are Democrats and Republicans who live everywhere in Georgia. And what's happening, and we've seen this play out all day long. We'll see if it plays out again. We're going to count all these votes to the finish line, but Joe Biden has been producing that metric in these red counties, getting 50%, 60%, in some cases close to 80%. So it's possible, and we'll count them, please.
Because there's no doubt that the president was discouraging Republicans from voting by mail. The Democrats were encouraging during this time of the coronavirus, go ahead and vote by mail. And as a result, the Democrats are doing much better with those mail-in ballots.
Right, it's an excellent point. I want to follow up on it in 1 second because you make a point, and Gary just made a point about his time in Ohio. And I want to take 1 minute just to play this out to just show you that what is just ludicrous, what we're hearing from the President of the United States. Just one more, Wolf. This is Taylor County. Again, 456 votes, a much smaller number than some of the others, but guess what? Every one of those counts. Every one of them deserves to be counted, even if they're votes for the president. Yes, we should count them all. And again, so here's the test. Joe Biden needs, in the big pool of 18,000, almost 19,000 votes, 18,936, needs to get 60%. He has been, again, even in these Republican communities doing that, but that's why we're going to count him. So what do we have here? 3,486. Again, the president's lead at one point was 200,000, right, in Georgia. So Republicans are saying this is an outrage. It's not an outrage. It's democracy. And I just want to pull out for a minute and go back. Whoops, sorry about that. And pull out here. I want to come back to the state of Ohio. This one's done. We've called it for the president. He won it with a pretty healthy margin. If you were with us Tuesday night, early on, we were saying, wow, might Joe Biden win Ohio? Why? Because they counted the mail-in ballots first. They did it in a different order. Pennsylvania and Georgia are counting the mail-in ballots last. They did it first in Ohio because the state law allows them to do so, and they posted them first, and Joe Biden pulled out to a big lead. And we all thought, oh, my God, is there a blue wave? Joe Biden's going to win Ohio. And then they counted the Election Day votes. And Donald Trump pulled ahead in a fair, honest, legitimate count.
Same thing happened in Florida, too.
Same thing happened in Florida. So what we're seeing in these other states is just the reverse of the process because different states do it in different ways. but they're counting legally cast ballots. In Ohio on election night, Joe Biden benefited from the early count. It looked like he was ahead. They run it well. It's a Republican state. They counted it fairly, and they got to the finish line. You make the same point about Florida. That's all we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia now. They're just doing it in reverse order. They decided because they thought they would have long lines. They didn't have the staff on Election Day. Set the mail ballots over here. Let's deal with the Election Day crush, and then we will count those ballots. That's all it is. They're all legally cast ballots. States just counting them in different orders, so the results are coming in a little differently, but it is a legal count. I just want to check on this again. 63,000. Again, that lead was 10 times that. 10 times that. It was above 600,000 at one point. And again, that's not fraud. They counted the Election Day ballots first. Good for the president. His rallies ran it up right there. And now they're just counting the mail-in ballots, and they tend to be disproportionately in these blue counties, Democratic counties, and Joe Biden is on a pace to catch up. Again, the way the ballots have been coming in so far, it would not be inconceivable if Joe Biden were not only to pull ahead, but perhaps, based on the math so far, somewhere in the ballpark of a 40,000 vote lead is possible if they keep coming in at the rate they're coming in right now.
Yeah, it's not fraud, it's democracy. That's what we're seeing unfold in all of these various states. People went to the polls or they mailed in their ballots, and then now they're being counted, and we're getting the results. Sometimes it's good for Trump, sometimes it's bad for Trump and for Biden, too. So we're just watching the count come in.
We're watching the count. And just to put the exclamation point on why. Why does the president want to keep counting out there where he's losing and stop counting here where he's ahead? Because Donald Trump cannot win re-election if he loses those two states. He needs them both. If he loses either one of those states, Donald Trump cannot win re-election. That's why he's complaining about democracy in action. He just simply, it's pure math. Some of this is complicated. Some of it's arithmetic. Donald Trump cannot win if he loses those states. That's why he's complaining.
Yeah, and in a statement, he's warning there will be a lot of litigation. We may even go to the highest court of the land.
But that part he drops, and that's the reckless part. The president just named a new Supreme Court justice. He has a 6-3 majority right now. He thinks because he's president, judges are supposed to do what he says. That's not the way it works. Now, he does have a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court, but he has to make a case in a lower court that makes it to a higher court, which is why I've been saying all day, whether it's from a Democrat in your community in a race for dog catcher or the Republican president of the United States in the race for president, don't listen to what they say. They have to put it on paper at some point and file it in a courthouse. Let's see when they do that, if they have any evidence of this fraud. Republicans around the country right now are saying they don't see it. They don't see anything like what the president is saying. Again, you can talk about it all you want. If you want to sue, you got to put it on paper and prove it in court. We'll see.
He said throughout these past several months, the only way he could lose if it were a rigged election. He said it once again tonight. I said if there's a rigged election, they would steal an election, then that was the only way possibly he could lose. He says, we think we will win very easily. Well, he's not winning very easily. All likelihood is he could lose very easily.
The count is not going in his favor right now, and we're going to finish it to the end. But he sees the trend lines, and look, his people know more about it than we do. They have people in all these counties. They know the math. They have their own data analytics team. They're talking to local Republicans. The reason the president is so hot and so mad is because he's being told if they keep counting these votes, he is likely to lose here and possibly lose there. And if that happens, Joe Biden is the president-elect of the United States. The president knows that. He's trying to stop the most treasured process in the United States of America.
But will he go ahead and file all these lawsuits and potentially go to the Supreme Court to prevent the will of the people from going forward?
We will see that. Look, again, I think in part, let me do a little math here. I think in part, Republicans don't want him to, unless you heard Senator Santorum on our air earlier tonight from Pennsylvania, has won and lost close elections in Pennsylvania. He knows personally how the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania plays out. He's been on the winning side and on the losing side. Republicans don't want the president to do this unless he can show them clear evidence of fraud. Right? And so what is the political dynamic? If you have a situation where, let's say you have something like this. Well, I'm going to flip this. Let's say you have something like this, and then you have something like this and this. Right? And if there were ever to come down to the fact that the president somehow could come out on top here like this, and you have 270 to 268, and Joe Biden's president because of one state, right? I just did one scenario and give you other. If it's just one state, and if you can take one state away, then you might see a lawsuit. What Republicans believe is if it becomes more than that, if Joe Biden, if the track continues and Joe Biden does something like that, then you're at 306 electoral votes. If the president complaining about one state is not going to change the math in the end, right? So Republicans are hoping that if the math is insurmountable, the president will back off. And in any event, if the president has a legal case, make it, prove it, Put it on paper. Don't walk into a briefing room and spew things that even Republicans say are simply not true.
Some Republican leaders are already coming out against the president. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor of Maryland, has already criticized the president for what he said tonight. Adam Kinzinger, the Republican congressman from Illinois, has already criticized the president for what he said. Do you think we'll be hearing more from the congressional, the Senate and the House leadership telling the president, calm down, let the vote be counted?
It will be interesting. We did see a tweet, I believe it was yesterday, from Marco Rubio, the Republican senator from Florida. We saw a tweet yesterday from Ben Sasse, the Republican senator of Nebraska, saying, count the votes, count every legally cast ballot. Every legally cast ballot. Look, there is going to be a debate in this country. Republicans believe the president is going to lose. They don't want to talk about that publicly right now because of the chainsaw that he can be on Twitter to them and because of his popularity with the Republican base. Look at this map. Look at this map. You know, Joe Biden has more votes than anybody in American presidential history. You know who the second-ranked candidate for president is in terms of total votes ever in an election? It's Donald Trump with 69 million votes. So if you are a Republican, especially in any of those red states, but anywhere in America, it is still very risky to criticize this president because of his popularity with his people. But there is the beginning of the conversation in the Republican Party about the post-Trump Republican Party. One giant factor in that is even if he loses, no one thinks he's going to go away. They think he's going to rail against this, and they're going to say he's going to say he was defrauded. He was going to say this never should have happened, and he's going to keep open the possibility of running in 4 years if he loses. Every Republican knows that. So they have to make a choice about where to plant their flag in the early hours and then early days of a post-Trump presidency Republican Party. If he continues on this path, I think you will see more and more Republicans deciding that's a bridge too far, that we are not going to attack the most sacred institution of our democracy from the most sacred building in our democracy.
This has been a day that we've seen such dramatic narrowing of the vote. Let's go through these 4 states that we've been looking at from this morning until now. If we take a look at these key battleground states, how the numbers have shifted so dramatically.
So let's start in Pennsylvania. And as I do this, we don't get to do this very often. We're on television all the time. There are amazing people behind the scenes who help us with this. So I want to thank my team for helping me with this because I think this is very helpful to show what has happened here. And our people have done a fantastic job here. This is the president as Tuesday turned to Wednesday, 12 a.m., midnight, right? The president's up by more than 500,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a state that was essential to his win 4 years ago. He's thinking, I'm on the road to re-election. That looks great in Pennsylvania. Then he builds up. It gets to 618,840 votes. It's getting even better as we turn into the morning after the election, Wednesday morning. These are all ballots cast on Election Day. Then as the count continues, Wednesday, 3 p.m., 435,000 votes. Still a very healthy lead, but it starts to shrink. Then by midnight, tonight, 164,000, right? So that's almost 20, no, not quite. We're at 8:17, checking my watch. It's been a long 3 days. But at midnight, as Wednesday turns to Thursday, it's down to 164,000. Then Thursday, 9 a.m., it's still about the same. Then you come down here, it gets to 108, and we keep coming through here, and it gets down to 75. That's 6:30 p.m., and now from there to here. You see the trajectory. It's a snowball coming down a hill, and Joe Biden keeps picking up votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So he's winning now by 63,725. We're told there's still about another 250,000 mail-in ballots that need to be counted. What does Biden need to do amongst those 250,000 mail-in ballots in order to win Pennsylvania? If
he wins about 53%, 52.7 if you're exact. We have, we're having these 62.7, 62.7. I'm sorry about that, 62.7. So again, if you're watching at home, you see that and you think, well, Joe Biden can't get 62.7. Let's say 63% of the vote. That's the number he's getting statewide. But yes, he can. Yes, he can, because he has been outperforming that metric all day long, because that is all the ballots. That is Election Day ballots, early voting ballots, and the mail-in ballots that have been counted. But again, as we just showed you when we came down here into Philadelphia, he's winning 80% of the vote here. And as the mail-in ballots come in, even in the Republican counties, even in places like this, we did this earlier tonight.
Hold on one second, because we're talking about Philadelphia. Sarah Murray has got some new information. Sarah, what are you hearing about the vote counting in Philadelphia?
Well, you know, Wolf, look, here in Pennsylvania, there are less than 10% across the state of these mail-in ballots that are still left to be counted. And in Philadelphia, they are also just churning through these votes. You know, we've told you before, and we'll tell you again, they are working 24/7 here in Philadelphia to churn through and to count these mail-in ballots. So they have, you know, about 72,500 still that they are trying to work through. And look, this is a big pot of ballots. As you've noted, the lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking. It's a big deal. They're continuing to work through the night because they want to get through this, I think, just as much as we want to get through this, but they want it to be accurate. And the Secretary of State earlier was talking to reporters, and she said she felt like they were moving at a good clip, that there was potentially a way where we could see, you know, overnight or later this evening, who is going to be the leader of Pennsylvania. Obviously, that depends on how close the race is. We're still monitoring that, but I think it's very important to note that we are under this 10% threshold of mail-in ballots across the state, and just over 72,000 here in Philadelphia.
72,000. All right, thanks, Sarah. Go ahead, John. I interrupted you.
I just want to just do the basic math. There's 72,000 votes still in Philadelphia, right? 72,000 votes here, where the former vice president is getting 80%, and actually in these mail-in ballots, he's getting higher than that. The most recent twice in the last couple hours, we've gotten more ballots out of Philadelphia, and both times Vice President Biden has come in above that 80%. And again, in Pennsylvania, he needs 62.7. Every time you come in at 80 or 85 or 87 here, you lower the overall number. And that's what's happening as they count the votes in Philadelphia. And so you see that 60,000 vote lead right there. You know, the former vice president can catch up pretty much just out of the city of Philadelphia. And then we know tomorrow they're going to count 35,000, 36,000 ballots in Allegheny County. And again, he's already getting 59% in all ballots count, including Election Day ballots. And so when they count just mail-in ballots, the metric goes up, and Biden overperforms the 58, and he's been getting in 70 and 80% of these ballots as we count them throughout the day. So the trajectory right now is toward Biden overcoming that lead. Trajectory is one thing. We need to do the math and keep counting them. But every time we see more votes out of Pennsylvania, out of Georgia, every time throughout the day today we get more votes, those leads are shrinking. And again, the flip side is the president has cut a dent into Joe Biden's lead out in Arizona a little bit, too. So we're counting them both ways. We're just counting votes. And we will follow them wherever they lead us.
And we're following the votes in Georgia. Let's take another look in Georgia right now. What's going on there? Georgia, this is since this morning. Let's take a look at how it's changed. Right now, Trump is ahead.
We are, and let's go back again. We're using as our starting point Tuesday's Election Day. We get to midnight. The counts are progressing in all these states. And you see in battleground Georgia, the President of the United States is up by 372,000 votes because, remember, just like in Pennsylvania, what they counted first was Election Day turnout, people who showed up on Tuesday and cast ballots at polling places. That's what they counted first. So then let's move on. We get to 9 a.m. Wednesday. The lead comes down a bit as they start counting additional ballots, as the counties kick in with their count. Then you get to Wednesday at 3 p.m. You see we're down below 80,000, 79,509. So then you move to midnight, right? As Wednesday turned to Thursday, it's down to 31,748 because these counties are doing what they do. They're counting legally cast ballots, and they've moved on to the mail ballots at this point. So then you move down here, 9 o'clock this morning, it falls below 20,000 to 18,588. Then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're down to 12,828, so below 13,000. Then 6:30 p.m., you get to 9,426. Then you come back to real time now. That lead cut significantly again. And again, there has just been a steady progression of this as these counties, and again, Gary Tuchman for us a short time ago laid it out, 18,936 left, the bulk of them in places like this, places around Atlanta, where Joe Biden is getting a very healthy share of the vote. Joe Biden needs to get 59%, a little bigger than that, of the votes still to be counted, about 59.2. He has been overperforming that significantly. So again, if the trajectory stays on its current path, as they count those votes, Joe Biden will catch and pass the President of the United States in Georgia. No guarantee of that, but that's the way it has played out all day long without fail. Joe Biden has been on that trajectory. He's heading in that direction. It may change as we count the votes. That's why we're here, and we're going to keep going. But that lead has been shrinking dramatically so, which is, again, why the president is so hot. Because as we come back out, the President of the United States right now knows the math, and he knows there is no disputing, unless he wins those two, where his lead is shrinking and shrinking dramatically. Without those two, it's over.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania one more time, because we just got some votes coming in from Bucks County in Pennsylvania. If you take a look at that, you can see what's going on. I want to let our viewers know what's going on in Bucks County over there. You see what's going on. Right now, we just got about 8,000 votes in. We're told that Biden got 5,837 of those votes, and Trump got 2,863.
2,000?
Trump got 2,863. Biden got 5,837.
So there's, you see it again. Again, this is the most competitive.
He got 66% of the vote that just came in.
This is 66.
Yeah.
And so we've been saying all along, Biden has to keep his percentage up, right? In Pennsylvania, I'm going to double check these notes every time. Biden has to get 62.7%. So anything above 62, 63 is good. There's 66 again. And as I've said, this trajectory has been consistent. When the new votes come in, we match him up with what he needs. So now if he's getting 66% here, he needed 62.7. Every time you overperform, you push
Go to the state. The numbers just dropped.
You push it down a little bit.
Take a look
so
at this.
let's take this out of the way and come back out to statewide. And there you go. Now you're below 60,000 votes at 58,286. And again, the trend line here has been consistent because Biden is consistently overperforming what he needs to perform with in the count of these mail-in ballots.
Can you find Delaware County for us?
Sure, I can. You come down at Philadelphia. Oh, that's Montgomery County. And you come down here, and you Chester County, and you come over here, and you get to Delaware County. Again, the suburban caller around Philadelphia is the building block of any Democratic win in Pennsylvania. Has to happen right here.
And the numbers are coming in from Delaware County, and Biden is doing well, very well, just now as well.
Let me pop that up. Do we have the numbers?
We're waiting to get them, but we're told that very encouraging numbers for Biden out of Delaware County right now. And as soon as we get them, we'll put them up on the screen.
Let me get this out of the way, and I can bring it back when we need it. We can just show it as we go. Again, this is, I'm going to come back out so you can see this. You see all this red. If you're watching somewhere else in the United States or somewhere around the world, you're not familiar, you look at that map, you would think, okay, President Trump wins Pennsylvania. Look at all that red. He does win these counties big, but these are smaller counties. These are Republican counties. You see 16,000 votes with 77%. That's impressive. The president runs it up in rural Pennsylvania. Here's the issue. You come back over here. You just mentioned Delaware County, much more populated. These are the crowded, populated, growing suburban areas around Philadelphia, and you see 184,000 here. So this is if the Democrat is going to win, any Democrat, race for Senate, race for governor, any statewide office or the presidency, Democrats have to run it up in this blue part here, get a big margin out here to offset, and President Trump is extraordinarily good. Senator Bob Casey earlier today calling him the Republican president of a lifetime in terms of how he runs it up out here.
We just got the numbers in Delaware County. Let's take a look at Delaware County.
Give me 1 second. I'll bring this up for you. You tell me, fire away.
All right. Trump got 807 votes. Biden got 3,272 votes.
3,272 votes. So again,
79.2%.
So I'm going to leave it at 79. Be kind to the president. I won't add the 0.2. But again, what have we been saying? Joe Biden needs 62%, right? And if you're watching at home, you have every right to say, well, that's outrageous. He's never going to get that number. In the mail-in ballots, they are so disproportionate. Democratic ballots. The Democrats encourage people to do that. We have the COVID safety concerns. A lot of Democrats took advantage of the opportunity, the expanded opportunity to vote by mail in this election. Here's another example, and they just keep coming in, right? If we see something to the contrary, we'll be quick to report it because we're just telling you the numbers. But yet again, you get more votes, 3,272 to 807 in one of the Philadelphia suburban caller counties, 79%. 79%. The former vice president continues to overperform. He needs 63% if you round up of these votes still to be counted. And we've done this now 3 times in the last half hour with different vote counts, and every time he has been in excess, not even close, in excess of what he needs. So what does that tell you? That tells you that lead keeps shrinking, and if we stay on this trajectory, there are enough votes out there that if the former vice president, meaning the Democratic nominee Joe Biden, keeps getting votes at the percentages he's getting them now, he will pass the president of the United States and open a lead of Pennsylvania somewhere in the ballpark. If it keeps coming in at that numbers, maybe even in excess of 40,000 votes.
Remember, only 94% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in, 6% out. A lot of votes outstanding. Trump's numbers are shrinking and shrinking. We're going to stay on top of this. We're going to update you. Election Night in America will continue right after this. Now we're getting new numbers in from Pennsylvania right now. And John, Trump's lead is shrinking and shrinking right now. He's up by 53,221. 94% of the vote is in, 6% outstanding. Plenty of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania.
Not only plenty of votes mathematically, but plenty of votes because we know where they are, and many of them, not most of them, are in Democratic areas. And even where they're not, Joe Biden throughout this day has been getting 70% or more of the mail-in votes. 70% or more of the mail-in votes. I'm told the latest votes were at Lehigh County came in, and you just see they're up to 90% now. Joe Biden pulling away. And again, you see the 52 on your screen, and you think, okay, you know, Joe Biden needs, I'm going to check the numbers again, as of a while ago, he needed 63%. He's been exceeding that in the votes we have seen. And so that number is most definitely smaller by now, but let's just use it. It's a higher bar than it has to be. If Joe Biden keeps getting 62, 63% of the votes, he will pass Donald Trump, not only pass him, pull out to a lead in the ballpark of 40,000 votes, maybe more. Again, Lehigh, this was red most of the time. If we went back in time, again, I want to do this just so people can see this. This is counting votes, okay? This is counting votes. This is that's Georgia. Let me bring up Pennsylvania here. Make sure I have the right state. I'm going to leave it just here. This is you're going to see the numbers just in this county, okay? You see Donald Trump ahead as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. It's just this one county.
Where?
Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Yeah. He builds it there. That's Allentown, right? He builds it again. You see there, the Trump lead goes up some more. This is counting Election Day votes. Republicans voted on Election Day. Now we move into Wednesday, and look at the lead the president has, 51 to 48. We move into Thursday, 50 to 48. It stays there. Then here, you see that it's 73,000 there, but the percentage is coming down a little bit. And you move a little bit more, and it flips. And now we get there. And so you see the steady progression and count. Joe Biden, as they count the mail-in ballots, just overwhelming. Passing now in Lehigh County, the same in Lehigh as well.
We just got some new numbers from Lehigh County in Pennsylvania right now. Put this down on the screen. You'll take a look. Trump just came in with an additional 2,416 votes. Biden just came in with an additional 7,481 votes. He got 75% of that batch that just came in.
Right, and again, so we've been saying all along, he needs 62%. This was 35, 40 minutes or so ago. So if you're getting 75, that 63 I'm giving you is a wrong number. It's lower now, but let's just use it and keep the bar higher than it needs to be for Joe Biden right now, and he is exceeding it every time we get new votes. If we turn out, the president may turn in a stronger performance in one of these counties as we go through it, but this is Lehigh County, Allentown, Pennsylvania, blue-collar territory, one of the places the president was leading early on, and you just see, this is, you can't say inevitable because we're not at the finish line yet, but this has just been time after time after time as new votes come in. They've been roughly along this breakdown right here, and if this keeps happening, I'm going to turn this off. I'm just going to move it up in case we want to come back to it. We'll leave it right there if we want to see it. If this keeps happening, you see it. Now down to 53, a lead that was more than 600,000 votes back at the beginning. And again, the president screaming fraud. The president says stop. The president wanted his votes counted on Tuesday and into Wednesday. Those were Election Day votes. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail because of the COVID pandemic. His votes were counted first. The other votes are being counted now. They happen to be coming in disproportionately for Joe Biden because Democrats voted by mail. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
And let's not forget, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. We can't stress enough that if Biden wins Pennsylvania, that's it. He wins the presidency. Take a look at Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is right now. The county executive of Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald, is joining us on the phone right now. Rich, thanks so much for joining us. How many uncounted ballots do you have left in Allegheny County?
We have, Wolf, about 35,000 uncounted ballots, and our ballots have been running about 80 to 81% for Joe Biden and about little over 19% for Donald Trump.
When do you think we'll get the results of those remaining ballots? Those are mail-in ballots, right?
They're all mail-in ballots. Yeah, they're the ballots that weren't able to be processed. The 28,000 of those is a batch that was they got mailed to the wrong addresses, and then they got remailed. And because of a court order by a federal court, we're not allowed to begin processing and counting those ballots until 5 p.m. On Friday. So our election department will begin, our return board will begin processing those ballots tomorrow at 5. It's a slow process because they almost have to do them all by hand to go and compare them to make sure that those ballots that voter didn't already vote. So probably not every one of those 28,000 ballots are going to be counted. Some of them probably will be duplicates. There's another batch of about 7,000 ballots that have probably other issues. They got mangled in the machine by the mail, and they also have to be painstakingly gone through. That process will begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Both of those are because of state law and court order. Otherwise, we would have been counting them today.
Do you know the affiliation of those ballots, Democrat versus Republican? What percentage were Democrat? What percentage were Republican?
I don't know. We wouldn't know what that percentage would be. But what I can tell you is of the 300,000 ballots plus that have already been done in Allegheny County, and they're random. It could be from the city, could be from the suburbs. It's just a random sample. They ran a little over 80% for Joe Biden and a little under 20% for Donald Trump.
And so, Rich, this is John King. Thank you for your time. I know it's a busy time. We have the county up right here. And I just want to make the point to people, and I come to a question for you. So you see this 58.7, and then you hear from the administrator, Joe Biden's getting 80%. That's in the mail-in ballots. And so that's what we need to keep explaining, because people voted in 3 phases. You mail in your vote, you show up early to vote in line, or you show up on Election Day. And President Trump is winning the Election Day vote. So, Rich, to the point you were just making, the president is saying, you know, there's all this fraud going on, all this nefarious conduct going on in Pennsylvania. You mentioned some of these ballots. There's a question of just whether they went to the right address and they're being corrected. Other ballots they opened up and you're worried about, you know, they're wrinkled so they wouldn't go through the machine. When these are validated, they're in a room, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there's an election official, there's a Democrat, a Republican, independents, transparent eyes. If anybody has any issue, they can raise their hand, and those questions have to be adjudicated, correct?
That is absolutely right, and there's also cameras everywhere. These are, you know, filmed and being watched. There are people that have been watching this process really throughout in the warehouse that we were doing the counting. And yes, tomorrow we'll swear an election board in, a return board in at 9 o'clock. They will then begin the process that will all be very public. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Biden campaign, the Libertarian Party, everyone's allowed in there to watch and view that process.
And so, just quickly, I'm sorry, Wolf, just one more. So this is the normal process as it plays out in every election. You're getting international attention right now because this is a presidential election, and the President of the United States just stood in the White House briefing room and said there's cheating and fraud happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the normal process, and there are bipartisan eyes on it, correct?
This is absolutely a normal process, whether you're running for school board or borough council or local mayor or county executive. Every one of these processes is the same. We go through this. It's state law regarding the return board. There have been court cases. This is a little unusual that these 28,000 ballots were gone to federal court, and then the court ruled that we couldn't begin this process until 5. But yes, this is a normal process.
We're grateful to you, Rich Fitzgerald, the Allegheny County Executive. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thanks for everything that everyone in Allegheny County and the Pittsburgh area are doing. We're going to stay on top of this story. Obviously, the stakes are enormous right now. We're getting new members, new numbers coming in from Pennsylvania, new numbers coming in from Arizona. They're about to come in as well. Stay with us. Election night in America will continue right after this. All right, let's take a look and see what's going on in Arizona right now. Bill Weir is on the scene for us in Arizona. Bill Weir, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? It looks intense out there.
Well, it is intense, both inside and out. As a Trump protest stop the steal rally, they're calling it, forms outside. This is democracy in the making right here. This machine, which does about 6,000 to 8,000 counts per hour, the folks, there's in each of those little cubicles there's one Republican, one Democrat. They go over each of those that kick out. Now, today, Joe Biden lost about 10,000 votes in the state of Arizona for a number of reasons. Trump won big in small, bright red counties, but then Joe Biden won by a much narrower margin in bright blue Pima County, and then the Apache County, the Navajo Nation, huge sweep for Joe Biden, 81 to 17%. So the Biden lead now around 57,844. But in just about 14 minutes, we're expecting the latest dump from Maricopa County. And if it's anything like last night, it'll be over 100,000 new votes. And if the margin, like last night, is a 17-point or greater advantage for President Trump, that could mark a big comeback for the president here in Arizona.
And very interesting indeed. And John King is with us. Let's take a look at Arizona right now. We're waiting for a big batch of votes to come in right at the top of the hour. We'll see what happens there. Bill, we were just reporting those numbers are about to come in. But right now, Biden is ahead of Trump by 56,833 with 88% of the estimated vote in.
Right, and so the Biden campaign is confident they're going to hold on here. But again, this is the reverse of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia. In Pennsylvania, Georgia, we have seen a steady erosion of what were big leads for President Trump. Joe Biden is now in striking distance. In the last 24 hours in Arizona, we have seen a steady erosion of the Biden lead to the point where it's now down to 56,833. Does that put the president in striking distance? That really depends. As Bill just smartly noted, Maricopa County is 60% or more of your vote. And so when we get the next big installment of votes from Maricopa County, he said we could get as many as 100,000. That will tell us a lot because they're getting closer to the finish line now. They're not quite there yet, but if you get 100,000 votes out of here, the big question will be, are we at 51 for Joe Biden in the county after? Is that going up or down? This will determine, the trend line here will determine the rest of the state. Now you see, there's a lot of red for the president here, but these are much more when you come through them. You have Uphigh County, 99%, but look, 88,000, right? So you're just about done here. 88,000 to win it, and you come down here, just to remind you of the difference, 912,000. So we're just talking about night and day when it comes to the size of the population. 60% of the vote is going to come out of here in Phoenix and the suburbs. The next biggest is Pima County here. This is the second largest county, it's about 15%. So 60% here. The drop off to the second largest county, 15% here. Joe Biden's getting about 60%, 59% of the vote there. Made up a little bit of ground earlier today, but we're waiting here. This is the ball game. The next big installments out of Maricopa County will tell us a lot. And again, this would be a flip. This was a Trump state in 2016, not by a lot. Arizona has been evolving. It's long been a Republican state, but it was competitive, 3.5 points 4 years ago. And you see the 1.2 million to win, right? 1.2 million to win 4 years ago. We're at 1.4 million for Biden right now. One of the things we're seeing consistently across the states, whether they're red or blue, is the turnout is up across much of America. But so we'll wait. We're at 88%, and the big bulk of the rest of it is right there. If you're in the Biden campaign, you hold this. Anything Biden takes off the table now, the president must win Pennsylvania, must win Georgia, and then he would still need more. So then, if you're Biden, you're just trying to take things off the table. Any chess piece you can remove from the board makes the bar for the president even higher. And if the former vice president holds this and holds this, he's president. Nevada and Arizona would get Joe Biden to exactly 270, even if what's happening in Pennsylvania doesn't continue, even if what's happening in Georgia doesn't continue. The Biden campaign thinks it's going to be a much better night than that, but they also believe they will hold Nevada and Arizona. We need to see.
Got a question for Bill Weir if he's still there. Bill, can you still hear me? I don't know if he can, but I'm wondering, John, if the 100,000 votes that we're about to get from Arizona, are they the mail-in votes or the day of votes? Are they the early votes? Do you have any idea?
I believe when we talked to Secretary of State earlier, she said the majority of what they were counting were mail-in votes, but I don't know if...
Because that would be good, presumably, for Biden.
Presumably, although we need to be fair to the president here, the last couple of times we have gotten substantial vote counts. I believe we can show you on the timeline here. The last couple of times we've gotten substantial vote lines out of Arizona. Let me flip to Arizona here so we make sure we're on the right state and get you back to the beginning. You watch. And these are Maricopa County votes. So the president has been narrowing the gap in Maricopa. You see 270,000. 207, I'm sorry, as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. Then it drops Wednesday 1 a.m. as more votes come in. And you see it come down a little bit more, 155, 810. That's Wednesday 2 a.m. Then Wednesday 3 a.m. it drops a little bit more. And then you come down here to 93. Then you come down here a little further. And then you're dropping to 68. And now here we are in real time, 58 and change. So this has been steadily dropping as they come in. Again, this is the ball game, 60% of the vote. I just want to go back in time. It's blue for Joe Biden right now, but Donald Trump narrowly carried this as candidate Trump. Now he's President Trump. 4 years ago, he narrowly carried this. You see how close it was. So when you see this blue, not everything blue is overwhelmingly blue. This is blue, but it's competitive. And the last couple of times we've gotten votes out of here, Biden's lead has shrunk. So the president is getting votes. Phoenix itself, out here into the suburbs, you can move farther out. There are a lot of Republican votes in Maricopa County. One of the questions was how many suburban Republicans would desert the president and go Joe Biden's way. That's what we'll sort through as we get more of these votes. There's no question. Trump won it. Biden's winning it, that the Democrats are more competitive here, but it's not like the president's not going to get votes.
Bill Weir, the votes that we're about to get in from Arizona, mostly mail-in votes. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, well, you know, Arizona has been doing sort of absentee ballots automatically for years. And so most voters here just get them, and most of those voters are registered Republicans. And it's sort of a flip of what we've seen nationwide. Historically, they said they would get their Democrat absentees in earlier or later at last minute, and Republicans would sort of fill up the whole time. But this year, they got a bunch of Joe Biden votes early. They don't know how many Trump supporters either showed up in person to vote on Election Day or sent in those absentee votes late, you know, right before the election. So that's what makes this so intriguing. We don't know how this is going to break. Conventional wisdom would tell you, just based on the demographics here in Maricopa, that Joe Biden should be getting the brunt of these, and that's probably why the Associated Press and another network called the state for Joe Biden already. But who knows? The way this is way it broke last night, it woke everybody up to go, whoa, Donald Trump got a 17-point edge in that last dump of 100 and I can't remember, it was over 100 and maybe 15,000 yesterday, 140,000 yesterday, and that went 57-40 for Trump. So if those numbers come in again and it continues to erode Joe Biden's lead here, the Democrats will certainly get heartburn.
Will we get those numbers right at the top of the hour, 9 p.m. Eastern here, Bill? Is that where they're going to release it?
That's it. And so it's, I'm wearing out my refresh finger just in case they post a little bit earlier. If you remember Tom Cruise's nightmare in Risky Business, my nightmare is having to do math live on TV, but we'll do the best as we try to figure out how much of this a new batch, what the percentage breakdown is for both candidates, and to see how these trend lines are continuing.
We got the good news is we got people who are really excellent in math. Bill, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. Much more of our coverage. We're staying with Arizona. We're about to get thousands and thousands of votes from Arizona coming in. We'll share that with you when we come back. We're seeing dramatic tightening in crucial presidential battlegrounds on this election night in America continued. I'm Wolf Blitzer. In the last few hours and minutes, former Vice President Biden has severely eroded President Trump's lead in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and Trump has narrowed Biden's advantage in Arizona. We're about to get an update on the vote count in Arizona's most populous county. At any moment right now, we're tracking every vote in states that are still up for grabs. Biden is aiming for new wins that would push him beyond the 253 electoral votes he already has to reach the winning number of 270. Trump is behind with 213 electoral votes. We'll see if those numbers change tonight as new votes keep coming in. Here's a key race alert. All right, let's look at these three states. In Pennsylvania right now, 94% of the estimated vote is in, 6% remains outstanding. Donald Trump continues to have a lead, but it has severely shrunk to only 50,671. Look at this, 49.7% to 49%. The mail-in ballots are coming in very quickly right now, and those are way in favor of Biden. We're watching Pennsylvania oh so closely, 20 electoral votes. If Biden were to win Pennsylvania, it is over. He wins the presidency with those 20 electoral votes alone. Doesn't have to win any other states. Let's take a look at Georgia right now. Trump's lead in Georgia, look at this. It is down. It shrunk again. Only 2,497 over Joe Biden, 49.4% to 49.3%. 99% of the vote is in, but there are still thousands of votes outstanding. We're looking closely at Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. In Arizona, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Biden remains on top. He's got a lead of 56,833, although that too has shrunk significantly over the past day or so. He has 50.3% to 48.3%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. I want to go over to John King right now because, John, Bill Weir is in Arizona for us. He just got a whole new batch of numbers. We're going to write down these numbers. Bill, tell us what just came in Arizona.
Okay, the new numbers, Wolf, out of Maricopa, just doing quick math, now is 1,868,414 votes. That is, I'm trying to do the math here, 339,000. Joe Biden now has 944,000 votes, 285, to Donald Trump's 880, 347. Hopefully you guys can help me out with the percentages there on this new dump, but it is around the number that we had expected. Joe Biden's lead went up by 30,000 or so. The president picked up about 50,000 votes. You got it?
All right, hold on for a moment. We just got the new numbers just in from Arizona right now, and let's take a look. Another key race alert in Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. You see Biden's lead has shrunk once again. It is now 46,257. He has 50.1% to Trump's 48.5%. So it's gone down a bit, 46,257, John King, the lead for Biden in Arizona. He still has a lead, but it keeps going down.
Right, and that's the point. Again, as we're watching in Pennsylvania and Georgia, the president's lead is shrinking consistently in the recent vote counts here. Joe Biden's lead is shrinking, and it's because, again, Maricopa County, we're showing Joe Biden leading in the county, but it's a competitive county. You see 51 to 48 if you round up, and these votes coming in are Republicans who dropped off their ballots. There are a lot of Republicans in Maricopa County. Doesn't mean former vice president won't win the county. Doesn't mean he won't win the state, but as these votes are being counted consistently, last night and now today, every time we get a bunch of new votes, Joe Biden's lead has come down, A, in the county, and B, when you pull it out to look at statewide. Again, 46,000 votes, you're still ahead, but that lead has been consistently shrinking, which is why we need to get to the finish line. And just as we watch the dynamic in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, in these two states, we're seeing the opposite. In these two states, we're seeing, as the mail-in ballots are counted, the president's lead is shrinking, but out here in Arizona, which Biden still leads right now, President Trump has been gaining with every count of votes released over the past 24 hours. So we just watch it play out. If you look at the popular vote, this is not how we pick presidents, but I keep watching every time we come out to the full national map. Joe Biden now has a 4 million vote lead in the national vote. So the Democrats are making a statement when it comes to the country at large. Republicans would argue a lot of that's coming out of California and New York, and that's true. But in the popular vote, Joe Biden is pulling away. And so let's just check and on this one just again. It's important anyway. Everything still left on the board is important. But if Joe Biden can hold this lead and hold his lead in Nevada, Arizona and Nevada would get Joe Biden to 270 electoral votes, even as we wait to see if he will overtake the president in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
In Maricopa County in Arizona, about 70,000 votes, John. Write this down, just came in. We just got the exact numbers. It's very, very interesting what's going on. Trump got 42,276.
276, got it.
All right, that's what Trump got. Biden got 31,700. That's why his lead has shrunk. So we're seeing in Arizona the opposite of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Right, and as Bill explained last time we were there, they have a Republican history in Maricopa County. President Trump carried the county last time. This is one of the most fiercely contested states in American politics right now. And just as we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia, they're mail-in ballots. They're disproportionately Democrats. In Arizona, as Bill noted, a history of absentee ballots, drop-off ballots. Republicans have a strong tradition of voting that way, and we're seeing the votes come in.
So Trump likes what he's seeing in Arizona. He's not calling that fraud. He's not calling it a hoax. He's saying that's great news that he's gaining votes in Arizona. But if you go to Pennsylvania or Georgia, he says that's a fraud and it's unacceptable. It's a crime.
Yeah, Trump's definition of democracy is it's good if I win. It's good if I'm leading. It's good if it's going my way. Now, he's still not leading in Arizona, but you're exactly right. And again, you point out it's ludicrous. I'm just going to call it inconsistent that the president says stop counting votes. He said it in Michigan, which he has lost. He said it in Wisconsin, which he has lost. Again, in both of those states, Election Day votes, he pulled out to an early lead. They're counting other legally cast ballots by mail, and he lost. And that's what's happening. As I move this away, that's what's happening as we come up. But again, to his credit, the president is making up ground in Arizona. We're going to count those votes because it is fair to count every legally cast ballots, just as we will continue to count the votes here, where the opposite is happening. they're counting legally cast ballots. The president leads keeps shrinking. It's 50,000 there. Think about that. Joe Biden has a 50,000 vote lead in Arizona. Donald Trump has a 50,000 vote lead in a state that is much bigger, much bigger, 50,000 vote, and it has been consistently shrinking. So that one is shrinking there for the president. This one, look at that. We're under 3,000 votes now. Yeah. 2,497 votes. And again, this has been a steady march from a couple 100,000 votes to now 24 or just shy of 2,500 votes in the state of Georgia. This is it just has been slow and steady as they count the votes, but that is stunning. And again, the president must win Georgia and must win Pennsylvania. If he loses either one of those, his math to 270 becomes impossible. That's why this is so important. Now, that you can, if it's close at the end, there'll be maybe a recount, maybe litigation, but the path of this right now, the trajectory of Georgia is in Joe Biden's favor. We will see if it gets there. And again, just to circle back out here, again, the point I'm trying to make is we are counting all the votes, whether they benefit Joe Biden or whether they benefit Donald Trump. The president has a different view of things. This is the way it has always worked. That is, forgive me, what makes America great, and we'll keep doing it.
These are all legal ballots, whether they're day of ballots, whether you vote early, absentee ballots, or whether you do it by mail. This is all legal. It's part of American democracy.
Right, right. And this year, it's a little more complicated because of the COVID pandemic, right? States have had to figure out what to do, right? So there's expanded mail-in balloting everywhere. Different rules in different states. Some states just has to be mailed by Election Day. Other states, it has to arrive by Election Day. We're going through all that. But yes, the option to vote has been greatly expanded because of the COVID safety concerns. And you know what? You know what? This is what, I'll just use a gentle word, infuriates you when you hear from the president. What has been the end result? The end result has been more people voting. More people voting for him. More people voting for him. More votes for the president of the United States than he got 4 years ago. And more votes. Joe Biden now has the most votes cast for any American presidential candidate in history. Higher turnout in a democracy is a good thing. Then you count the votes. Somebody wins. And yes, it's painful to lose.
And there's still plenty of votes outstanding. Only 91% of the nationwide estimated vote is in.
Right, and it is possible. Again, the trajectory at this hour is in Joe Biden's favor. Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270 electoral votes. That's a victory. It is still possible for the president of the United States to win re-election, the same president who just a couple hours ago launched a vicious attack on American democracy.
It was totally vicious and full of lies. It was unbelievable what he was said. But in order for him to win, as you correctly point out, he's got to win Pennsylvania. He's got to win Georgia.
Right, and Joe Biden right now is winning more than the percentage he needs to win as the new ballots continue to come in. Doesn't guarantee that he keeps it up, but Joe Biden's trajectory right now is toward catching the president in Georgia. There's just several thousand votes left, but we have just watched this play out consistently. That's why I keep going back to it just to see if the number changes again. This for me, it's the wonder of the tool because it's a live data feed. So when election officials report results, they pop up. You'll be watching something. As you're watching throughout the night, here's the test. Does that turn blue? Does that turn blue? Can the president flip one of those red? If those two out there, Nevada and Arizona, if they stay blue, it's game over. Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. But these two, bigger prizes, more consequential, the president must win them both. There is just no way. You cannot get Donald Trump from where he is, which is 213 electoral votes. You cannot get him from 213 to 270 unless you win Georgia and unless you win Pennsylvania. So the math right now is at a critical point, and let's be honest, that's why the president is abandoning common decency and launching attacks on vote counting, And again, in this state, he's been railing against the Democrats who run Pennsylvania for some time, about the COVID response, about everything. He's been venting at them for some time. This is a Republican governor who is a Trump ally, whose state is counting votes, period.
Yeah, and they're doing it well in Georgia. They're doing it well in Pennsylvania and Arizona, Nevada, all over the country. They're doing it the way a democracy is supposed to unfold.
Right, and we're under 50,000 in Pennsylvania, 48,854. And again, every time we get new votes, Joe Biden is above the threshold he needs to keep narrowing that gap, has the potential to win. If he keeps going at the way he is going, if the votes keep coming in, the remaining votes come in at the percentage they've been coming in today, Joe Biden will pass the president and build a lead somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000, could be as high as 50,000 votes. There's no guarantee of that. There's no guarantee of that. I'm just saying if it stays on the statistical path it has been on throughout the day, and that has been consistent. It has been very consistent as it happens. Sometimes things change. That's why we're waiting for more votes. And it's the same down here. We're getting to a much smaller universe of available votes here, but the lead is also shrunk significantly, 2,497. And just to remind people, many of the votes that are out are in places like this, Clayton County, south of Atlanta. They're up to 95 now, but you see Joe Biden is getting 85% of the vote here if that path continues. The question is, are there enough votes out there? Mathematically, yes. Joe Biden has to keep winning them at a high percentage. We'll keep counting.
And it looks like he is winning those by a very, very high percentage, not just 60%, 70, 80% of the vote that's coming in the mail-in ballots in Georgia. He seems to be winning.
He needs 57%, and he has been consistently all day long in the ballpark of 80%. Some counties it's high 60s, some counties it's above 80, but when you average it out, he needs 57%, and he's been above that bar consistently all day long as they count the mail-in votes. And Wolf, to that point, I just want to follow up on this. He's been above that all day long, even in places like, that Upson came in earlier, but even in places like Taylor County, right? Even in places that are Republican, even in places that the president is winning, because Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. So they've counted the votes here, and the president, to his credit, is running up big margins in these Republican counties. But when they count the mail-in ballots, they're disproportionately cast by Democrats. So even in places like this, when they count those ballots, Joe Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote or more in those smaller batches of mail-in ballots, and that's why he's catching up.
Go to Clayton County if you can
Sure.
For a second. So we got an update on what's going on over there. Get your board up and we'll tell you.
Sure. I'll follow your lead.
Biden, 1,154. Trump, 165.
Okay, so, your eyes tell you what you need to know there.
86%.
Yeah, your eyes tell you what you need to know there. You almost don't need that.
Yeah.
But I'll make my sloppy 8 and put it on the board there, 86%. Look, this is consistently what is happening. Now, Clayton is a Democratic county. It's a blue county. I'm going to move this down just a little bit so you can see what we're talking about here. Here's the city of Atlanta. If you've ever flown into Hartsfield International Airport, one of the world's most busiest airports, it's right here. It's in Clayton County. And so this is metropolitan Atlanta. It's growing, it's vibrant, it's diverse, and it is Democratic. That's why you see the blue. And again, Joe Biden in this county is getting 85% of the vote consistently. And even in a county where he's averaging 85%, when you count the mail-in ballots, he's a little bit above that. He's a little bit above that. That has just been the consistent pattern, excuse me, a little Boston accent coming out late at night, all day long as we go through this.
Here's something interesting. We just learned there are still 5,726 outstanding votes in Clayton County, 5,726 in Clayton County. And we're told that we will get those results by midnight tonight.
Okay, so remember that number here. I'll remember it, 5726. I'm going to come out of the county just to do this, okay? 5726. You just said that, right?
Yep.
He's been getting 80% or more of the vote. Look at that lead.
Yeah.
Right there. You can get it right there. There are more votes. There are more votes in other counties.
Correct.
There are more votes in other counties, but 5726 that we expect to get out of Clayton County tonight, match that up to that 2497. If Joe Biden continues to perform at the rate that he is performing in these counties, those votes, if he gets 80% of those votes, puts that at severe risk, and there are still more votes to count.
Yeah, and in other counties that Biden is doing really well in right now. Georgia, I think it's fair to say, does not look great for the president right now.
The trajectory is terrible for the president right now. It's not only not great, it's disastrous at the moment. Again, we're going to count every last vote, and sometimes it changes right now. We'll keep going to count that. I'll leave that up right there right now. But just to make that point.
And just to make the point about Georgia, a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, it's going to be hard for the president to accuse fellow Republicans, including his supporters like Governor Kemp in Georgia, of being anti-Trump.
It's just ludicrous to be polite of what we're hearing from the president. Because you have a state, and look, Governor Kemp, if you remember, if you follow American politics, just a couple years ago when Governor Kemp was elected, Democrats were furious. He was the Secretary of State when he ran for governor. Democrats thought that their votes were suppressed. Democrats thought back then this was not a fair count. So there are a lot of eyes on Governor Kemp. In addition to just this being a presidential election, his own history and the state's history, he's being watched closely, and he knows it.
If Georgia turns blue and Biden wins Georgia and it's 16 electoral votes, is he blocked the president from 270 electoral votes?
Yes, he does.
Show our viewers.
Yes, he does. So let's say if that one goes blue right here, all right? If that one goes blue, so let's walk through the rest here, okay? I'm going to try to get this right. My fingers don't quite do it. Look at that. There's a success story right there.
That's one.
That's Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska allocate electoral college votes by congressional district, so that would get the president one. The president is leading in North Carolina. Let me just pull this back out. Come on up for me here. Let me stay on the Republican. The president is leading in North Carolina. We expect it to go that way. The president is leading in Alaska. We expect it to stay that way, right? So now you're coming across here. The president is leading. I mean, Joe Biden is leading here, but let's just give it to the president for the sake of argument. Let's give it to the president for the sake of argument. Where are you there? Now, this would be the perfect storm, if you will, or the perfect disaster, depending on your perspective. If the president won that one, we could get a 269-269 tie. If he wins Georgia, I mean, if Joe Biden wins Georgia and the president wins everything else, 269 to 269, which throws the election in that scenario, unlikely scenario, to the House of Representatives. And so that is a constitutional crisis in the making if it plays out that way. If it plays out that way. But remember, that's the giant if. Joe Biden right now is leading here and is leading here, and the trajectory tells you he may get this one as well. But even if he doesn't, if Joe Biden holds those, he's the next president of the United States. Georgia would be icing on the case.
A Georgia win, though, for Biden prevents Trump from getting 270.
Prevents him from getting 270. There would still be the possibility of 269.
He won everything else.
If he won everything else, and he's not leading again. Joe Biden is leading here, Joe Biden is leading here, and Joe Biden is charging here. We'll go back to where we are so people see the fair perspective. But president's leading, but that lead is in dire danger. President leading, that lead is in even more dire danger at this moment. There are more votes actually here. Yeah. If you're doing a statistical analysis, a statistician would tell you that one's probably at greater risk than that one, given the trajectory. I mean, the math at the moment tells us this one could flip quite soon.
He's got a lead right now of 2,500 votes, 2,497. Right. That could change at any moment right now, and Biden could take the lead in Georgia.
Right. Again, this is, it's in some ways, this is just a simple math exercise. What did we learn first? Addition and subtraction, arithmetic, 57, 26, right? And so, Joe Biden gets 80% of those votes, then guess what? You're going to see this state, flip from red to blue. And then we count the rest of them. It could flip back. It could flip back. But just this universe of votes alone in this one county, make sure this is not on. There we go. Right here.
Clayton County.
Right here. Right, Clayton County. So we have more than 5,000 votes coming out of here right now. Joe Biden, we pull this out right here. Those votes right there, if he keeps polling, if he comes in at 80% of those votes, that's going to get him in that striking distance. And Wolf, that's not it. That's just it. We're focusing on this one county because we expect them soon. Again, this has just been a steady count, methodical build, 2,497. The count continues. We will watch it.
So Georgia is definitely within very, very strong reach for Biden. Pennsylvania as well.
Pennsylvania as well. And it's a bigger prize. It's the biggest prize left on the board, 20 electoral votes. And again, the President of the United States cannot win without it. If he loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, we're done. The President needs both of those, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden can get there, even if the President wins them, mind you. Joe Biden has an easier path. But here we are. We're below 50,000 right now, 48,854. And we know, starting here, in the largest city of them all, largest vote area of them all, 12% of the statewide population is Philadelphia, and we know we're still waiting for more ballots
here. Only 89% of the vote in Philadelphia is in.
Right. So you're looking at another 10%, 11% of the vote to come in, and he's getting 80% of the vote. He does not need 80% of the rest of the votes out statewide, but he's been getting consistently, Joe Biden has 80% or more of the count in Philadelphia. Just going back through my notes just to make sure I have this right. In Pennsylvania, earlier, and there's been votes since then, earlier in the night, Joe Biden needed just shy of 63%. He has passed that several times since. I keep using it to be conservative. I'm using a higher bar for Joe Biden than he actually needs to meet at 63%. Every time we get votes out of Philadelphia, he's above 80%, close to 88% the last couple of times they've come in. So Joe Biden, every time we have counted votes, has been higher. He has surpassed what he needs to get there. Again, there's no guarantee that that continues, but it has been steady and methodical throughout the day. So we'll keep counting and see if some county surprises us. There are counties out here that are Republican counties. There's a possibility one county will come in with a different number, if you will, slow the train. But right now, the train is roaring toward that lead. And there are enough votes out there to catch it.
Trump's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, but Biden's lead in Arizona is shrinking right now. We're going to get new numbers. That's coming in as well. We'll take a closer look at the votes left to count in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Also, we're going to talk to the Arizona Secretary of State as Election Night in America continues. Let's walk over to Pamela Brown. She's taking a close look at Pennsylvania right now. The vote is coming in pretty quickly, isn't it?
It sure is. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Everyone is watching this count play out, and for good reason, because of how tight the margin is between President Trump and Joe Biden. Take a look at this. Just today in Pennsylvania, they have counted more than 500,000 mail-in ballots. But they still have more to go. Look at this. If you go through the timeline of the counting has been, if you see this morning over the 5-hour span, they counted around 200,000. But then when you go from 3 to 5, it slowed down. And here's why, I'm told by a source familiar. Because of that lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign, that slowed things down. They had to stop for a couple hours. Then they had to make some changes that has had a ripple effect in the counting. But they've been starting to pick back up. And just this evening, as you can see, they've counted around 100,000 ballots. Now at 9 o'clock, we're waiting to get more numbers. But things are speeding up. And I'm told that the administration there in Pennsylvania has been pushing every county to work through the night as much as they can. And one person tells me no one has pushed back in the counties in Pennsylvania. They know that they're up against the clock, that people want an answer, but they also want to do a diligent job. They want to get it right. And there are complexities involved when you're dealing with mail-in ballots, Wolf, as you know, as we've been talking about. There are double ballots, checking the signature. There are a lot of different steps. So they're dealing with a large amount of ballots right now, more than 250,000 they're trying to get through. And they're getting through them fairly quickly across the state, particularly in Philadelphia. Wolf?
Yeah, that's a very impressive job they're doing indeed. And it's such a huge prize, John King. 2011 Biden set match, he wins.
Right, and so if you're the President of the United States, you remember not all that long ago, a couple of days, late Tuesday night, you're leading by more than 500,000 votes. And there you are right now at 48,000 votes. And again, Pam just mentioned, we're waiting again on Philadelphia. If you've been with us for a long time, we keep checking in here, but every time we're at 89%. So you've got 10, 11% of the vote still to come in the largest area of the city, 12% of the vote, largest area of the state, excuse me. The biggest pool of votes comes right here out of Philadelphia. You see Joe Biden getting 80%. He doesn't need that, but if he gets it out of here, it helps him cut into the lead. And so you just come down. There's some more votes here in the callers as well. The votes out in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, those won't be counted until tomorrow because of some legal. We talked to the executive earlier. He says they'll be counted tomorrow, but there's 36,000 votes out there. You look at that lead, 36,000 votes. The county executive told us Joe Biden's been getting about 80% of the mail-in ballots as they count them. It just tells you when you think about the blue counties, the pool of votes. But again, to make this point, we got some votes earlier tonight from out here in Mercer County, right? So you see this on the map, 63% Republican. You think, oh, okay, when they count late votes here, they're going to be for Trump. They're not. They're not, because Democrats are voting by mail. The Election Day ballot is why, the next Election Day voting is why the president is way ahead in these counties. And again, he did rallies near this. He did rallies in Butler County right over here. The president's voters came out on Election Day. But Joe Biden's voters, there aren't as many of them in a conservative county. They voted by mail, and we're seeing those ballots counted today. So even here in Mercer County, Joe Biden was above the bar he needs to keep coming back to challenge that lead. So 48,000 right now. Wolf, I've done this a couple times, but I just want to go back and look at it again because when you look at this, it is just stunning. Let's get Pennsylvania up here and let's go back. Again, this was key to the president 4 years ago. So he sees that at midnight Wednesday. As Tuesday, Election Day, starts into the next day, Wednesday, the president is up by nearly 550,000 votes. Then that lead actually grows, 589,000 votes by Wednesday morning. Then you see it starting to shrink a little bit by Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Then you keep coming through here, 11 o'clock Wednesday night. Look, they're starting to count mail-in ballots in many of these counties. Thursday, this morning, it starts to shrink some more. You keep counting, 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, it shrinks some more down to 108 and change. You keep counting, 6:30 p.m. tonight, here you are at 76,000 votes. You keep counting, you're at 63,000 votes. Then you come back live to where we are right now, and you're at 48,854 votes. As you see, it has just been a steady progression as these counties, 67 of them across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, small and large, as they count their votes, Joe Biden is overwhelmingly winning the mail-in ballots, which are the votes being counted today because they did the Election Day count first. The president pulled out to a big lead because they counted the Election Day vote first. We've seen the flip side of this in other states. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is roaring back. And again, Bucks County still have more ballots to count here. Joe Biden winning 51% in the overall count, but that includes Election Day and a lot of Trump votes in the votes that have come in here today. Joe Biden is up 70, 80%. Same when you move down here into Montgomery County. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is where Democrats need to get their votes. Delaware County as well. Jake Tapper told me I'm supposed to call it Delco, and the locals will like me. Jake Tapper is a local. I'm not, but Delco it is. There you go, Chester County here. In all of these counties, Joe Biden has more than exceeded what he needs to do in counting these mail-in votes. And so, as Pam just noted, they're trying to count more of them tonight. Every time I look, just to see if the numbers change. If you're with us when we're talking about this, you'll see it when we do, because it comes in live when they report them. 48,854 votes in a state the president cannot lose. Joe Biden does not need Pennsylvania. He would like it because of the statement it would be. If you come back out here to the national map, we remember why Donald Trump became president. Because he won here 4 years ago, he won here 4 years ago, he won there 4 years ago, the so-called Democratic blue wall. Those states had been blue in every presidential election since 1992. Donald Trump turned them all red 4 years ago. That's why he's the president of the United States, right there. So far, Joe Biden promised that he could crack the code and rebuild the blue wall. He has Wisconsin, he has Michigan, and it would be a celebration. Joe Biden was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, moved to Delaware. It would be a celebration in the Biden campaign. It would get him to victory, and it would be a personal victory if Joe Biden could turn that blue.
If he won all three of those states, and it's outrageous that the president said Biden's wins in Wisconsin and Michigan were the result of fraud and cheating. There was no fraud, no cheating in Michigan and Wisconsin. And in Pennsylvania, it's getting closer and closer. If he recreates that so-called blue wall, he's going to be the president.
Right. And again, the president consistently, as a candidate and now for almost 4 years as president, has had a casual relationship with the truth. If he wants to prove those points, there are things called courts of law. He can go try to make those points in court. We will see if he does that or if he just talks about it. He talks. But remember, if we go back here, I hate to make this point. I wish I didn't have to make this point, is the way to say it. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a big amount, right? By a very big amount. Donald Trump, to this day, says that happened because 6 million people illegally voted in the United States of America. That is a lie. It's a lie. There's no other way to put it. So since the beginning, if you will, even in victory, President Trump had to lie about why he didn't win the popular vote. And then he had the largest crowd in inaugural history, which was another lie. And here we are. Here we are at the, in what could be the decisive day or the decisive hours if we go into tomorrow of his reelection campaign, and I'm sorry, he's lying again.
And you remember, after he took office, he created this commission to investigate illegal voting, why he lost the popular vote. You remember what happened to that commission?
Yeah, they found nothing, just like I don't think they ever existed. But you might remember a long time ago, Donald Trump said he was sending investigators here because Barack Obama's birth certificate was a fraud, Donald Trump said. Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. Like many other things Donald Trump has said, that turned out to be a lie.
Yeah. And that commission disbanded after a few months because they couldn't find anything wrong with the vote in 2016, it's simply outrageous. You know, one interesting thing, during the campaign, he would go out over these last few weeks and say, Joe Biden is the worst presidential candidate in American history. It would be outrageous if I lost to the worst. Look at the popular vote right now, and this is probably so irritating to the current president of the United States that Joe Biden, who he says was the worst presidential candidate in American history, is beating him by 4 million votes and has won more votes than any other presidential candidate in American history. And only 91% of the vote is in. Still plenty of votes, especially in California, outstanding. So you know Biden's number is going to keep going up and up.
It's not inconceivable that gets to 75 million, or certainly close to it. As you're right, they continue to count in California, and they count more slowly in California because they know the Democrats going to win California for president. There are House races out there. There are other races out there, so they'll keep counting in California. If you remember the 2018 midterms, some of those races took a week or so to get all the votes. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how they count the ballots. But yes, you're right. It's likely to grow. I just want to turn this off for a second just to show you what we have in California so far, because we don't pay attention to the states that we know are reliably blue. But you see so far, 8 million votes just in California alone, and only 77% of the vote is counted in California. So Joe Biden's total is going to go up as they continue to count the votes in California. Washington State does mail-in ballots. They're counting as well. So yes, Joe Biden now has more votes today, right now, and it will grow than any presidential candidate in American history.
We're getting a new vote count in Georgia. It's beginning to shrink and shrink and shrink. Look at this. Let's show our view. Look at this. 49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden. Trump is ahead now by only 1,902 votes. It's a virtual tie that's going on in Georgia right now. We're coming back. Much more on Georgia and Pennsylvania when we come back. Let's get another key race alert right now. Take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania and Georgia right now. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania dramatically narrowing right now. 94% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of only 42,142. It was in the hundreds of thousands 24 hours ago. 49.7% for Trump, 49% for Biden. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's game over. He wins the presidency. In Georgia right now, it's a virtual tie. 99% of the vote is in, but there are still votes out there. Trump has a lead of only 1,902. 49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden. 16 electoral votes in Georgia as well. Still votes out there. A virtual tie, John King. Georgia and Pennsylvania. Let's go to Georgia first right now. Update our viewers on what you're seeing.
Let's pull out right now. Sorry, I was just hunting around and seeing some counties out here. I don't need to say a word. Just look at that right there. 1,902 votes. We continue to count the votes across Georgia, and as we count them, the president's lead has gone from more than 300,000 votes, now down to 1,902 votes. And so what are we waiting for? We know there are places where we still have votes out. We know they include a small number of ballots in Fulton County.
5% outstanding.
Where Atlanta is. We know we're waiting to see there are more ballots in Cobb County. Several hundred only, but we know they're out there. And you keep coming across, that's Fulton. Gwinnett County at 95%. So a lot of this is coming from the metro Atlanta area. This one looks like it's full, Rockdale County. You move over here a little bit, Newton County, they're done. Just want to check down here again, Henry County, it looks like they are about done. But we've just seen this steady path of progress as votes have come in, and not just in the metro Atlanta area. We've seen them come in over here as well. Chatham County, a big vote count here is what cut the lead earlier tonight. And so what's happening, Wolf, is all of these counties, and just to be clear, it's not just in the blue counties. Even in the red counties, Joe Biden is making up ground because in places that President Trump is winning and winning convincingly, even there, the mail-in ballots are going to the Democrats. So we're watching this count. I keep clicking back to statewide because I want to watch it. Inside the Biden campaign, they believe soon they will catch him because they know what votes are out and they know where they are and they know that a fair amount of them are still here. And so this has been happening all night long. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. But again, you're watching this right now, and President Trump cannot, I'm just going to say it again, cannot lose Georgia. His math does not work if he loses either Georgia or Pennsylvania. In his lead in both states right now, down 1,900 votes there. This one is just as shocking. This is a bigger state, and it's now down to 42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 49.7 to 49.0. And you see there's still 6% of the vote out. And again, a lot of this vote, we know, is in Democratic strongholds, and they're continuing to count. So 2 states the president must win, Pennsylvania and Georgia. His leads are shrinking almost by the hour or even sometimes by the quarter hour, and we're just waiting to see. They're red on the map right now. If it flips blue, that doesn't mean it stays blue, but the president cannot allow, if the clock runs out on this election and those are blue, he is a one-term president.
Let's not forget, in Georgia, there's a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State. So if the president is going to start accusing Georgia of cheating and fraud, it's going to be hard when you got a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State.
Right. And as the president says that, if he or any candidate for any office at any level across the United States of America has a legitimate case to make, you can go to a court and you can file the documents to try to prove it. But what they're doing here in the state of Georgia is what they're doing in all 50 states, and different states are doing it in different order. So you saw, again, I'll say this, in Ohio on election night, Joe Biden jumped out to a big lead. They counted the mail-in ballots first. That was the process in the state. Then the election day vote was counted. President Trump caught up, won the state quite convincingly. Here, they counted the election day vote first. Republicans, by tradition, and because of the president's rallying, to his credit, he traveled the country and he turned his base out and they came out. They counted those votes on election day. The mail-in ballots in Georgia, they decided they would count after. That's their process. That's what they've been doing today. And again, by the hour today, that lead, and starting into yesterday, but by the hour today, that lead has been shrinking, and we're at 1,900 votes away, and there are more than enough votes in play for the president to catch up, without a doubt. There are 16,000 votes still outstanding. Joe Biden needs about 57% of those. He has been surpassing that bar, leaping that bar by a significant margin throughout the day.
Any new votes in Pennsylvania that are just coming in right now? Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. All right, let's take a look at, here's the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, Trump is ahead by 42,142. All right, take a look at Scranton. You can see where Scranton is.
Sure,
There's a blue.
right here.
Right, the county right below Scranton. I think that's Monroe County right there.
There you go.
Yeah, Monroe County. It's a small county of about 1.3%. Bring out the blackboard. We got some new numbers just coming in from Monroe County.
Let's do it.
Biden, take a look at this. He's got 10,841. All right, Trump in Monroe County has 4,129. Biden wins by 71.6%.
So in class, they tell you to round that up to 72. But again, consistently, Joe Biden needs a smaller percentage than that. He does not need that many votes. I just want to check to make sure we get this right. We don't want to mislead anybody. This number is actually high because Joe Biden keeps exceeding it. An hour ago or so, Joe Biden needed 63%, 62.7% of the outstanding votes. Every time we have counted them since I checked that number, he has exceeded it, which means the percentage now is actually lower. But let's hold him to the higher bar. Hold him to the higher bar. That, again, is more proof that every time we count votes, Joe Biden is cutting into the math. And so let's just turn this off. I'm going to move this up here. We can bring it back if we want to look at Monroe County. I'll stop it right there. But then let's just come back and look again. 42,000 votes. Again, that lead at one point was above 600,000 votes. And, it seems shocking, especially if you're a Trump supporter. How do you go from 600,000 votes ahead to 42,000 and change votes ahead? You do that by counting votes.
We're waiting to see if Georgia flips for Biden. We're getting more numbers coming in. We'll take a quick break. Much more right after this.
And election night in America continues as we are watching the votes being counted. That is what the process is right now. Regardless of what the president says is going on, that is what is happening in states across the country right now. The votes are being counted. Let's put it up on the screen. Let's put the latest breakdown of each state, if we have it, or not. We're looking, obviously, at Arizona. We're looking at, there you go, Georgia. We have the president still has a lead, 1,902 votes, but that lead has been gradually getting smaller and smaller as we have watched over the course of the day as the votes continue to be counted. There are still votes being counted in Georgia. Nevada, 11,438. Joe Biden is in the lead there. It had been about 7,000 or so, I think it was earlier this morning. So Biden's lead has grown somewhat throughout the day in Nevada, awaiting more votes to be counted there, though. And you saw Pennsylvania and Arizona. Also want to put up a tweet that Joe Biden sent out after President Trump's remarks in the White House briefing room. Former Vice President Biden tweeted, "No one is going to take our democracy away from us, not now, not ever. America has come too far, fought too many battles, and endured too much to let that happen." It's a really interesting juxtaposition of what we see happening tonight. I mean, on the one hand, there's the president and what he is saying and the charges he is leveling, and the court battles that will no doubt happen, whether or not whatever evidence the president has and his attorneys have to present will be presented. But while that drama is going on, the very sort of mundane focused work of democracy, of counting votes, continues in each of these states. And it continues no matter what the president says, no matter what Vice President Biden says. Doesn't matter if it's a Republican governor in the state or a Republican Secretary of State in the state or a Democratic one, the votes are being counted.
Yeah, there's a real nobility in that. I mean, if you believe in democracy, this is the day when people have the power. I mean, now it's the days, but this is the time when people have the power to have their say. And obviously the president is unhappy with the verdict that is forming. But this is how we bring change in America. And it's a sacred thing. Mm-hmm. And it is through the votes of people who sometimes wait hours to vote, and through all these people who volunteer because they think it is their patriotic duty to be there, because they want to be part of this process. There's a real beauty to it. No matter how much the president sullies it, there's a real beauty to this.
And that's what's so damaging about what the president did earlier, which is that all these people that David is talking about who are out there, poll workers, government officials, trying to conduct democracy as it should be conducted. And there may be problems, but you don't undermine the entire democratic process just because you think you may not win an election.
Yeah.
And it's, we saw Joe Biden today, who may or may not win, going through, having his COVID briefing on the economy, and then you have the president coming out, and even his staff, according to our White House reporting, was really nervous about what he would say because they worried, and I think rightly so, that he was going to undermine his own case by charging fraud and that the election was being stolen, et cetera, et cetera. And that is exactly what he did. And so trying to spin this forward, how is the president going to relate to Joe Biden if Joe Biden would win? I can't even think about it.
And I don't even want to think about it because it's kind of scary. But I think what's amazing in Georgia, first of all, in Georgia, you don't just have a Republican governor who's very Trump-like and likes Trump. You've got a Republican Secretary of State, and the election supervisor is also a Republican. You got triple red on top of this thing, and he's still saying it's corrupt and it's a fraud. So, facts should actually matter. I think also we shouldn't just let go of the fact, the wonder and the amazement that we're talking about Georgia.
Yeah.
This is Georgia that we're talking about possibly slipping away from Donald Trump, possibly slipping away from a Republican president. And why is that? It's because you've got some demographic changes that have happened. You've got a big entertainment industry there that's brought a lot of liberals and artists and all that kind of stuff there. You got a lot of people left Louisiana because of Katrina, set up shop there. You've got a lot of stuff happening there culturally. You got a big LGBTQ community there, and you've got a different center of gravity happening there culturally. Then you've got the incredible organizing, Stacey Abrams with Fair Fight, New Georgia Project, and others who've gotten out there and they have built a machine to turn out votes. This is cultural changes, political changes, an amazing thing is happening. That's not fraud. That's not fraud. That's America growing, changing, transforming. We should be celebrating that tonight.
Let me remind you the numbers. 211,000 votes is what Donald Trump won Georgia by 5 points. I believe it was 5 points 4 years ago.
Yeah.
211,000. Now
there's
it's
over a million
tie.
more people living in Georgia
Yeah.
in the last
Yeah.
3 years. So I mean, this is a
That's America.
I've talked to some people in Georgia, and they their state has changed. I mean, Stacey Abrams almost won, and she lost by what, 0.5%, something like that. So look at the Senate race in Georgia, and it's close to probably. I think now both of them are going to go to a runoff, so the United States Senate is going to be decided. It's we're going to
explain that, because I mean that's sort of gotten lost.
The only state in the union. You hear about runoffs all the time, and you have them, for example, in Louisiana, which has what's called a jungle primary, where you have your primary is on like Bill Cassidy ran for the Senate in Louisiana, and he ran against a whole host of candidates, and unless you get 50%, you have
runoff.
You have a runoff. But in Georgia, like many other southern states, you have to get 50% in the primary. But in Georgia is the only one that you have to get 50% in the general. And they've had that for a long time. And I think it was an old Jim Crow legend of keeping it in the Democrats' hands. Well, now it's still there, and we had a special election where there were a whole bunch of candidates, just like Louisiana's jungle primary, and the top two candidates were a Democrat, Pastor Warnock, and then the current senator who was appointed to replace Johnny Isakson, Kelly Loeffler. And then on the other Senate race, which was for a 6-year term, that's for a 2-year term, is David Perdue and Ossoff.
John Ossoff.
Sorry, couldn't remember his first name. And David Perdue was at 50%. And then just a few minutes ago.
Drug him down.
Yeah. But the importance of that.
There's going to be 2 races on January 5th in Georgia
that will determine
who controls the United States.
So there's going to be a ton of money now being poured into Georgia.
I own a TV station in Georgia.
So if you can buy a TV station in Georgia,
it's a good investment right now.
The way that he got pulled down, though, below 50%, grassroots organizers curing ballots.
Yeah.
So, anyways, you got the democracy at work.
So that is a battle to come for Georgia, that both Democrats and Republicans are on the Senate side. But the battle right now tonight, 1,000 votes, 1,900 is now what the president's lead is at. Do we know when more numbers are going to be coming in, both for Georgia and also Pennsylvania? I mean, because earlier in the day, the Secretary of State had said they would be done by the end of the day in Pennsylvania. Then the governor came out and said, well, maybe that.
Well, they seem to be dribbling in.
So, Clayton County is supposed to be in by midnight.
This is in Georgia.
Georgia.
Really?
And that could flip it, so that's a bit of a tease, but
Clayton County's
it
about
could.
just 70% African American, so it's a
So it
county
could flip it. That's what I mean.
not gonna do well
So things are coming in piecemeal, but that's an important
The other
piece
thing
of
that
the
happened
puzzle.
today, which also has gotten lost in all this, is that another record count of COVID cases in the United States. Yesterday had been a new record. I think it was 102,000 yesterday, and today.
And this is the reality that if Joe Biden gets elected president, this is the reality he's going to have to confront it. And what Gloria said is really concerning. You know, one of the things I'll always remember when Barack Obama got elected president is just how helpful George W. Bush and his entire team were with us.
True.
And it wasn't because we were so kind to President Bush during our campaign. It was because he saw himself as a trustee of the democracy. He saw this as his obligation to ensure that there was a good and peaceful and productive transfer of power. It's more important right now than ever because we're facing a COVID crisis. We have deep economic problems. And, you know, I mean, again, my prayer for the country is that there is a good, solid transition. The auguries here are not very positive.
Yeah, it was going to be. It was 102,000 new cases yesterday, more than 120,000 today.
So
staggering numbers.
That's the worst in the world.
COVID isn't going to go away. It could be a joint project if you had two people who wanted to work together on it. I mean, all of this, what you're talking about, reminds me. I just looked it up. When Bill Clinton became president, you know, they leave each other notes in the desk there in the Oval Office. And Bush 41 said to him, "You will be our president when you read this note. I wish you well. Your success now is our country's success. I am rooting hard for you."
Our coverage continues in just a moment.
We may be on the brink of a major turning point in the presidential vote count. I'm Wolf Blitzer. The former Vice President Joe Biden keeps gaining ground in Georgia tonight. He's now in a virtual tie with President Trump in that traditionally red state, and it's possible he will take the lead at any moment. Biden also is slicing deeper and deeper into the president's lead in Pennsylvania, another must-win for Trump. It's a different story in Arizona, where Biden's advantage has narrowed, but he still appears to be on a firm path toward winning the 270 electoral votes needed to become president-elect of the United States. Biden is now at 253, Trump is at 213, and the votes keep coming. Here's a key race alert. All right, here are the closest four states right now. Take a look at this. Georgia right now, President Trump is ahead by only 1,902 votes. Look at how close, a virtual tie right now. And any moment now, that lead he has could switch dramatically in Georgia. In Nevada right now, Biden is ahead by 11,438 votes. In Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by only 42,142. But that's dramatically lower than it was only hours and hours ago. His lead is slipping dramatically in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, Biden's lead is slipping right now. It's at 46,257. It was much higher earlier, so his lead is slipping in Arizona right now. Lots going on. We're watching all of this with John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's talk about Georgia and Pennsylvania right now, because it's possible the president could lose the lead at any moment now.
If the president loses Georgia, the best he can do is 269 electoral votes. If he loses Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's game over. The president needs them both to get above 270, which, of course, is the finish line. So we're looking at this. This is so dramatic. 1,902 votes, 1,902 votes, 49.4 to 49.4. In a state, the president had a lead excess of 250,000 votes. If we go back to Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, it was above 300,000 votes at one point. So what are we looking for now? We're looking for the remaining votes. One of the places we know, and they promised to get them to us by midnight tonight, is Clayton County. This is just south of Atlanta. Hartsfield International Airport is right here if you've ever flown in and out or through Atlanta. Right now, Clayton still has about 5,776 ballots to count as of the last point. Just in this county alone, if Joe Biden wins 71.8, so 72% of the votes when they're counted, he'll catch up to the President of the United States. He'll actually pass the President of the United States because the vote tally has changed in somewhat since then. So right here, more than 5,700 votes in a place where Joe Biden is getting 85% of the vote. And Joe Biden generally exceeds what you see for his countywide vote when they count the mail-in votes. Pretty hard to exceed that, but we'll see if he does. So in a place where Joe Biden is already getting 85% of the vote, they've got 5,700. That's enough right there. Statewide, 16,000 votes still outstanding right there. So Joe Biden essentially needs 57%. It's a little smaller than that now if he pulls in the rest of the votes. Where else are they? Some of them are still a small amount of votes, we believe, still in Fulton County here. This is Atlanta. And then some of the suburbs around here as you walk down and come through. This one's up to 99. We saw earlier, I just want to show you, Rockdale County had some votes come in earlier. I just want to go, because we've seen this throughout the night, right? How is Joe Biden doing? So even in a place where you see him running very well here, let me bring this up. When these last votes came in Rockdale County, here's what happened. Joe Biden got 803 votes, all right? So that's 77.9%. I'll give you the president's total in just a minute. 77.9. The president got 208 votes. So let's fix that. 208 votes. Now, why am I bringing this up in a county where Joe Biden is winning so big? Because the challenge is because the president has the statewide lead, to exceed that bar. So even in places where Joe Biden is getting 70%, when they're counting the mail-in ballots, he tends to do a little bit better than that everywhere. So you were seeing this consistently across these counties. So the metric all day long, the test for Joe Biden is he getting enough votes at the percentage he needs to narrow the gap? And we were asking that question when it was 60,000. We were asking that question when it was 50,000, 40,000. It's now 1,900. It's below 2,000. We're waiting for the rest of the votes. Again, on the track it is on right now, the expectation, there you go, as we speak. As we speak, 1,797. This has been a methodical climb for Joe Biden, or if you want to call it a methodical decline for the President of the United States. And again, in the White House earlier tonight, he said that this was because of fraud and cheating. It is because of math and democracy and counting votes in a state with a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, Republican office holders. If the governor of Georgia thought there was fraud, we would have heard from him by now. He's the Republican governor. This has been playing out for a couple of days. They're simply counting votes, and we'll watch. 1,797 now, the president's lead, because they counted the election day vote first, was above 300,000. When we went from Tuesday into early Wednesday, there we go. That's Georgia. We'll keep an eye on that, and then we'll tell me if it changes while I move up here to Pennsylvania. Again, 42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where the president, as we went from Tuesday into the early morning hours of Wednesday, led by more than 500,000 votes, over 600,000 votes at one point. There's nothing wrong with that. They counted the election day vote first. You see all these red counties. Pennsylvania's a big, complicated state, very rural state up in here, and the president does extremely well in those counties. He turned out his vote on election day, and he mounted an impressive vote total. But then they started counting the mail-in ballots. Democrats did that disproportionately, and you see down here especially, as we wait for the rest of the votes to come in, I want to switch to Pennsylvania. About 250,000 left to count at last check, 250,000. 20% of those are right here in Philadelphia. 20% of them, about 72,000. Joe Biden's getting 80% of the vote in Philadelphia, right? You can take out a pencil at home, get your calculator out. If he keeps winning votes at that pace here, then he's going to catch up to that. And we've been going throughout the day. The president is getting his votes, but Joe Biden, even when you go to places like this, we haven't had any mail-in votes here, but I just want to pull up a Republican county. Even when you go to places like this, today, Joe Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote or higher, even though he's not in the totals, because in the election day count, the president ran it up very successfully, but Joe Biden, the Democrats who live here voted by mail, and those are the votes that are coming in as we go through this. So again, just like in Georgia, this has been a steady progression toward the president, away from the president's lead, Joe Biden coming up. If Joe Biden, 20 electoral votes, this is the largest prize still on the board. As I said, the president of the United States, to get above 270, he needs this, and he needs this. Let's flip the math another way. Joe Biden right now is at 253. It takes 270 to win. That's 20. There's the most simple math of all. 253 plus 20 means Joe Biden's the next president of the United States. So we will keep our eye on the count in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in the state of Georgia. 42,000 right there. And Wolf, it's just been a steady, methodical shift.
I want to go back to Georgia for a moment. Martin Savage is on the ground for us in Georgia right now. Martin, tell our viewers what you're seeing right now. Where are they still counting these votes in Georgia tonight?
Yeah, there are a number of places, Wolf, and so we are likely to see the president's lead decline even more. Rockdale County is one of the latest to come in with 1,031 votes. 803 went to Vice President Biden, and 203 went to President Trump. Now, Clayton County is that county now that still has the most outstanding votes. That's 5,726. And we are told that they are going to continue counting till at least midnight. They actually believe in Clayton County they will get through all of the absentee ballots that they have outstanding or that need to be counted before or at the time of midnight. So that's going to be a significant time. We should point out, though, it's not going to be one sort of dump right at 11:59. They're actually updating on a much more regular basis, maybe on the span of about every half hour. Gwinnett County was going till at least 9 o'clock. Now, the thing about Gwinnett County was they were going to keep counting, but they weren't going to update their numbers. They say they're not going to do that until tomorrow morning sometime. And then we know there are a number of other counties that have been contemplating going later into the night. But the smaller the county, the less likely they would do that. They just simply don't have the staffing to go 24 hours. But still, we point out there is Clayton County with the largest number. They are still counting. They do expect to be completed tonight. And as you've already mentioned, the numbers from Clayton County alone could flip the entire race as it stands in Georgia right now. A really remarkable story that is breaking by almost every moment.
And has anyone there at all, you're in Savannah, has anyone at all suggested fraud or any illegal voting, anything untoward going on?
Well, I should say, yes, there are Trump supporters that have come out and been quite vocal, but they have nothing to substantiate it. They base it on conversations they claim they had with people who thought they were going to get absentee ballots that they say never received them. And then there's all sorts of other conspiracy theories that are out there. But no, there's no official complaint. There was one that went to Chatham County Court here, but that was dismissed by the judge. The claim was that there were a number of absentee ballots that came in too late, about 50 of them, that may have been slipped in to the actual tally, but county election officials here were able to prove to the judge that that did not happen, and that case was dismissed. That's the only legal case there was so far. There could be others to come in the days ahead.
Yeah, Georgia, a key state. Martin, thank you very much. Martin Savage is in Savannah.
Absolutely. For
us. John, as we keep pointing out, Georgia has a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, and things are moving along. There's always a few little minor problems in any election. They got to do a little recounting here and there, but nothing significant.
And to Martin's point about the Trump supporters, there's a process. And again, I don't mean this, I mean this with no disrespect. You can complain publicly all you want. If you want to prove it, there are ways to do it. You go to court, or you go to your election officials and you file the complaints and it goes through the process. So we'll watch that. We'll watch that. And look, let's assume, we're looking at 1,797. The trajectory seems crystal clear. Let's assume that Joe Biden passes the president in Georgia. Well, guess what? There could be within grounds for a recount, number one. There are 8,000 possible military and overseas ballots. They mailed out, I believe, 8,800 was the number. That's the universe. They don't all come back. Not everybody sends them back, but they have to wait. They have to wait. So if this is a race that's within a few thousand votes at the end, no matter who's in charge, they're going to wait for those ballots as well. So we're not going to be definitive in Georgia, but we have seen just a undeniable trajectory. And again, the places where the votes are out, Martin mentioned, Clayton County, look at it. The votes that have come in so far, 85% for Joe Biden. There are 5,700 votes still to be counted. They expect to have those by midnight. So we should see those within the next couple of hours in this one county. Then he mentioned it was going to come up here. He mentioned DeKalb. He didn't mention DeKalb. We're done there. But he mentioned Gwinnett. He said they're going to wait till tomorrow now. The last time I checked, there were 4,800 ballots there. And Joe Biden, in the county-wide vote, has just shy of 60%. But again, when they count these mail-in ballots, the numbers have been consistently much higher than that, because the Election Day vote includes the president's vote there, and in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been getting consistently 79, 80% or higher. That doesn't guarantee it happens again, but 4,400 ballots here that they're going to count tomorrow tells you that wherever we get by the end of the night, that's a reserve of most likely more votes for the former vice president, the Democratic nominee, tomorrow. So we wait. And where Martin is, this was a big piece of it here. We were waiting earlier in the day, and they had more than 17,000 ballots here. And when they came in, you see they're up to 95% now. So this is one of the smaller counties, as Martin mentioned. These people, bless them, they're working incredibly hard in overtime. They may have a few left that they're going to count tomorrow, but they did most of theirs. And this was one of the counties, when they reported them, that really started the exponential decline of the president's lead. And that's what they're doing, county by county across Georgia, counting the votes. As you noted, they have a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. There are 2 Senate races playing out in Georgia right now. If there was widespread fraud, trust me, people on the ballot, this is personal. You're running for Senate, you're running for House, you're running for county commission, you're running for anything. We would hear it. We would hear it. And again, there's a process. If you have a complaint, make it by the process. Fill out the paperwork, file it in court, file it with the election board. Don't just talk about it. That's not a complaint. That's politics.
An awful moment in American history when the president came out today in the briefing room, made those allegations totally unfounded and potentially very, very dangerous. Jake, Dan, and Abby, guys, to you.
Wolf, I mean, what a nail-biter. Look at the margins in these 4 key battleground states. In Georgia, it is only 1,797. They are basically tied with 49.4% each, Trump and Biden. In Nevada, the voting continues. Biden is ahead by only 11,438. Trump has really chipped away at the I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking of Arizona. And in any case, 11,438. It's incredibly narrow. Biden has expanded his slim margin there by about 4,000 today. In Pennsylvania, 41,305 votes separate Donald Trump from Joe Biden, and as the votes keep getting counted, that lead keeps getting narrowed. And Arizona, 46,257. As the voting goes on there, the vote counting goes on there, Biden is losing votes and Trump is chipping away. I have never seen anything like this. I mean, having one state this close is one thing. Having 4 this close, 2 days, is that how many days we are from election day?
Unclear.
2 days, 3, 5, 10,
Doesn't
whatever
matter.
it is. It is unbelievable, and the stakes could not be higher.
Could not be higher. I want to say it's like having 4 Floridas, but it's, hopefully we will end up in a place where, Florida 2000, hopefully we'll end up in a place where these votes will get counted. They're doing it very slowly, very cautiously, very deliberately, Nevada in particular, which is slower than the others, and we will get the answers. And we're going to get maybe some more news from Arizona later. Pennsylvania is working pretty fast, especially considering, as we talked about, this is really new for them. I mean, it's new for a lot of states to have this volume of mail-in votes, but the whole notion of mail-in voting is really new for Pennsylvania.
Keep talking about my fellow Pennsylvanians as if we're not the greatest.
Well, even
of course we're capable of such a thing.
No, but even Pennsylvanians have said that that the state, the Commonwealth, was behind on the whole notion of mail-in voting before 2020, and they're getting it together. There are problems, there's no question, and it was a little bit rough with the legislature and the Democratic governor, but at least they're doing it, and they're doing it in a pretty brisk way.
You know what I think about a lot as we go through this all together as a nation? The president is freaking out, frankly, over these narrow margins. But 4 years ago, he won in Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes.
That's right.
In Michigan, by 10,000 votes.
Right.
In Wisconsin, 22,000 votes. So the narrowest of narrow margins in 3 states won Donald Trump the presidency of the United States. The difference tonight, though, is that the numbers are moving. We're still counting votes, and they're shifting on him, which I think is one of the things causing some anxiety over at the White House. But if you're the Trump campaign tonight, what is going on in Georgia is a nightmare scenario. It makes the math virtually impossible. And once that state flips, then you have the process of trying to find votes to flip it back if you're Trump. That's what makes Georgia such a difficult situation for him. It's not over, but we are 1,700 votes away from Joe Biden potentially flipping that state, and we could get more votes again tonight. That's a huge, huge deal.
And by the way, it's Georgia.
Yeah.
It is Georgia.
A state that hasn't gone Democratic.
Democrats have wanted
for the president
this for
since
decades.
1992.
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable. I mean, in recent times, it's kind of been the white whale for Democrats. They think that they're going to get it, not so much on the presidential level, but statewide in a more aggressive way. Didn't happen 2 years ago. But considering how red Georgia has been in recent decades, this demographic shift has been almost warp speed in the past several years.
President Trump on Sunday in Georgia, Sunday before the presidential election, believe it or not, said, I shouldn't even be here.
That's true.
Because, you know, they said
that in a lot of
they
places.
said I have it all wrapped up. No, he didn't. And at the rate we're going, Joe Biden looks like he will overtake Donald Trump in Georgia. Although I'm not calling it, and there remain all those other ballots, military ballots and the like, so we might not get an official call from Georgia for a few days. But look at that. It's remarkable. I have to say also, this is exciting because it is votes being counted. It is the experiment of America. It is democracy. And it's not only working in one way. No. Biden's margins are getting better for him in Pennsylvania and in Nevada and in Georgia. But Trump's margin, it's getting better for Trump in Arizona. We're seeing how the counting of votes is really something to be celebrated. And it is being celebrated by everyone except for President Trump and his minions.
And can I just say, though, that I like that we're counting votes. It's good that this process is happening, but it did not actually have to be this way. Some of these states should have been able to count these ballots before Election Day, which would have sped up this process. We're just watching this counting process happening in slow motion, in part because the Trump campaign pushed back on any efforts to count ballots early so that we could get some of this counting done before we got to Election Day. So that's really, I mean, especially in the state of Pennsylvania, that is why we are, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that is why we are where we are
But the
today.
governor,
And
the Democratic governor wanted that. The Democratic Attorney General wanted that, but the Republican legislature refused to let them count the vote-by-mail ballots ahead of Election Day. They would not do it precisely because they wanted to let President Trump do this, claim victory by pretending that all these vote-by-mail ballots weren't legitimate.
Counting early doesn't solve all of our problems. Arizona counts early, but we're still waiting on some votes.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
But Pennsylvania is a very large state, and it would have helped them to be able to count a little bit earlier.
Yeah, there are fewer voters in Arizona than Pennsylvania, but Arizona, I guess that makes our point. Arizona has much more of a history with mail-in voting, and they were allowed to start, I believe, 2 weeks ago to start counting the votes as they came in, and yet here we are still waiting for them to count the votes. So it's volume. It's, oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a pandemic,
right?
And it's not been great in a lot of these states, but particularly Arizona was very hard hit, you know, over the summer, and that has to be taken into account. Maybe we haven't talked about that enough, that it's not just that we are in a position where things are probably happening slower because of a pandemic, but that these people who are trying to count the votes are doing it wearing masks, maybe wearing face shields, trying to be as careful as they possibly can for their own protection and the protection of others.
Although, Dan, I have to say, and you're more of an expert of this than I am, but 2 years ago, I think it was, when Senator Kyrsten Sinema defeated Martha McSally.
It took a while.
In Martha McSally's, the first time she was defeated for the Senate, as opposed to the second time a few days ago.
I don't think we've called it.
We haven't called it yet? Okay. As it looks like it's going to happen. In any case, that race took a long time to determine who won. And McSally was ahead on election night 2000. Was it 2018? I think it was.
Yes, it was 2 years
election night 2018.
Yeah.
And then they had to count all these absentee and vote-by-mail ballots. There are a lot of seniors in Arizona, obviously, huge retirement community. A lot of people vote by paper, on whether it's absentee or vote-by-mail. And it was days later that we found out that Sinema had defeated then-incumbent Senator McSally. So we are used to this from Arizona. It's just that the entire country wasn't paying attention to it. Really just nerds who care about the balance of power in the Senate.
The presidency didn't hang in the balance
Yeah.
because of what was going on in Arizona. And particularly, you know, on a presidential level, this is the first time in a really long time the eyes of the country have been on Arizona as a battleground state on a presidential level. A really long time. I mean, it was just a fluke that Bill Clinton won, and it was because of Ross Perot kind of helped get him there. But aside from that, it has been a really reliably red state on a presidential level. Again, as I talked about with Georgia, it is the very, very quickly changing demographics in Arizona, not just retirees now, much bigger minorities community and a lot of younger people.
And in addition to Georgia now being on the verge of flipping potentially to Joe Biden, we are going to have 2 runoffs in January. That state is about to become the center of the political universe.
In Georgia, yeah.
In Georgia. It is almost certain that this margin, whatever it is between Trump and Biden, is going to be so razor thin. And then on top of that, you're going to have a really massive effort by both parties to fight over those 2 seats because that state is changing, as you said, Dana, so quickly. And because there's so much activism in that state. After 2018, when Stacey Abrams lost the gubernatorial race, she has really helped activate the Democratic base, especially black voters in the state of Georgia. And it's making a difference for Democrats tonight.
If Joe Biden ends up winning Georgia, he will have Stacey Abrams and the communities that she has gotten excited and motivated, African-American community, young community, Latino community, lots of different groups, he will have her to thank for the work. And similarly, if Joe Biden ends up winning Arizona, we talked the other day about the fact that Joe Biden, according to exit polls, which are still early, showed that Joe Biden won 10% of Republicans in Arizona. So there is the McCain flake factor there. But if Joe Biden wins Arizona, the Latino community in Arizona came out for him in a major way. And there's a lot of talk about how Donald Trump has done better with the Latino community in 2020 than he did in 2016, especially in places such as Florida. But the Latino community in Arizona is a completely different story. And the activists there did a fantastic job in getting out their voters for Joe Biden.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're hearing from Democrats who are looking at the map and they're saying, it is a little bit of a different story depending on where you're looking geographically. And they really look at Arizona as a bright spot about their engagement with the Latino community, but also about the issue of immigration and how it can work for certain segments of the Latino population in that state in particular. There's a lot that needs to be unpacked there, but Joe Biden might be saved in the state of Arizona by Latino voters showing up, though we should point out he actually doesn't need to win the state of Arizona.
All right, well, we are following these very dramatic developments in the vote count in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we're standing by for new numbers in all of the battleground states remaining. We're going to talk to Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania next as Election Night in America continues. Stay with us.
Only about 1,775 votes separate Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. That number has shrunk dramatically. There's a virtual tie going on right now. Let's discuss with Shauna Dozier, the director of the Board of Elections in Clayton County right now. That potentially that county could flip the vote right now. Shauna, thanks so much for joining us. I know there are about, 5,000 outstanding ballots in your county, Clayton County. When do you expect the counting to be done there, and what's going on?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, we have roughly 4,200 absentee ballots that we are working on counting.
And when do you think we're going to get those results?
We're trying our best to get it done by midnight.
By midnight. So are you going to wait to release all of them at the same time, or are you going to be releasing them, as they come in?
Well, periodically, we are updating our website every 30 minutes.
So if there's 4,200 outstanding ballots that are going to come in, and what is your sense? How many you think, percentage-wise, rough estimate, would go to Biden? How many would go to Trump?
Well, I'm not sure of how to make that determination.
Clayton County is an important county. It's a suburb of Atlanta. John King is with me. Shauna, he has a question for you.
We have seen, Shauna, thank you for your time. I know you're busy. We have seen, including in some of the early vote totals from your county, in these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden getting roughly 80% or so or more, which is above the percentage he needs to catch up statewide. What's left are all mail-in ballots. Is that correct?
We do have absentee by mail ballots and also our provisionals.
Some provisional ballots as well. Okay, but the election day, the on-election day vote has already been counted.
That is correct.
What about military ballots?
They are still outstanding.
Outstanding, but you have no idea how many military ballots may be outstanding?
We don't know how many we'll receive, but they have until 5 p.m. on Friday in order to submit their ballots back to us.
All right, well, we'll look forward to getting those numbers from you, Shauna. Thank you very much. Good luck, and thanks for all the important work you and your team are doing. Really grateful, appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Pennsylvania right now. The Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, is joining us once again. Senator Casey, thanks very much for joining us. We spoke earlier today. You told us you believe Biden will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and you suggested maybe by as many as 100,000 votes. Senator, are you still confident about that assessment?
Yeah, Wolf, I am in both the assessment that he'll win and, at least in an approximate fashion, the margin. Now, it may be that he wins by less than that when we get to, say, 98, 99% of the vote count. But I think eventually it'll be right around 100. But what we don't know right now is when he'll cross or overtake the president. But we'll see. We just got new numbers in from Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead right now, Senator, and I'm looking at the vote board over here. The lead of Donald Trump just went down. It's only 36,572 in Pennsylvania, with 94% of the estimated vote reporting. Still a lot of votes left out there. Do you have any sense how many votes are still out there? Well, not an exact total for the whole state, but here, just to give you an example, the bulk of them are the following. About 5 counties. Philadelphia, as you know, about 70, a little more than 70,000. Allegheny County, 35. Lehigh, 25. Bucks, 22. And Monroe, 14. So all 5 are that's significant population counties, but also a lot of votes to count. So there could be others. As you know, sometimes a small county will report and they don't have, they have some mail-in ballots, and it's a county that the president wins, but there's still a high number of mail-in ballots for Joe Biden. So, but the bulk of them, obviously, in Philadelphia and kind of suburban Philadelphia or the Lehigh Valley. John King's got some questions for you too, Senator. But before I let him start asking some questions, do you think we'll know a winner tonight? How many absentee ballots are left to count? I think I don't see it happening tonight in terms of a winner. The only question is if more came in tonight, would that be enough to put Joe Biden in the lead? But I can't be certain of that. All right, John King has some questions.
Senator, you understand the stakes, obviously. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, there's no path for Donald Trump to get to 270. In fact, if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, that would get him to 273, even before we finish the counts in Arizona and Nevada. So I just want to walk through a couple of these. You just mentioned, you said you believe there are still, how many votes do you think are out in Lehigh County? Lehigh, I'm told about 25,000 that are still not counted yet. So 25,000, and we saw some votes earlier from Lehigh County. And in these mail-in ballots, I just want to make the distinction for our viewers, they're counting mail-in ballots now. So the Election Day vote, President Trump did pretty well everywhere, even in Lehigh County. You see you got 46, 47% of the vote if you round up. But these are just mail-in ballots. And earlier we got some from Lehigh County, and they were disproportionately for Joe Biden in the high 70s or the low 80s. I'm not recalling that specific county, but that's what we've seen all day long across the Commonwealth. So I assume that's your expectation because they're mail-in ballots. Yes, that the Biden percentage would be very high. And so, I'm sorry. Probably 80, and so maybe roughly 80. And so that's Lehigh, roughly 80. Well, if you have roughly 80, and you say, look, 36,000. So that's one county where you get a basket of 20,000 votes or so. That would cut in. And in the Philadelphia area, you mentioned Philadelphia City itself. Obviously, they're at 89% now, but 11% in the city of Philadelphia would be a ton of votes. So what do we think the number is there now? The best number I have now is a little over 70. 70,000. All right. So again, if you look, you think about 70,000 votes there, where the former vice president is getting 80% or higher. Just there's 36,000. Just do it yourself. I mean, there are votes in Philadelphia alone, Wolf, that are more than enough, Senator, and you know this as well. And you say there are other counties in the Philadelphia area, in the suburban county. Are we still looking? Do we think they're more in Bucks County? Yes, some in Bucks. The best estimate we have is about 22,000. So again, if you think about it, this way, said 20,000 Lehigh, 22,000 Bucks, well in excess of that, a couple times that, 3 times that in Philadelphia. So there's more than enough votes. Again, the reason we're going through this exercise, and we appreciate your patience, Senator, was going through this exercise just to show the math. The president has a 36,572 vote lead right now. There are many ballots out there, and they're in these Democratic strongholds. And Senator, please correct me if you think I'm wrong, where consistently throughout the day, we have seen Joe Biden getting 70% or higher, often in excess of 80% in these counties, Wolf. And he doesn't need that high of a percentage to pass the president. And again, the math we did earlier, Senator, tell me if you agree with this. The math we did earlier, at one point we had, if Joe Biden continued on the path he would not only pass the president, but build a lead of about 40,000 votes. He's overperformed that to the ballpark where the last time I did it on the back of a card, I got to 55,000 votes. That sound about right if he continues at the current trajectory?
I think that's entirely possible based upon what we're seeing.
It's really amazing, Senator, when you see what's going on right now, and especially I want to get your reaction to what we heard from the president when he was making all these wild accusations, totally unfounded, of widespread fraud and cheating going on, including in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What's your reaction to what you heard from the president when he was at the White House briefing room, speaking to not only the United States but to the world?
Well, totally unfounded. There's no evidence at all for the charges he made. Look, this has been a repeated pattern. He foreshadowed this weeks ago, even months ago, when he started lying about mail-in ballots, lying about the process. But the good news is, despite all of that, despite all of the intimidation tactics, people are voting in record numbers, and Joe Biden's going to win our state, and he's going to be the president.
You have no doubt about that. Is that right?
No, I don't.
Is it a surprise to you as you see these results coming in? Were you always anticipating that Biden would win in Pennsylvania?
Well, I had a good sense because one of the problems that we knew after 2016 was your margins in a city like Philadelphia, or the 4 suburban Philadelphia counties, in addition to Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, right over my right shoulder here, that often is enough to win the whole state, with a few other counties added. But in 2016, we learned that you can still have big numbers there, but you have to be able to reduce margins in rural areas or rural counties. And I think Joe Biden was able to achieve both, actually get higher numbers in the Philadelphia suburbs, as well as a high, what will be, I think, a high number in Philadelphia. Hard to be sure exactly what, but he could win the city by 500,000 votes. A much better number in Allegheny County as well, running ahead of 16. So he was able to cut margins in some of the rural counties as well. So the combined effect of that is a win, in my judgment, and it's a win against an incumbent president, which is really, really hard to do.
And if Biden does win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that blue wall has been back in the Democratic side, which is so dramatic. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck.
Thanks very much.
All right, Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. Right now, Joe Biden appears to be on the verge of flipping Georgia from red to blue. That would be for the first time in almost 30 years. We're standing by for new numbers when Election Night in America continues.
When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen, and that's just as powerful. You're armed with a verified approval from Rocket Mortgage. Sellers know your offer is good, so your bid has the strength to compete with cash offers. Now grab your crown and rule. That castle is yours. So when you need an edge in the bidding war, Rocket can.
You've changed for good. And when it really mattered, you trusted ADT. Because staying home or venturing out, no one has more ways to help keep what matters most safe than ADT.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
I love it.
I just wear a little sensor, and that's it. It's totally painless and private.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes. I just pull it out of my pocket and look, and I don't have to prick my finger.
Dexcom puts you in control, not your diabetes.
When was the last time you checked in on your heart? With KardioMobile, the personal EKG device, you can check it from home using your smartphone.
I use KardioMobile every day, sometimes twice a day.
Every morning I check, make sure I'm in good shape, and it makes me feel pretty good about my heart condition.
It's a complete game changer. I mean, you might as well be in a doctor's office.
There's a way that I can communicate with patients now in a way I never could before. They have their own EKG in their pocket.
With KardioMobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke, and it can also detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
Having KardioMobile, it's a peace of mind for me.
Because you can't see your cardiologist every day, but you can see your KardioMobile every day.
It's never been more important to check your heart at home. KardioMobile is now available for just $89. Order at KardioMobile.com or Amazon.
An official message from Medicare.
Did you try it yet?
Comparing plans? Oh, yeah. They sure can change year to year.
I found lower premiums.
And lower prescription costs.
And those new insulin savings.
Hundreds of plans, $35 a month.
That'll save you money. So, Mark?
On Medicare.gov now.
Open enrollment ends December 7th. Comparing plans really pays.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Seal up cracks and patch huge holes and help prevent flood damage. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Her legacy. It's hard to overrate Lady Bird's importance in the Johnson presidency.
The new CNN original series, First Ladies, Lady Bird Johnson.
Sunday, November 15th at 10 on CNN.
We got a key race alert. Look at this. The lead of President Trump in Pennsylvania has dropped once again dramatically. His lead has gone down to only 26,319 out of more than 6.5 million votes cast. 49.6% to 49.2%, a 26,319 vote lead. 95% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is still out there. Remember, Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. 20 electoral votes. President Trump cannot win without Pennsylvania. John, this is expected. It's dramatic what's going on because that lead that Trump has had in Pennsylvania has basically collapsed and it's close to completely gone.
And again, so what do we ask ourselves every time this happens? This has been a steady, methodical decline in the Trump lead or a steady, methodical climb in the Biden total. And every time we get new votes, we say, is Biden at or exceeding the percentage he needs to overcome that lead? Again, a lead that back on Tuesday into Wednesday at one point was above 600,000 votes. Now it's at 26,000 votes. We just had some more votes from Philadelphia. This obviously is the biggest basket of Democratic votes. It's more than 12% of the state population. Let me bring up the board so I can just show it to you here. Some more votes just came in Philadelphia. Now you know that Joe Biden is going to win when it comes to Philadelphia. So I'll just show you the last installment of votes that were reported, 11,993, right? Okay, so Joe Biden gets that. So you say, well, the president needs a lot of votes there to keep the march from happening. Well, here's what happened. 1,740. So that is 86.2. We keep saying Joe Biden needs to get 62, 63% of this vote to catch up to the President of the United States. And every time we keep getting votes, we're getting high 70s or, in this case, high 80s. And so you just look at this, and this keeps happening. This keeps happening. This is Philadelphia. It happened just a short time ago. Right before that, we had some votes come in the suburbs as well. We come down in here in Delaware County. We had a very similar thing, a smaller number of votes. It's not as big as Philadelphia City, but very same. More votes come in. Joe Biden's getting above 80% of those votes, which you just keep adding them up. Now you get to 26,319. As we just had the conversation with Senator Casey, there are more than enough votes out there to, still well in excess of what Joe Biden needs, and he keeps narrowing this gap. Will they keep counting? Will we get there tonight? We don't know. But this is on a trajectory that seems at the moment to be unstoppable. So every time the votes come in, you look at them and you think, is the president performing high enough, right? He doesn't have to beat Joe Biden. He's in the lead. He doesn't have to beat him. He just has to be high enough to keep Joe Biden down. It keeps happening, and it's been happening for hours. Every time we get more votes, Biden is above the threshold he needs. That lead shrinks. It looks inevitable, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, we've been speaking to Senator Casey all day today, and he's been suggesting from the very beginning, not only will Biden win in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but he'll have a significant win, maybe a 100,000 vote win. I don't know if it's going to go that high, but he'll have a significant win.
Right, and it's not as if he's like making these numbers up or guessing and projecting. They know how many mail-in ballots were cast. They know that these were disproportionately cast by Democrats because they were requested by Democrats. And so we knew it was going to be above 70%. Now, there's no guarantee that a Democrat requests a ballot, that a Democrat votes for Joe Biden, but we also know, because of the polarization in our politics, that more than 90% of Democrats were voting for Biden, just as more than 90% of Republicans were voting for President Trump. So they knew they had this giant pool of mail-in ballots. And so when they saw the president pull out to that big lead, don't get me wrong, there were considerable jitters among Democrats when they saw it was 600,000. Do they have that many in the bank, those mail-in ballots, when they count them? But they knew that they were going to narrow the gap, and now we have the methodical count, and with the methodical count comes a methodical decline in the president's math.
And remind our viewers why those 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania are so critical right now.
Well, let me walk over here to do that, because this is the easiest way to do it. And again, we are at a decisive tipping point because Joe Biden, because of these other wins on the board, including Michigan and Wisconsin. Remember, Donald Trump is president because of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Joe Biden has taken back Wisconsin and taken back Michigan, which gets him to 253. 253, you're on the road to 270, right? He can get it out in the West, but he could get it right there with an exclamation point and a statement. One state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, would put Joe Biden over the finish line. Now, Joe Biden might catch up here. We're watching that. It's down below 2,000 votes. Joe Biden leads here, and he leads there. So Joe Biden could get as high as 306. You only need 270. You'd like to make a statement. You'd like to get as many as you can, obviously. It gives you more of a political mandate the higher you go. But that alone, right there, if Joe Biden wins the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which is his birth state, he was born in Scranton before moving to Delaware, A, it would be a rejection of the president's math. B, it would get Joe Biden over the top. And C, for the Democratic Party, there would be the moral victory of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not there yet, but that is the trajectory we are on. A 26,319 vote lead for the president now in a state. If we rewind the tape, he was once ahead by more than 600,000.
Just curious, if Biden were to win Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, how many electoral votes would he have?
That's your path to 306, which, guess what? That's the exact total Donald Trump won on election night 4 years ago. There were two electors when the electors met. He got 304 in the official count in the history books, but he won 306 on Election Day 2016. You can see his map here, 306. If Joe Biden, it is a possibility that we end the 2020 campaign 306 to 232, but with Joe Biden in the 306, and I can play that out for you. If Joe Biden holds this, and holds this, and the president can get the rest. The president is leading right now up here in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. We haven't called it yet. The president is leading there. We have every expectation the president will hold on in North Carolina, although they're still counting votes in North Carolina, and the president is most likely, of course, almost certainly to carry the state of Alaska. So there is a possibility. Now, this is not done. This is not done. This is not done. And these are not done. But Biden leads here, and he's climbing quickly here. So that is the possibility. That is the possibility on the table right now. It's the most Joe Biden can get, unless North Carolina has a dramatic turnaround, but that is just most unlikely. We haven't called that state yet because we're still counting votes. We're going to be conservative about it. But the Trump lead there, nobody in the Biden campaign will argue with the statement that the Trump lead there is most likely to hold up as they count the final votes.
Go back to Georgia right now and remind our viewers how tight it is in Georgia right now.
Let's go.
Because we expect by midnight to get a whole bunch more votes in Georgia.
Here we go. 1775. 1,775 votes in a state where, again, because of the early election, the actual election day turnout on election day, the Tuesday vote was counted first. The president's lead early on was above 300,000 votes. It's now down to 1,775, and we were speaking just a short time ago to the executive here in Clayton County, Georgia. They have more than enough ballots to make up for that lead, and they plan to report those ballots. I'm just going to check the 1051 right now. The executive told us by midnight she hopes that they report most of the outstanding ballots there. Clayton County, former vice president, is getting 85% of the vote, even higher than that percentage in an installment from Clayton County that came in earlier. So there are more than enough votes here, And we know, Wolf, where the other votes are here. We're down to a smaller universe. I'm just going to check my notes here. We're down to 16,000 votes. Joe Biden needs to win about 57, 58% of the remaining votes. Again, just like in Pennsylvania, because these are mail-in ballots, they're disproportionately Democratic because Republicans tended to vote more on Election Day. Democrats took advantage of the opportunity in these COVID times to vote early and by mail. We have just seen this consistently, even in Republican counties. As we've counted the votes today, Joe Biden has been getting 70% or more, sometimes 80%, as we go through these counties and the votes come in. And again, Clayton County is one of them, and you come around, the Gwinnett County has 4,400 ballots to be counted. We believe they're done for the night, and they'll resume in the morning. But as you're doing the math and looking at it, you're now looking at a 1,775 vote lead. There are more than enough votes, 16,000 total, but where they're from, a lot of them here in the Atlanta and the suburbs around it, where Joe Biden is not only winning in the today count of those mail-in ballots, he's off the charts winning. So you just go to, you go to Gwinnett County, for example, winning 58%. That's wow, right? That's a great number to win. But in the mail-in ballots that have been counted today, Joe Biden is well in excess of that because the president's share of this vote came in on Tuesday, came in on people who voted on Election Day. So we have sort of the two strategies playing out. The president with his rallies, including in Georgia, got voters to turn out. The turnout for the president, the turnout, if you come out nationally here, the president is exceeding his 2016 numbers by quite a point, quite a mark. The issue is that the Democrats, Joe Biden in the popular vote, because turnout is up in this election, you see more than a 4 million vote margin right now for Joe Biden. Now, that's not how we pick a president, but you have a national turnout at that level because you have 50 states of high turnout, including the state of Georgia, 1,775. Again, it was in excess of 300,000 Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. But as they count these mail-in ballots, just like in Pennsylvania, the trajectory has been steady and consistent for hours today, and it just seems a statistician would tell you there's an inevitability to that, but we're going to count the votes.
Record number of votes coming in, even in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, because there were new opportunities to do mail-in voting. And the president has himself, at least in part, to blame for the fact that Biden is doing so much better with the mail-in voting than he is, because he was besmirching mail-in voting, saying you got to show up at the polls, don't trust the mail and all that. And a lot of his supporters believed him.
Right, and so you're looking at something here. If you come out, if you look at this now, the president did. He, from the very beginning, said, I don't want mail-in voting. I don't want states mailing ballots to people. I think that that's an invitation for fraud, which we know is just simply not true. Republican states and Democratic states. Washington State is a Democratic state with a Republican Secretary of State. She says they've done it for years out there. Utah, a state Republicans win all the time. They have mail-in voting. Many states have done this for years. Now, this year, many more states. Pennsylvania, for example, where we're counting votes tonight, didn't even have really early voting 4 years ago. So states have had to adapt to this. The president mocked it, said it would be full of fraud. He wanted his people to vote on Election Day. But it's not as if the president did not turn out the votes. Look at the 69 million there. You come back here, 62 million. The president is getting already 7 million more votes than he did 4 years ago. The issue is Democratic turnout is off the charts.
Yeah, and only 91% of the national vote is in so far. All right, major changes almost by the minute coming in with President Trump and Joe Biden now neck and neck in Georgia, and the president's lead rapidly disappearing right now in Pennsylvania. We're standing by for new numbers as election night in America continues. Presidential votes are being counted into the night at some key locations as this cliffhanger election keeps getting closer and closer. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're waiting to see if former Vice President Joe Biden takes the lead in Georgia after moving into a virtual tie with the president in a state Trump must win. And just moments ago, Biden cut deeper into Trump's lead in Pennsylvania, another battleground state. The president needs to stay in the game. We're also watching those contests along with the races in Arizona and Nevada as Biden aims for wins that would simply lock in a White House victory. Get this, he's only 17 electoral votes shy of the 270 needed to become president-elect. Trump, trailing with 213, is launching desperate and very dangerous new attacks on the vote counting process at the heart of our democracy. Let's get a key race alert. All right, let's start in Georgia right now. Look at this. The president's lead over Biden has collapsed. It's only 1,775 votes. 1,775 votes separate Trump and Biden, 49.4% to 49.4%. 16 electoral votes at stake right now in Georgia. Oh, so close. In Pennsylvania, where there's 20 electoral votes and 95% of the estimated vote is in, 49.6% for Trump, 49.2% for Biden. Trump is ahead by only 26,000 plus votes right now. That vote, John King, has collapsed over and over again. It's gone from a few hundred thousand now down to just 26,000 or so. Let's start in Georgia right now. Update our viewers.
Well, it's simply remarkable. And again, this has been a methodical march for Joe Biden to cut into the Donald Trump's lead in Georgia, once over 300,000 votes. And again, as we wait, we know for a fact that there are still votes out right here in Clayton County, and we may get them in the next hour or so. The executive there says they're trying hard to get the remaining votes done as soon as possible in Clayton County. We also know...
Actually, John, let me interrupt for a moment, because Pamela Brown's got some new information on where that vote is.
Absolutely. In fact, we're just getting an update from the Secretary of State in Georgia, and here's where we are. 14,097 votes are still out. But you're talking about Clayton. Look at this number. 4,355 votes is what they still have to get through. And then you look at Gwinnett, 4,800. The context of this is these are heavily Democratic areas, and you spoke to the clerk there in Clayton. They are continuing to update throughout tonight, so we could be finding out more very soon.
Very interesting, John. 14,097 outstanding votes, and look at how close it is.
Right, and so 4,800 of them right here in Gwinnett County. Joe Biden is getting 58% of the vote in the total count. Of that outstanding group you said right there, Joe Biden needs, I believe, 57% is the threshold for Joe Biden to catch up and pass. As we have been counting votes throughout the evening today, he is consistently getting more than 70% of these mail-in ballots in these counties, even in the Republican counties. He's getting higher numbers in the Democratic counties. So you see 48 votes here in Gwinnett County. I'm going to move over here to Cobb County and pull this one out here and look at the list. 700 votes in Cobb County, where the former vice president is getting 57% of the vote. But again, in the mail-in ballots, he's exceeding even that. Pam just mentioned, and we talked to the executive earlier, this is Clayton County down here. The number in Clayton County, 4,355 ballots. Again, they've been coming in disproportionately Democratic. I want to pull out and show down here, not all of these counties are voting Democrat when you look at the total numbers. This is Taylor County down here, and look at the number, 456 ballots to be counted here. Now, logic tells you, if you watch this, that the president is going to come out on top here, but that is simply not what we have been seeing. We'll count those votes. We'll see. If they're for the president, they'll get counted, obviously. But in these Republican counties, the mail-in ballots are still coming from Democrats who live in these Republican counties. We've seen that consistently throughout the day. So we're waiting for those in Taylor County there. And there's another county here in central Georgia. Lawrence County has almost 1,800, 1,797 ballots. And again, at first glance, you would think that would help the president's math, and maybe it will. We'll count them when they come in. But consistently, again, because Election Day ballots are counted. That's how most Republicans voted. Democrats opted to use the mail-in right. That's what they're counting today. The Election Day count is already done. They're counting mail-in ballots now, and we have seen consistently that even in ruby red Republican counties, what we're getting today are Democratic votes. And Joe Biden, again, even though he's only getting 35% when you take the whole county, in the mail-in ballots, consistently getting high 60s, 70s, in some even Republican counties higher than that. So when you look at that overall number, more than 14,000 votes to be counted, a 1,775 vote lead right now for the president of the United States. Joe Biden has consistently been getting 60%, 70% or more as we go county through county and count those votes. He needs about 57% to catch up and pass the president. So again, unless something dramatic changes from what has been happening for hour after hour after hour today, Joe Biden is on a trajectory to pass the president as soon as more votes come in. It doesn't mean it's over. It'll be very close. There are recount rules. There are provisional ballots, military ballots still to be counted. But when we were here Tuesday night, Election Day, into Wednesday morning, the President of the United States had a 343,000 vote lead. Somewhere in that ballpark, it was over 300,000. He thought this was inevitable, that he would carry Georgia again. But again, they're counting votes. On Tuesday, they counted the Election Day vote. As we go Wednesday into Thursday, they're counting the mail-in ballots. It's perfectly fair. It's perfectly logical, and it's perfect math is what's happening today. And again, to the point you made earlier, the Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, they're just counting votes. They're doing their jobs. They're setting their partisan hats aside and counting votes. That's
totally understandable during this coronavirus pandemic. A lot of people didn't want to have to wait in long lines on Election Day. They wanted to mail in their ballots or drop them off in a drop box because that was simply safer, especially older Americans, people with underlying health conditions. Look what's going on with the coronavirus pandemic. And as a result, so many people decided to use the mail-in system.
Right, a combination of the more access to voting through the mail-in voting and intensity in the election. Look, both parties, voters in both parties wanted to participate. 73.7 million votes for Joe Biden, 69.6 million votes for President Trump. Voters in both parties wanted to participate in this election. More Democrats, you're right, took advantage of early voting and mail-in voting. Republicans turned out disproportionately on Election Day. There was high intensity in this election, which is why, as we go through the counts here, we should be celebrating increased turnout. We should be patient and let people count votes. We should not be, as happened in the White House briefing room today, attacking people who are doing the building blocks, the nuts and bolts of the greatest democracy on earth.
And as I've often said, the president made a major blunder by telling his supporters, don't trust the mail-in ballots, go show up and vote. And a lot of them did, but a lot of the Democrats didn't trust what the president was saying.
I just pulled this up just to see, because at this point of the night, we're waiting. Some of these states are doing this, on the West Coast states, Nevada and Arizona tend to be doing it on a schedule. These other, Pennsylvania and Georgia, votes are coming in as you get them. Again, 26,319 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 3.2 million votes for each of these gentlemen as we count the votes right now. And again, Georgia, the lead was at one point above 300,000. It's now down below 2,000. That lead was above 600,000 as we went Tuesday into Wednesday. It is now 26,319, and it has been a steady decline throughout the night, the exact same dynamic as we see in Georgia. Votes come in, they're mail-in votes being counted today, they're disproportionately Democratic, and we have consistently seen the former vice president getting high 70s or low 80% as we count those ballots. And again, we know that there are still ballots to be counted here. They're up to 91 now. We started the day at 80% in Philadelphia. They're up to 91. But that still tells you, look, 521,000 votes for Joe Biden. Turnout is up in this election. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia 4 years ago. Doesn't mean Joe Biden's going to match it, but if you use that as your target, right, will Joe Biden at least match Hillary Clinton's vote in Philadelphia? It would be 584. If it's close to that, that means maybe there's 50 or 60,000 votes there, maybe even more, to be counted in the city of Philadelphia. I had a note earlier telling me how many they thought were left there. Let me see if I can find it. We still think in Philadelphia, no, the votes we had, Joe Biden has won 86% the last time we counted votes there. So there's more than enough votes. Just in Philadelphia, there are more than enough votes to overcome that 26,000 lead. Again, doesn't mean they all come in for Joe Biden, but they have consistently throughout the day 80% or higher.
And remind our viewers why Pennsylvania and Georgia, and they potentially both are about to flip in Biden's favor right now, but remind our viewers why they are both so important for Trump.
Well, we can do that two ways. Number one, if Joe Biden wins that, he's the next president of the United States. He's at 253 electoral votes. Pennsylvania has 20. Do the simple math at home. 253 plus 20 gets you to 273. So that would be a game over. If Joe Biden could do that, number one, he would put together the blue wall again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and he would show that the Democratic Party is beginning to change the map in the Sun Belt states. Georgia, Hillary Clinton tried, came up short, about 3.5-point race 4 years ago. The Democrats have long wanted to do that. That would be a victory for the Democratic Party. And then again, more Sun Belt in the Southwest. In Arizona and Nevada, the former vice president is leading right now. He could get in excess of 300 electoral votes. That's why it matters to him. If you look at the president's math right now, he needs, if he wants to get to 270, he needs both of those. If he loses Georgia and wins that, he can get to 269, which would be a tie, 269 to get a tie. This is the dream scenario of political reporters you hear every 4 years. It might happen someday. We'll see. It's possible. But if you think about Joe Biden leading out there, it's most unlikely. I'm not raising it to cause any great drama. But that if the president of the United States loses that, the best he can do is 269. And so these are, to get 270, the president needs both of these. And as we speak, his lead is shrinking.
And it's 269 goes to the new House of Representatives, one vote for each new delegate, for each state delegation. So that would be dramatic indeed. All right, Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, John, thanks very much. As we're watching the votes continue to be counted and Vice President Biden's deficit, getting closer and closer to overtaking President Trump in Pennsylvania as well as in Georgia. We're starting to hear more from other Republican leaders. We'd been wondering after the president's remarks what someone would be saying. Lindsey Graham was on Sean Hannity's program on Fox. He said that there is the process of observing an election has been violated. He said Philadelphia elections are as crooked as a snake. You're talking about a lot of dead people voting. He said Nevada people are not legal residents who are voting. He claims Arizona is being run well because he likes the governor and he trusts the governor. That is, of course, a state where President Trump's deficit is actually narrowing, and he's getting a little closer to Vice President Biden. Biden's in the lead right now. He said, I don't trust Philadelphia. I don't trust Nevada. I stand with President Trump. He stood with us.
Well, there are two different kinds of Republicans we're hearing from on this. One is the Lindsey Graham, I'm all in. I'm totally all in. So was Ted Cruz tonight on Hannity. He said what we've seen the last few days is partisan, political, lawless. We're seeing this pattern in Philadelphia. They're not allowing election observers in, et cetera, et cetera.
It's interesting. They're not talking about Nevada. Like Lindsey Graham wasn't talking about Nevada either because there's a Republican governor there.
So,
excuse me, not Nevada, Georgia. Because there's a Republican governor there.
So they're all kind of in on the Philadelphia thing. And these guys, I would say that there's more comments like that from Josh Hawley, DeSantis. These are people who might want to be president. DeSantis runs sometime. You want to keep Donald Trump on your team. But then there are the preponderance of elected Republicans who are saying this kind of stuff like count every legal vote cast. I would include the vice president in that camp, by the way, because that's what he's saying. And that's what a lot of congressional Republicans are saying, trying to kind of walk both sides of this, take Trump out of it, and just say, okay, count every legal vote without getting specific about, I support what the president is saying, and you need to pursue these particular legal actions without, again, like Lindsey Graham, giving any evidence whatsoever.
Steve Bannon has now been permanently suspended from Twitter because Steve Bannon on his own program said that he suggested Thursday morning that Dr. Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray that their heads should be put on spikes on the gates of the White House in the second Trump administration.
That's just horrible.
Well, there you are.
As you can imagine, I've been hearing a little bit from friends in the Republican world, and they're sending me lots of videos and other testimonials suggesting that there's quote widespread fraud, and they particularly point to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. As I said right after the president's speech, if there are things to be investigated, the president has every right, and in my mind, should investigate those things. That's why he's deploying lawyers. That's why Lindsey Graham's given him $500,000, so they can go out and track these things down. With social media, there is an endless stream of rumors as well as potentially legitimate accusations of improper activity, and they should be pursued. But as you said, Anderson, you have to provide the evidence. And my concern with what the president said was he didn't provide the evidence and said the things he said. Now, he may have, and again, being a Trump whisperer here, he may have known those things in his own mind, but I think it's important before you make that accusation, you track them down, you find out if they're valid, and you pursue them. And so what what I'm hearing from the Trump folks is, give us some time. We can't dump it all out there now because we haven't had time to investigate. Give us some time to investigate it. Let this thing play out a little bit. If we're right, we'll prove it. If we're not right, we'll move on.
But they say they don't want to dump it all out. The President of the United States stood at a podium and he said that there were examples of widespread fraud, and you're saying they need more time to investigate it. So he makes the allegations, and then they go and investigate whether the allegations are true.
I think
that's how it's supposed
got it in the wrong order.
Yeah. Backwards.
I just want to just talk about this from a different perspective. There's a lot of fear, and there's been fear on the part of Democrats that if things got to a certain point, that the Republicans would just start doing extraordinary things, taking extraordinary measures. One of the things that Lindsey Graham seemed to be indicating was that the Pennsylvania legislature should just set aside the vote and appoint their own electors and just send their own electors to Congress. That is shocking. I actually did a TED Talk about this very scenario There's a group called Hold the Line that's been talking about this, ChooseDemocracy.us. This is a dangerous moment tonight in America. When you have elected leaders, the senator, Lindsey Graham, probably one of the best-known senators in America, suggesting that without evidence, the votes of the people of Pennsylvania should be set aside, and that the legislature should send their own electors to Congress. That starts to sound like a coup against democracy. It starts to sound like a coup against the will of the voters. ChooseDemocracy.us has been warning about this. Hold the Line has become sort of guidebook that people have been passing around about this. But we're getting into very scary territory. There is no evidence of significant fraud happening in Philadelphia or any place else. And by the way, I just want to point out, Republicans, you don't have to do this. Can we just talk about politics for a second? You already are going to have the Senate. McConnell is going to stop Biden from doing almost anything. You got the Supreme Court. You got your tax cuts. You got most of the governorships and the state legislature. Don't burn down the House to give Donald Trump a better feeling about himself. This doesn't make any sense. You're going to have people in the streets this weekend on the left and the right. If the elected leaders in the Republican Party keep going down this dangerous path, I hope the ChooseDemocracy.us people are wrong.
I would actually make the case, Van, that it's more dangerous if they don't pursue these claims.
Oh, I don't mind doing it in court.
I think it's really important.
Court's fine.
I think it's really important.
Senator, let me be clear. I want you to respond to what I'm actually saying.
Okay.
I am saying that if you want to go to court with real evidence, please do.
Okay.
That is appropriate. That's what happened with Al Gore.
I know. So I've heard
that's the only solution.
I've heard some people in the sector say that it's dangerous for the Trump.
No, but go to court. Al Gore
some people have said that.
No, Al Gore did
me a lot.
Some
people are saying this is dangerous to go to court.
No, please
it is
go to
not
court.
dangerous. It is the right thing to do.
You and I agree on that. But
it's the only thing to do.
We agree on that, but do we agree on this? It would be dangerous for the state legislature or the Commonwealth legislature or whatever to set aside the vote of American people and go to Congress over their heads. Would that be dangerous?
I'm not watching Fox, so I didn't see the interview. But what I suspect Lindsey Graham said, and I
tell you what
he said, everything should be on the table.
He said, but I'm sure he didn't say that unless there was proof that it was a fraudulent election to a scale where they can't redo the election. I'm sure that's what he was saying, that there's an alternative to, quote, redoing the election.
He didn't. He was asked, should they then invalidate this if they don't allow observers in, which, as you know, they are allowing observers in.
Yes.
So they're talking about not allowing observers in when they are. Okay. And then Graham, as Anderson said everything should be on the table, and then went on and on about Philadelphia elections being crooked. This is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee
in
the Senate. He is he's a lawyer. He's an attorney. Why is he doing this? I mean, we've asked that question about Lindsey Graham a lot.
Emotions are running very, very high right now.
But Don Jr. was complaining about Lindsey Graham a bunch of hours ago. Where was he? Suddenly, Lindsey Graham is out there.
And he coughs up $500,000 to the president and now is calling for stuff that's scaring people. And by the way,
suddenly Nikki Haley is out there.
And it's all about Philadelphia. But by the way, I believe that Biden's doing pretty well. Didn't he just win Scranton? Nobody's talking about Scranton. Didn't he flip Erie? Nobody's talking about Erie. It's all about Philadelphia. This stuff is dangerous. It's beneath the dignity of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham knows better than to do this. And I'm going to tell you, I just want to be very, very clear. The left is on tenterhooks right now. Labor unions are getting ready for a general strike. I'm telling you, people are getting freaked out by the Republican leadership saying stuff like this. This is a dangerous moment in America. Back it up. Let's go to court. If you got something, bring it. But stop making these kind of threats.
Well, let me just say, first off, there's a Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, so
so they don't trust any Democrat.
You could send two competing groups of electors to Congress. If this happens in Nevada, this is just not the way to do an election. Let's just do the election and go to court.
Nancy Pelosi sitting in Congress. This is not. I mean, first, that's not a credible threat. Number one, and number two, I don't think. Look, I have a lot of friends in the Pennsylvania legislature, and I don't think they have anything to be concerned about.
It just seems like at a time like this, and I mean, I think we all should think about this. It seems like a time to tamp down rhetoric as opposed to throw gasoline on it on the left and the right. I mean, it would seem like
Well, if you trust the legislature, that's good.
I don't know what Lindsey said, so I'm not going to categorize. But
I put you in the tamping down rhetoric category, by the way.
That is not tamping down rhetoric. But at the same time, if the campaign and Republicans believe there is fraud going on out there, and there's all this evidence, which I'm being thrown, They have every right to scream about it. They have every right to say it needs to be investigated, and the Trump folks have every right to go out there and from my perspective, they should be feeding it out there as much as they can to make sure that people understand that this is not just a witch trial.
But it's Lindsey Graham clearly I'm going to back Donald Trump because he backed me. And he said, I don't trust Arizona, as Anderson was saying. I don't trust Philadelphia. I don't trust what's going on in Nevada.
No, he said he does trust Arizona.
He does, sorry.
Even though he said that it's legal, illegal immigrants are voting.
I trust Arizona. It's late. So everything should be on the table. Let's stand with President Trump. Yeah. He stood
How about
with us.
standing with America? How about standing up for the Constitution?
Exactly.
How about standing up for America? How about standing down at this moment and allowing the process to work?
Yeah.
Yeah,
agree.
In Georgia, for example, there's potentially 9,000 military ballots that could be sent in.
Right.
That could be a game changer. I mean,
right, but according to the president, those votes should not be accepted.
Yeah, I hope not.
And the president is saying, don't accept the votes of service members overseas.
Remember, he's okay with late ballots coming.
Yeah, maybe
he's okay in Arizona.
No, these are late ballots that are just going to pop up. They're just going to appear out of nowhere. In fact, people can still vote in the military watching this. They can still send their ballots in for 10 days, I think, in Pennsylvania. No,
look, I think Axelrod is actually pointing us in the right direction, and I think it's correct. Let's stand with the Constitution. Let's stand with the American people. Most people are not, saying these extreme things on either side. Most people are waiting to see how this works out. Most Americans, again, and we said it over and over again, tonight, the most beautiful thing, you have Republicans and Democrats, regular people in gymnasiums, standing shoulder to shoulder, counting and watching together.
Yeah.
So that's everybody needs to actually support those Americans. Let's get together behind those Americans. There are cameras in these places. There's people in these places, and trust this process. If somebody's got something real, don't throw it out there as a bomb. Go into court and let's stay together. Let's stay together as a country.
I agree with you, but that's why I have been for now 3 days complaining about what the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania did. Mm-hmm. Not because I necessarily think it's going to be a huge impact on the election, although it might, given the size, because it creates the perception of, not the perception, the reality that they're changing the rules of the game to help them. And the fact is that Philadelphia didn't allow them in for 2 days. And so they did now, but they allowed them hundreds of feet away. You can't observe if you need binoculars.
But what you're saying is different from what the president is saying. The president is saying they're changing their votes. And it's almost as if he didn't.
We should also just point out in that incident in Philadelphia and anything that was done improperly, that's idiotic and wrong, and whoever should be punished. But they did go to court, and that was reversed, as my understanding.
But they had 2 days where they were counting ballots, and so that's what.
But there is a process for it, and the process did rectify
it. It did. But that's why Lindsey said, "Hey, they counted all these ballots in the dark."
But that's not. Right? By the way, that's just not exactly right. There's an extra set of observers that were held, I think, too far back, and they were allowed to be for. But it's not like there were people who were space aliens or only from one party behind a door someplace. There's a process there, and there's extra stuff. So I just want to point out.
No, I think when they're counting the ballots, that's the case when they're validating, they're canvassing. But I think, and again, I could be wrong on this, but when they're counting the ballots, just city employees who are in there counting. I mean, there's nobody overseeing them counting. There's no Republican and Democrat watching them count.
My point about it is, this is the normal process, and I agree. It's a normal process, and they wanted more observation, and they got more observation.
Well, they want legitimate observation. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, Philadelphia was not being transparent. And you didn't see them complain about any other county in the state. Why? Because the other county said, yeah, come in. Hey, you can watch. But Philadelphia didn't. And what does that do? That raises suspicion.
But can I tell you why? Because you also, don't forget, in Philadelphia, you had these threats. And don't forget, there's a higher level of concern about people coming in with guns, about people coming in, all these poll watchers. And so listen, you live in your world, and I live in my world.
People aren't walking in with guns.
You live in your world, and I live in my world. But the idea that you're going to have a bunch of people coming in there was very scary in Philadelphia, and that's a part of it. So, again, you say it's about fraud. I say it's about security.
Those folks who work for the city of Philadelphia, they're scary, too. So let's just not...
Let me just say, this is not about the integrity of the system, okay? The president has been saying for months, before there was any voting or any evidence of anything, that this is going to be a fraudulent process. He's been teeing this up. He stands up tonight. He makes charges. And then everybody says, well, now we're going to go get the evidence. What's happened is the American people are speaking, and it looks like they're saying that they are ready for change, and the president doesn't want to accept that. And Lindsey Graham apparently feels like he has a higher obligation to the president of the United States.
So we see, we see the narrative now is being spun out on Fox by Graham and Cruz, and you see what it's going to turn into. This is the narrative, which is the election is being stolen. Here's what happened. They didn't follow the rules, and Donald Trump would have won otherwise, when we know very well that we all expected the vote count to go this way because of Republican legislatures and Democratic legislatures who said, count the mail-in ballots later.
Razor-thin margin in Georgia, a shrinking lead in Pennsylvania as votes keep coming in and they continue to be counted. We've got a lot more as Election Night in America continues.
All right, we're watching what's going on in Georgia right now. John King is here at the Magic Wall. You know, Georgia, 1,805 vote lead for Trump right now. It's shrunk. It went up a tiny little bit, though.
It was 1775. The president has actually gained 30 votes in that lead. And we told you, Joe Biden has consistently been cutting into it. This is the first time in some time where the president has gained votes. Now, that's a very modest 30 votes. And we know most of the other counties still to come in are expected to be Democratic. But we told you, we would tell you if the president, stopped what had been a march. And this may just be a pause. But I just want to show you what happened. It's in Forsyth County. These votes came in just a short time ago. And again, it's pretty modest. But the president, in a new installment, they're counting mail-in ballots. He got 673, and Joe Biden got 643. So it's a net gain of 30 votes for the president. This is 49% if you round up. 49% if you round up. This is 47% if you round up. It's 48.9 and 46.8. But again, we're going through this county by county. You get installments of votes that they're counting, the mail-in ballots. Sometimes they come in big chunks. Sometimes they come in relatively small chunks. But this is the first time in hours. It's only 30 votes, but we're just trying to be fair to the president. We're showing that people are counting votes out there, and this is what had happened. So just in Forsyth, when we got this count, a net gain of 30 for the president. So when you pull it out, now it's 1805. Again, the trajectory here is not good for the president, and that's being very polite.
Take a look at Pennsylvania right now, John, because the numbers keep shrinking for the president. Look at this. Trump is now leading by only 24,484. 95% of the vote is in. We're told this happened. The vote just shrunk for Trump in Delaware County.
So in Delaware County, you're going to come down here outside of Philadelphia, and there you go. Delaware County, we're up to 91%. So it's important. You just said we got new votes in Delaware County, and it's shrinking the president's lead, and we still have more votes to count from Delaware County.
All right, let me give you the numbers.
Sure, let me bring this up.
Came in from Delaware County.
Give me 1 second to bring this up for you and fire away.
Biden got, take a look at this, 2,819. Trump in Delaware County got 984. So 72.9.
Right, and so this, again, consistently, we've said throughout the day, Joe Biden needed, it started out earlier close to 70%, then it was 67% of the votes Joe Biden needed to catch up. He is consistently coming in above the metric he needs to continue the march toward erasing the president's lead. And this is, again, consistently what we have seen. And it's just important. They're counting mail-in ballots now. So in the overall vote in Delaware County, Democratic-leaning suburb of Philadelphia, Joe Biden is getting 63% when you round up, the president 37%. But the mail-in ballots are disproportionately Democratic. So you see he's outpacing his margin countywide in these ballots they're counting today, which are mail-in ballots. That the overall totals include the election day total. So we're just seeing this consistently, which is why you get these margins, and they're higher. Biden has been consistently overperforming his full vote, the total vote in the mail-in ballots that they're counting today. And so there's yet another example. And again, we've seen this consistently, and you pull out, now it's 24,000. We know that there are well in excess of that still to be counted just in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Just in Philadelphia. We also know that there are, I believe, 36,000 was the number to be counted starting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the east here in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, in the areas around there. So there are more than enough votes outstanding, some 165,000 or so, maybe a little higher than that. The state website says 175,000 as of a while ago. We just reported a few more votes. So somewhere in the ballpark of 175,000 votes. The president has a 24,000 vote lead, 24,484 to be exact. And consistently throughout the day, Joe Biden has been cutting into this in sizable chunks to tell you exactly where the trajectory
And there's still tens of thousands of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. Only 95% of the vote is in, 5% is still out. Or let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. And boy, what a nail-biter, as I said before. And now votes are coming in that are allowing a net positive gain of votes for Donald Trump in Georgia. And this really just gets to the bottom line of what we're witnessing here, which is democracy. The American people voted, tens of millions of them, and their votes are being counted. And Dana Bash, it is, I mean, it's just astounding to watch people on the Trump team try to claim as if the counting of votes, the normal democratic function, that there's some malfeasance when there is no evidence of malfeasance. And in fact, the counting in some cases, certainly in Arizona, but also in Georgia, as we're seeing, is helping Donald Trump. We just saw Donald Trump extend his lead in Georgia because of the counting.
That's right. I mean, now you're even, despite the fact that because Donald Trump Jr. Shamed some of the president's allies into going on Fox and saying things that really don't have any evidence to back them up, others, like Kellyanne Conway and Chris Christie, have gone on TV and said, if the Trump campaign believes that there really is malfeasance, show us the evidence. And we haven't seen any. What we have seen is people in each of these 4 states counting votes and election officials in each of the 4 states saying that they see no evidence of fraud.
Democrats and Republicans are observers in all of those rooms.
But this is all just so incredibly short-sighted on the part of the president and of his allies on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. The president is in a situation where the best thing that he can do is just wait for the votes to be counted, because anything other than that is a complete Hail Mary pass that is highly unlikely to work. He has a lot of problems on this map right now, Jake. It's not just Pennsylvania. It's not just Georgia. Yes, he is closing the gap in Arizona, but he is trailing in Nevada still. And he absolutely has to win in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia in order to have a chance at getting to 270 electoral votes. So it's not going to work to simply claim there is widespread fraud coast to coast and hope that the Supreme Court steps in 5 states. That is not going to work. And so at the end of the day, yes, we need to wait for the votes to be counted, but the strategy makes no sense. It is a strategic blunder on their part, because this is not, there's no argument to be made that in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and in Nevada, there was so much fraud that the Supreme Court has to step in and hand this back to Donald Trump should he lose it fair and square, if that's what the vote says.
Well, and they're right. There's no evidence of that. And we are seeing some of the president's most obedient servants, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy from California, go on TV and say things that are not true, say things that there's no evidence for, talk about electoral fraud. This is not accurate. This is not what is actually going on. The American people are having their votes counted. The last thing that needs to happen is for the Republican Party, which has enabled the very worst impulses of this president so as to benefit from the policies they like. The last thing that needs to happen is for them to do this at the expense of the American people and our right to vote. Our right to vote. My mom lives in Philadelphia. She is in her late 70s. She does not want to get coronavirus, and she voted by mail. Her ballot is among them. She's an American citizen. She gets to have it counted. And the idea that Republicans are helping to disenfranchise millions of Americans is disgraceful. You know, in August 1974, 3 Republican leaders went to the White House and told President Nixon that the Republican Party was not going to stand by and they were not going to support him. And Nixon resigned the next day. Those 3 Republican leaders, 2 of them were from Arizona, and 1 of them was from Pennsylvania. 2 of the 4 states that we're waiting to hear from today. Let the people, let the American people have their say. President Trump's leads are shrinking. Everyone is on the edge of their seat. We're bringing it all to you as it happens. Election night in America continues next.
And we continue to watch the votes being counted in a number of states throughout the country. It has been a fascinating night, to say the least. David Axelrod, for Joe Biden watching all this, I mean, tomorrow, what does he do?
Well, I think maybe he'll appear as he did again today in some form or fashion. But, first of all, I think that they know where, both sides kind of know where this thing is and where it's going. And I think he's signaled very much that he's content to wait for the process to play out. But
both teams, I mean, lawyers are being assembled. Lawyers have been.
I think lawyers have been. This is not unexpected. What is happening right now is not unexpected because the president's been signaling the play for months. So I know Bob Bauer, the former White House counsel, who's a senior advisor to the campaign, and their lawyers, they've been assembling legal resources for months in anticipation of this kind of a tactic. I expect they're in good shape there. But for Biden himself, I think he is carrying himself right now as a guy who is going to be president, and he is trying to play that role and reassure people about the integrity of the process.
So if Georgia is called, late tonight, tomorrow, if Pennsylvania is called tomorrow at some point, and it's clear that Joe Biden will be the next president, he then begins assembling a team, assembling a transition team?
Well, he has a transition
I mean, he already has the team.
Yeah, I think, all of these things have been in formulation. He's had people think about the transition for months. And as we said earlier, this is no ordinary transition because of the, you mentioned we're at record COVID cases. We don't know where that's
more than 120,000 today.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to think about. And I think he's going to signal, I'm focused on what you guys are hiring me to do. And that's the right thing to do.
And these people who have been with Biden, in many cases for decades, have also been in the White House. They've been in government. They worked with him when he was vice president. So they understand how government works. They understand their job that they need to do, and they've been working on a transition for quite some time. Biden is superstitious, so he doesn't like to talk about that too much right now, even internally. But it's clear that's what they're going to do. If he wins, if he says, okay, I have 270 votes, I do expect that he will come out and say that we've won. I don't expect him to start litigating ballot watchers in Philadelphia, et cetera, but I do think he will say that it was a fair election, and then, you'll see what Donald Trump says. I do not expect Donald Trump to concede. That's the real question.
Well, I think we have some good news tonight. First of all, a lot of Republicans did come out. And we talked about the ones that came out, I think, in a negative way and threw some gasoline on the fire. But a lot of Republicans came out and said what the president said is not appropriate. I think that's very important. I also think the people trust our institutions. You don't stand in line for 5 hours if you don't believe in something. You don't work as hard as people work in the middle of a pandemic. So the people trust our institutions. The politicians need to trust them too. That's all. If the politicians will just be as good in both parties as the American people, we're going to be okay. So I just think we've got to hang together. This thing is going to get worked out in the next 24, 48 hours, I hope. But I think
it'll be worked out?
I hope.
You mean worked out in terms of votes?
In terms of votes. In terms of votes. There'll be court and all that kind of stuff. But I think we should take encouragement from the American people. The people are on the whole good. We don't have a bunch of unrest. We have some yahoos. And I think if the politicians can trust the system as much as the people, we'll be all right.
I just want to allay Van's fears here a little bit. I just was communicating with the Senate Majority Leader in Pennsylvania, the state Senate Majority Leader, who says, quote, the PA election code says electors go to the popular vote winner. The legislature has no ability to appoint electors. So according to Majority Leader Jay Corman from the state Senate, that's not an option that Lindsey can pursue for us. So, look, I think what we're seeing is people, again, passionate. They put everything into this thing, and and what I'm hearing from a lot of folks are, well, you guys didn't get over the last election. There, came the Russia investigation, all this stuff. You never consider it legitimate. And I said, well, and we complained about it because we thought it was a horrible thing that Democrats were doing to try to invalidate Donald Trump. And they continue to go after him, because they didn't think he was a legitimate president. Do we want to keep this up? Do we want to keep up every time we elect a president? We're going to just by the way, I'm not saying they shouldn't. Let me just repeat. They should follow the evidence, and if they have legitimate claims, go to court, prosecute them, get them out there. I'll be if there's stuff there, I'll be with you 100%
I'll be with you if they got real stuff.
If they got real stuff, let's do it. But we can't. I mean, at some point, and I think, and it's not next week. They don't need to find it tomorrow. All right, and that's the other thing. Let's give folks time to get their case together, to get the evidence, to do the work, and make their case, and then either make your case, and if you can't make the case, then it's at some point move on. And that's something I've said for a long time, and lots of Republicans says the Democrats never did in 2016. We can't just repeat that again unless we have a reason not to.
Anderson, I just want to, I mean, if I misunderstood your question, let me make clear. If Pennsylvania is called, it's certainly, I think Georgia is not going to be called for a while just because it's going to be very close.
Yeah,
it's clear it's going to be very close. And there are all kinds of other ballots that are probably, they're including military ballots.
Right. Divisional ballots. Yeah.
Counted. But if Pennsylvania
It'll be a projected winner.
Has a significant margin, that puts Biden over the top. And he should, and I expect that he will declare himself the winner. And move on. And whatever the president does, that would be appropriate. And, if it comes tomorrow, the next day, I expect we will see that.
Yeah, I think you would thank the American people. You go out there and you thank your supporters, and then you tell everyone you're a president for all of America, which is what he's been doing. And I would expect him to do that. And it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says, really. He won't concede. We know that. But if I were Biden, I would just go on and proceed.
There is one thing tomorrow. That if you're a Georgia voter, check your absentee ballot. If it was rejected for any reason, you can cure it as late as tomorrow, I understand. So, again, just normal stuff.
Now you're just pushing it, man.
And in Pennsylvania,
now you're just stirring the pot.
Just to understand. The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania says you cannot cure your ballot in Pennsylvania. But if they're calling you and telling you to cure, you're not allowed to do that.
And in Georgia, you can. In other words, this is, by the way, in every state, it's not just Georgia. Every state, they're still counting votes. They're still doing this stuff. This is normal. I just think people, oh my God, this is so crazy.
Well, look at North Carolina. I mean, North Carolina
is still doing stuff.
2 days.
So look,
the president hasn't mentioned that.
Yeah. So exactly, the states that we're talking about are not the only states where people are still curing ballots, where people are still counting. There's still legal stuff. This is just the normal process. And as long as we stay in the bounds of the normal process, including going to court when somebody does something bad, if they do, then that's fine. It's when we go outside of it and you're whipping up people and you might have protesters and armed people and people who kind of go over the voters, that's when we're in real trouble. Let's stay away from that. Let's trust the system.
One thing on Pennsylvania, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, mail-in voting has not been used particularly.
We had over 10 times more mail-in votes than we've ever had in the history of ours.
Right. And so that's another reason why this is different than the normal election.
Normal procedures.
Same people vote. Many of the same people voting. They're just voting in a different way.
Yeah, one of the things I said on CNN many times was I was very concerned about particularly the courts late in the game stepping in and changing the game about how votes, whether mail-in votes or change it, because there's already a suspicion that the president has put forward and others that have said, there's going to be massive fraud. You combine that with late changes to the election system where there's going to be more mistakes because they've never done it this way.
But in fairness, the reason the reason it happened in the first place is because we're in the middle of a pandemic.
No, I get that. But just so you understand, that's not why Pennsylvania did this. Pennsylvania changed their election law in October of last year. So this mailing provision, the absentee ballot provision, was not because of COVID. It was October of last year. And they changed it because they made a deal. They made a deal with the governor that we would allow more what they call non-excuse absentee voting. Anybody can apply for one in exchange for getting rid of the straight line ballot.
Right.
So in Pennsylvania, they used to have a little box. You could vote straight Republican, straight Democrat. You can't do that anymore. Now you have to go down and check each one. And this is why, again, everybody thinks everybody cares about the president. If you're a state legislator, you care about yourself and your chamber. And so what they were doing, and no offense to my good friends, and I have a lot of good friends in the Pennsylvania legislature, they were saying, look, we don't want to be swept away by whatever the top of the ticket is. We want people to be able to vote for us and have to vote for us individually because we want them to look at our name and say, oh, yeah, I know that guy. And so they were willing to trade what they thought was a good trade for them. Not necessarily a good trade for the top of the ticket, but it's a great trade for them.
So here's my question. Why are the Trump folks only finding fraud or saying they've found fraud in places where Donald Trump is in trouble? And the
why
Democrats...
would you look anywhere else? Why would you spend resources to look anywhere else?
Well, wait a minute. You
I mean,
haven't heard...
The answer is there's only so many resources.
Okay, let me finish. I'm sure that the Democrats have seen things that they find questionable in states that they did not win, but you're not hearing a lot about
because they're going to spend their resources defending what Trump's doing.
Because they think they're winning with votes. That's why.
Or else there's just not a lot of fraud, which has been the history of voting.
That's true, too.
CNN's election coverage continues right after this break.